Good morning and welcome to the Washington State University Board of Regents meeting. This meeting will be held virtually February 17th, 2025. We are spending the day together while some may be taking the day off for President's Day holiday. We are working hard to ensure that we understand our budget and we're ready to move through the process of adopting a budget in May. Appreciate everyone being here today. I'd like to call the meeting to order. For the record, I'd like to ask our assistant, Tracy Jordahl, to go ahead and take roll call of the regents. Tracy?
Lisa Shower.
Here.
Jen Ramos.
Here.
Marty Dickinson. Brett Blankenship.
Just here.
Thank you. Enrique Cerna.
Here.
Sam Hunt. Doug Pika.
Here.
Laura Powell.
Here.
Judy McDonald.
Here.
Cassandra Vogel.
Here.
Howard Wright.
Good morning, present.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Tracy. We'd like to go ahead and get started with our public comment. It's the first item on our agenda. If you are interested in providing public comment, but you have not signed up for today, we invite you to do so by submitting an online request at regents.wsu.edu or emailing regents@wsu.edu. The board will neither discuss nor debate topics raised in public comment. This is not because the board does not value commenters' perspectives, but because the board wishes to discuss or debate topics at a time the public is notified that such discussions will occur. That will not be today. Regents may ask clarifying questions of those providing comments. For speakers, we ask that you announce your name when it's your time to speak, and we will have you remain muted until I call on your name at that time. We'll ask you to unmute and return to mute when you've concluded. We'd like for you to keep your comments around 2 minutes. We do have one individual who has signed up to speak today. So let's make sure Nathan is on and available. Nathan, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, we can hear you, and I think you can probably hear me now. So let's go ahead and have you address the board.
Okay, give me 1 second. Hello, my name is Nathan Lindstedt. After raising concerns with the board about my experience with policies and procedures not being followed, as well as facing punitive measures for attempting to have those issues considered and addressed on multiple occasions in line with policies and procedures, I would like to make just one final statement regarding my observations and conclusions stemming from these experiences. At no point has the administration sought to engage with me to ask genuine questions about the issues I've raised. This seems to be because they are not regarded as a cause for concern within the administration. But I want the board and the public to know that the individuals I've intentionally left unnamed in my prior public comments, simply out of fear for further reprisals, by my account, misrepresented their intentions toward me and knowingly lied to me on multiple occasions spread over a year. Perhaps the administration feels that's okay. Due to the lack of attention these issues have received so far, I can only conclude that the administration doesn't want to give them attention. That is, it appears to me that they don't want to know because that could be taken as an acknowledgement of mistakes. That's why I suspect my attempts of offers for internal mediation weren't accepted on multiple occasions, even though they would have given others the ability to clear the air if I were wrong. That's why I suspect an internal investigation and an attempt at fact gathering was never undertaken with those I identified as having contemporaneous knowledge, despite its direct request by me and per how university policies and procedures are laid out in the handbook. Instead, it looks to have been decided that it was best not to acknowledge anything because that could present a risk. However, people there should ask themselves if those individuals involved did engage in such an unprofessional manner and then sought to pressure the subordinate into dropping those matters that raised pertinent questions about inappropriate and unethical conduct, can those superiors hypothetically continue to be trusted in leadership positions going forward? If they were to take part in such alleged behavior just because they felt they could get away with it with impunity, what does anyone think what they would do if once again placed between a rock and a hard place? I believe I've seen the answer to that question in the past, and that should at least cause an honest reflection on what they might do when that time comes up in the future, because it could. What value should be imparted to the organization? The culture that becomes accepted is what gets communicated from the top. If what is communicated is acceptance of a lack of collegiality and ethics and leadership, then that is what ultimately you get from that leadership. It starts and ends with the leadership that exists. It's easy to pin the problems on a scapegoat, to get locked into a cycle of animosity against the person on the outside still advocating for change. It's harder to grapple with looking inward, but that's what I'm asking you to do. Not for me, because it is too late for me, but for any others that may follow. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Nathan, for addressing the board. I'd like to go ahead and move forward with the agenda. I don't have any other speakers that have signed up, so at this point, we'll go ahead and close public comment. I do want to just mention that we are on track. There's been a significant amount of work to move through this process over this year and embed in each of our meetings a review of the budget and really an education and an information process that the board has been involved in, but not as holistically as we are right now. And I really want to thank our senior leadership team for the very deliberate and thoughtful approach to what will be a pretty significant moment for the board in terms of approving the full operating budget versus some of the pieces that we are accustomed to approving. So I know this isn't an easy lift on top of everything else that's happening. So appreciate everyone that has been moving this process forward. I know today feels like it's going to be a really long day. I think it's going to be a really insightful day. And I want to assure everyone there'll be some breaks built in, including an hour-long lunch break. So Leslie is going to move us through this content. We need to be able to engage in a conversation. So I would invite the regents that if you do have a question, if you have a comment, that we're able to spend the time that we need to. Because once we leave this dedicated time, we're back in our regular committee meeting. So I appreciate everyone taking the time to be part of this. I recognize that some of you may need to step away. And so if you need to do that, go ahead and take care of whatever you need to. But this is a really exciting moment to fully dedicated to our finance and our budget for this next academic year. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn over the meeting, the retreat for today, over to our Executive Vice President for Finance and Administration and Chief Financial Officer, Leslie Brunelli, to get us started. Leslie.
Thank you, Regent Shower, and good morning, everyone. Actually, I'm going to pitch it over to our president, Kurt Schultz, to sort of frame the discussion for the day.
Sorry, I had to get myself, excuse me, off of mute. So good morning, everybody. To our regents, thanks for being here with us. We really do appreciate, especially after the months of work on getting our next president coming in, spending a whole day on budget. I know it's not what everybody had at the top of their agenda for President's Day. So just before, I've got a few comments just to try and help frame today a bit. But before I do, just to the board and anybody that's watching this, I want to express my appreciation to our leadership at WSU. And that's school directors, department heads, deans, vice presidents, chancellors, everybody. The chaos that's coming out of Washington, D.C. is just causing all kinds of challenges for public and private higher education in the United States. And I know people are already doing their normal stuff. And then on top of that, we just have these pronouncements and things that continue to come out and certainly affect our ability as a state's land grant university to deliver what we need to be doing. So we're going to continue to be resilient. We're going to continue to keep our mind and our focus on why we're here and what we're doing. We're going to continue to support our students, faculty, and staff. But I just want to acknowledge the relatively chaotic time as we're trying to navigate through this in the most appropriate way. So today for the budget thing, I want to provide just a few maybe framing comments as we work on this. So the first thing, and there's really 5, what do we need? Excuse me, I had a long day of flights yesterday. What do we need from the board today? One of the things that we want you to do is ask questions, engage with the university leadership around questions, concerns, things that you're not sure about. I think this is going to be really important. We've got certainly materials and slides and all that put together, but the bottom line is this will only be as good as people querying, asking questions, and turning this into more of a conversation than just simply presentation and everybody sort of, zoning out. Second, just a reminder to everybody, we're a large, complex, $1.3 billion organization. And a lot of times we try and make our budget into these financial silos. We've got the College of Medicine, or we got athletics, or we've got, this particular unit over here. All of these are interconnected, and a decision that we do in one area has effect on other areas. And I just, ask that everybody kind of remember it's a lot more interconnected than a bunch of different silos. Just for the board, our leadership, we're actively planning solutions for many of the challenges we're going to talk about today. And what I don't want people to go at the end of the day is say, wow, we've got some serious things in front of us. I wonder, is anybody working on this? Leslie and her team, our deans, Chris RT, Daryl, everybody is really working hard on these things. We're working on options, and we want to continue to engage with the board. But I just want you to know that we're not sitting here waiting for a solution to present itself. The other thing that I just wanted to also mention is that today there'll be members of the board and others that say, well, what about this over here? Could we get more information on this? And what I've asked Ginger and Tracy to work on today together is to develop a little bit of a parking lot. So when those things come up, we're going to write that down, and we're going to put them all in a parking lot. And on things that people would like to see that will take us some time to put together, we'll prepare a master list by the end of the day. And then I'll ask Lisa and the executive committee to help us prioritize which of those things, have an immediacy to them, which of the things may be a little bit longer term. But that way, we make sure that we are answering all the questions that people have in a timely fashion. And then finally, I know the board almost always, when we talk about these things, are like, how are you going to communicate this? What's your communications plan? What are you going to do both internally and externally? Phil and his team will be working diligently, with the regents, with internal leadership and so forth, to make sure that we are open with our communications and that we're letting people know what we know in a really dynamic environment. So that's just a few things. We appreciate everybody's time today, and I'll turn it back over to you, Leslie.
Thanks. Before I get started and walk through what we're planning to talk about today, I'd love for Chris RT to chime in with some additional comments about what we've been working on most recently.
Thanks, Leslie. So we've obviously been planning this day for a long time. It's taken a pretty significant turn in the past 3 to 4 weeks. And so we're going to need to, throughout today, not only be talking about the real budgetary challenges that exist across the entire university, but also consider it within the context of all of the knowns and unknowns about what's happening both at the federal and at the state level. And so I think there's going to be some complexity in today's discussion and some of the dynamic nature that's gone on over the past few weeks and is clearly going to continue into the future that we are going to have to take into consideration. We're going to go into a section coming up about the federal transition and our responses to the federal transition and get information on research and from Glenda through governmental affairs. I'm also going to want to spend a little bit of time talking about what our approaches are going to be just generally in dealing with this and some of the measures that we've started to take over the past few weeks. It's going to be important for that to be a broader conversation because we're going to be in a situation of where we're going to have to make some pretty significant decisions coming up. And so I think today's conversation in an ideal world would be much more about information sharing and learning. I think that's become far more dynamic. And so I want to hold off on some comments about the public transition piece the federal transition piece until we get into that section. But I want to give some context about the severity of the situation overall.
Thanks, Chris. And let me echo that. I mean, Kirk said it best. Every financial decision that we make is going to impact every other financial decision right now. And it's not that that has not been the case previously. It's just so exposed right now when we are dealing with the ever-changing environment coming out of Washington and the reality that as federal grants are stopped, we cannot stop expenditures today. And so there is this ongoing fear that we are spending dollars that may not be recovered from the federal government, and that will impact everything else that we can do. I am on the screen twice, so I don't want that to freak everybody out, but I'm trying to share a screen and speak to you at the same time. I wanted to walk through the agenda at least briefly with you before we get really into today. All right. We will have Kim and Glenda here along with Chris to talk about the federal funding challenge. And while today is really focused on our core funds, our operating budget, I want to emphasize how that is connected to how we do the operating budget anytime there is a federal change. And so we're going to frame some of that discussion around what is the impact to the core funds. Our chancellors are also here today. I will say that I did not prep them for any material, so they have not prepared any presentation info. What we have available is information that's already been used. The timing is short and we've been struggling to work on this federal dynamic issue, but we have credit hours generated and the academic units and the campuses. We have everyone's expenditures over the last several years since the Workday implementation. Our unit carry forwards, our fund balances on the core fund side, the budget cuts that each one of our units have absorbed since the COVID period, and also our research productivity, so we can consider all of those factors when we're talking about our university's budget and what we're going to be going forward. This is not a discussion today about athletics. We allow a lot of time for athletics in the space, and this today is not specific to them, but of course athletics is a consideration that we have in the back of our mind. It's also not a discussion about housing and dining. We've carved out some time in our April finance and administration agenda so that Ramondo Nash and his team can talk through the financial implications of housing and dining work that they are doing and how that impacts the university. So we will start with the federal information. Chris Jones and I will talk through some budget development info for fiscal 26 with the earlier presidential transition. We have shifted our budget hearings into the month of April, which is going to press us to be ready in May, that we will have a skeleton of our budget ready for your approval. Hopefully our state will cooperate and we'll have a state budget and know what that is. But I want to talk through some of the scenarios that we're looking at. If there is a state budget cut, if there is a reduction to our indirect cost recovery rate, our F&A rate, if there is a reduction to the interest income that we're able to receive on the dollars that we have in the bank, and what some of the early finance uses look like. We know that we have our graduate student contract that has not been funded in the earliest version of the state budget, but there are other things that we need to consider that change every year. We'll take a little break, but then Jennifer Klein is here to talk about the university's salaries, wages, and benefits. That's really important, of course, because in the operating budget, more than 80% of what we do is people, and any decisions that we make will impact people. But we also want to talk about how our employees are in different classifications. We have employees who are classified, who are civil service, who are faculty, who are staff, who are student employees. We're going to talk about how those employee types are different and how funding changes have happened over the last couple of years with mass salary increases and how those are different for each of the employees. You know, a lot of our risk work recently has been around employee morale, and certainly you heard that in the meetings that you had with our faculty and staff at the beginning of the presidential search. A lot of that is related to salary and benefits, so we want to have a deep discussion there. Matt Skinner will take over and we'll talk about working capital, and the working capital being the cash that we have in the bank and how we are managing that. We come into this year in a fortunate position. We are much higher than we had been when Kirk Schultz became president in 2017, and we'll actually show you that data. But everything that is happening now is a push on cash. And as we are making decisions, that can escalate very, very quickly. And I want you to be very cautious about what it means to expend the university's fund balances and where those may be. We have a lunch break planned, and then Chris RT and I will briefly talk about the academic optimization work and the administrative program work under review right now and underway. Then Chris is going to talk specifically about the academic units in Pullman, but they reach into all of our campuses, of course. We have some space here for Daryl and I to talk about the Spokane health sciences units. We've done some work with Doug Pika's newly formed ad hoc regent committee to talk about health sciences and the impact of that. And we need to talk with you about potential overruns in budgets there and how we're going to get those under control. And then we have space for the system campuses here, but again, we have not prepped them to have material available for you. So this is more of a discussion about where our campuses are. And then finally, we'll have a wrap up, as Kirk said, and make sure that we have any parking lot items that you need us to follow up on to move forward. Any questions about that? I want to thank everyone on the team here, including Kim, Glenda, my team, Jennifer, Matt, Chris, Jones, who have been working the last couple of weeks on this almost nonstop. We had to meet over the weekend several times about different federal issues, but also putting this material together. And I really want to extend great thanks to them. I will say in my 29 now year career in higher education, this is possibly the most challenging I think that I've seen, and the uncertainty of not knowing what's going to happen from a state level and a federal level is pretty severe. Went through the Great Recession in 9, 10, 11, even 12 at a state institution where half of the state funding was reduced in a matter of about 2.5 years, and managed to recover from that. And of course, we all managed through COVID at different institutions and came back from that in a stronger space. So that's the opportunity that's before us. But I will not lie, this is probably the most challenging I think I've seen in my professional life. And with that, I think it's time for me to stop sharing and hand it over to Kim Christen, who's going to talk about our federal information. But I think Chris is going to start that for us.
Yeah, just to give an introduction to this, obviously over the past few weeks, it's becoming increasingly clear that there are going to be some significant impacts on WSU going forward. We don't know exactly what those are, but we're starting to get different pieces. We'll discuss a number across the day. Then Kim starting off talking about some of the research impacts in terms of F&A and some of the grant stop orders, an important starting point. Glenn is going to really help us understand the overall threats and implications of what's occurring at the federal level. A number of us got together a Friday ago or 2 Fridays ago and believed that we were at the point of where it was important to start talking about significant reactions, significant changes needing going forward so that we were fully prepared to sustain what's coming up. That conversation started with Leslie, Daryl, and I. We talked with both President Schultz and incoming President Cantwell. And on Monday of last week, I sent out an email to the university community. That was followed by a series of discussions with deans, chairs, faculty senate across the week, basically laying out the severity of the situation coming up and that everybody needed to be prepared for a number of significant changes going forward. Those could include hiring freezes, travel freezes, starting to pull from the carry forward balances so that we have more cash available, and a number of other activities like significant program review, particularly at the PhD level. We're going to continue to have those conversations. I think our actions last week, as well as those in North Carolina State University, MIT, and Northeastern, ended up in an article in Forbes this weekend outlining what a number of universities are doing to address these challenges. But this is certainly going to be a major conversation point going forward, and really impacts the context of today's conversations. And I think that the entire university community, including the board, need to be prepared for some pretty significant changes and challenges. And whenever that happens, that's obviously very difficult for large organizations to sustain. So I want to move it over to Kim to start to give some specifics on the challenges that we're facing, and hopefully leave a little space at the end of this hour-long block so we can have some conversations and have the board have some opportunities for some questions about what we're seeing right now. Kim?
Thanks, Chris. I'm going to share my screen with you all. And okay, is everybody good in seeing the slides? Okay, great. I'm going to try to keep this to about 10 or 15 minutes to give a good background and current state of where we're at. Since January 20th, we've seen, sort of two types of actions that have affected research funding. And as Leslie said, it affects more than just research, but we'll kind of start there and see where it grows. We have the executive orders that we've known, everyone knows has been coming out. And then we also have this discussion about indirect cost rate changing, first with NIH and potentially more institutions. But first, I want to start to give us just a summary of where we're at so that we can see when we're talking about these numbers that this is where we're at as of Friday when we pulled these numbers about 3 o'clock. So we do have about 1,149 current grants. That means grants in Workday with more than a zero balance across 23 agencies. You see the total of over 231 million, affecting 656 PIs and 10 colleges, 4 campuses. Those academic unit, the administrative units, that's like the provost office or the Office of Research, Student Services, that get fairly large grants as well, right? 1,130 employees, and we do have that broken down by employee type. Jennifer pulled that, so if you want to see that, we can see that. It does run across the gamut. And then, so if we start here, sorry, 2 screens here. The very first thing that I want to talk about is this potential change to the indirect costs. We had the executive orders come out first, but this has been much more disruptive. So on February 6th, the NIH issued this directive, which was an attempt to cap all indirect rates at 15%. This is going against decades of procedure where individual universities negotiate an indirect rate. WSU's current indirect negotiated rate is 53% on campus, 26% off campus. Just so you know, that 53% doesn't mean that if I get a $5 million grant, that 53% of that comes back, because it's calculated on modified total direct costs. I'm not going to go down into the weeds, but you can't charge that 53% on everything. So for the current NIH grants, we calculated our effective balance rate is about 30%. But indirect costs are, again, they don't affect individual grants. You don't get indirect costs for grant A or grant B. Indirect costs come back to the university, and those are to provide for things like building maintenance and operation, IT infrastructure, data security, all of the compliance mechanisms that we have to adhere to as a university, especially one like WSU where we have biosafety, animal health, and housing, 56,000 animals that we're housing. So all of that is part of indirect costs. So this attempted cut to 15% would have been very severe. We worked over the weekend, a couple weekends ago, with our state AG's office to be part of the lawsuit filed in Massachusetts court, and it was successful, as you all know, and it was blocked by a temporary restraining order for the federal court. For now, they are still reviewing that. So what would this have meant? In terms of just NIH, that would have been about $412,000 a month, or almost $5 million this year. And it's not just the money that we lose, although of course it's the money. This is research that we're doing on things like Alzheimer's disease in Native American communities. This is breast, skin, prostate, and other cancers, community-led substance use treatment, mental health, biomedical research. So this cuts across several campuses in our university. In addition, we have, like I just said, we have the Biosafety Lab 3, where we're working on huge public health issues, including the avian flu research. So no one thinks really that NIH is going to be the only one. We did hear from our DC consultants at the end of last week that is looking like potentially NSF and DOD might follow suit this week, even though there is that temporary restraining order. So we have projected this for federal wide. If all federal agencies go to a 15% indirect cost rate, what does that look like? So you can see that estimated loss is 23.5 million. To put that in context, we had a little over 44 million last year in F&A, and we were projecting just about the same this year. So I think it was 44 either 4 or 5 million we were projecting. So this 23.5 million is obviously more than half and a significant cut. So in addition to this discussion about the indirect cost rates, there are also the several executive orders. I just want to focus on two of them. They've been the two that have potentially impact research and have been ones that have sort of caused the most chaos. So the first one is Order 14169. This one is focused on, this is the one that we've heard about for foreign aid. And so we've seen this, the bulk of our US aid is in our Allen School for Global Health. These, you can see there the balances. So we have a little over 3 million in US aid currently frozen. That is still frozen, even though we had the temporary restraining order, we still have not seen an unfreezing of the US aid money. The Department of State, we've had a little bit more come back, but as of yet, most US aid workers work has not resumed. The next one that I want to talk a little bit about is this DEI focused executive orders. This one hit first and caused the most chaos because it was the executive order was very ill worded. There weren't any necessarily clear definitions of what we were talking about, but it prompted agencies to send out directives to their current grant holders, to their universities, anywhere from saying that we wanted you to cease in your current grants the activities that you were doing or stop work altogether. And so we had, about, it felt like 10 weeks, but maybe it was only 10 days of real chaos where we didn't actually know what was going on in terms of what each agency wanted and if our grants were stopped or not. We do have some specific stop work ones that I'll talk about, but we worked really closely with the AG's office to look at particularly this executive order. And what we have developed, our position in consultation with the AG's office, is that because access and opportunity for all are core to our land grant mission, the university doesn't interpret the work in these areas and conflicting with those parameters. And more to the point is that WSU is in compliance with existing anti-discrimination laws. And this then filters down through our grants. So we have this last week, we did see our first where we had to certify that we are in compliance with the existing anti-discrimination laws. I assume there'll be more to come. We do have stop work orders that flowed from these executive orders, though, even with the lawsuits, these are still happening. We have 11 awards under stop work orders. That is down from 14. So we have had some stop work orders that have been rescinded in the last couple of days. We have another one on Friday. The bulk of these are the 7 USAID grants that we have. And then a large one from the DOE that you all probably know of is our work on the hydrogen hub with the Pacific Northwest Hydrogen Association. And our component, WSU's component of that grant right now is stopped. So this is a little over $6 million balance that we're talking about. Just to end on a little bit of a positive note, right, we've been tracking our FY25 awards that are come in. And I think Leslie will talk a little bit more about how we draw down. I mean, I think you all know when we get a grant, they don't just give us all the money. We spend the money and then we're reimbursed for it. So we're out a lot of cash. A lot of the times we're waiting for reimbursement. This is where we are right now in January of FY25. You can see we are above where we were in FY24 for awards coming in. I would assume, though, if we're going to see big changes, it's going to be around March or April, because now that the federal agencies are looking through these and making changes, we are monitoring it carefully to see what if they come out with different guidelines. For now, they are under the temporary restraining order. And so the vast majority of the agencies have gone back and said, you can work with your grants under the existing guidelines. And then we have seen a few amendments to that, but I'll stop there. And I know Glenda will have a lot to add to that. So I can either take questions or we can wait till after Glenda. Leslie, I don't know how you wanted to run that.
Before Glenda or Leslie, I want to, really lay out to the board, this is at minimum a two-pronged significant challenge that we're facing. The amount of F&A that we're looking at is critical, and I think it's reasonable to predict that we're looking somewhere in the $20 to $25 million range. In terms of cuts going forward. Many of these are going to be things that we are not going to simply be able to not do, right? There's going to be, I think, some public sentiments where you can just stop doing whatever for X amount of time. But if you take the animal support in particular, if we simply stop doing that, it could end up setting us back. And I'm not trying to be alarmist, but it could set us back for not just years, but upwards of a decade to be able to rebuild that sort of capacity, which is utterly critical for our overall research support. Number two, when we have these stop orders, and Leslie talked about that at the beginning, there's an idea that you can, okay, well then fine, you just stop. And despite we can get into some of the narratives about the critical work being done on, for example, avian bird flu, monitoring of different illnesses in Africa, for example, that would relate back to livestock. I mean, the work itself is quite critical. But even beyond that, we are within contractual obligations with individuals based on these agreed promises from the federal government to do work. So, for example, if a graduate student is funded, we're not going to simply stop funding the graduate student. We have to find funding for that graduate student. It's easy to say, well, faculty will just stop doing that work, but if faculty are partially paid off of the grant, those monies are going to have to be paid in different areas. And so the reality is we're going to lose millions upon millions of dollars in these units simply stopping grants, if that's what we're talking about, or stopping parts of grants to wrap them up. Where this becomes really important is when we get into this afternoon's discussion about individual academic units, because for the most part, that's where all of this work is housed. I mean, there's some in pieces in the provost office or in different places, but these go back to specific colleges. And if the colleges had been sitting on significant budgetary excess or had massive funds that were immediately available to spend that down, then that's one thing, but that's not the situations we're going to see broadly going forward. our colleges were generally in tenuous budgetary situations, I think would be the right way to pitch it. And so we're talking about some significant budgetary impacts, not just on WSU as a whole with the F&A piece, not just threatening our long-term ability to do research effectively, but also with the back and forth on the stop orders, a significant amount of actual working capital lost in the process of just spending down these grants. And so, beyond just some of the narratives that are out there, the direct impact on the academic side of the university, which, as pointed out at the beginning, any unit ends up impacting the whole, is going to be really significant, assuming we don't see anything else coming forward, which I don't think is reasonable. We saw today the mandates that came out ending the COVID vaccine mandates. We'll see how that plays out, but what are the implications for that? How's it actually going to work? There was some pretty significant discussion out of the Department of Education relating to DEI and actual student aid. I know Leslie's going to get into some of those discussions, but even if we just take the 22 million and the loss of millions, 22 million annually, and the loss of millions to spend on the grants, we're talking about an absolutely massive budgetary challenge that no one predicted that we were going to be looking at. So on those shared notes.
Sorry, Chris. Can I ask you a question relative to that? So Kim, thank you for all that background. I think what I understand about our grants and contracts and research is federal represents about 55% of that funding source. And so just to give everybody context, the federal piece is huge. We're going to hear a little bit more on state impact, but at what point do you feel like, is R1 ever at risk? Like, what is the R1 threshold? And how do you just connect the dots to our research, focused standing there? Is that at risk? I'm looking for
So
context.
Yeah, I mean, there's a broad range at what's considered R1. And there are universities like Johns Hopkins that are in the $3 billion range. We likely will be at 400 million going into next year in terms of the numbers. Now, who knows what, well, that's submitted on the last annual year, so that'll go through. That goes all the way down. Oregon considers itself an R1 and is in the mid 150s in terms of research expenditure. The reality is that this is going to hit every research university. So the shifting of the impact of the federal funds is going to hit everybody. And, in some regards, we are lucky. I'm not feeling very lucky on a daily basis, but we're lucky that such a significant amount of our work has been in lower F&A categories versus peer NIH, peer NSF, or any of the other federal granting agencies. So if you look at the overall mix of our research, our F&A impact is not quite what it would be at something like UW, of where I think they're predicting somewhere in the range of $100 to $200 million in annual loss. If you extrapolate this out to somewhere like Johns Hopkins or Vanderbilt, you can imagine that you're talking about getting into the high hundreds of millions. So it's going to impact everybody. The question about the long-term impacts of research, I think, are a little bit beyond anybody's. I just don't know how long this is going to last. I don't know what direction this is going to go in, et cetera. I mean, is this a 1 or 2 year resetting and then we go to something else, or is this the new normal? But that'll impact everybody. So in terms of our rankings and our competitiveness and stuff like that, I think the real question for universities and the reason why President Schultz and incoming President Cantwell and Leslie and Daryl and I thought it was so important. We need to be really aggressive over the course of the next 6 months, deciding exactly what we're going to maintain going forward and frankly, what we're not going to. So I think that the universities who use this opportunity to really focus on what their core strengths are and what make them particularly research effective, and make the very, very difficult discussions that I think we all have to be prepared will not be popular across broad groups of stakeholders. I think universities willing to do that are going to come through this on the backside in a far better place than those who wait and see. I think those who wait and see and try to continue supporting everybody a little bit here and a little bit there, and are going to be in a very difficult situation. So I mean, if we look at our animal support for research, that's an incredibly critical part. If we look at our large facilities to support plant-based research, I mean, this is the bedrock of what makes WSU the research institution that it is. If those funds are threatened, we cannot lose those resources into the future. The federal fund piece of that's huge. A lot of our state, a lot of our commission, a lot of our sponsored work is in that space, and those things all tie together. So the state work, the commission work, the ARS work, the US, those all knit together. And so we're going to have some really difficult decisions about what are we going to maintain, and then where are we going to get the funds to do that. And it's going to mean divesting from some aspects of our research enterprise over the course of, I think, over the course of the next 6 months, when normally you would do that in a longer period and have more discussion. So, it's a little early to get into the positive phrase. I mean, I do think that this crisis will be one that will force us to make some extremely difficult decisions that we, probably should have been making. But we need to be prepared and understand the fiscal situation going in, and why immediacy is going to be critical, particularly starting April 1st when President Cantwell comes.
Let me just also, Regent Ramos, just so you know, the Carnegie classification, they just changed it this last year and they just came out. So the Research 1 universities, there are 187, of which WSU is one, and that threshold is $50 million in total research spending. We were at 371 million last year, and 70 research doctorates awarded. So I can't imagine. I mean, as Chris said, this is going to affect every university everywhere. But I can't imagine that WSU would fall out of that. Our threshold is so low, and we're at such a higher rate that I wouldn't anticipate that happening. I'm also having weekly meetings. The APLU Council on Research, all the VPRs from across the country, we're meeting every Friday. There are a lot of strategies for how to deal with this indirect cost rate. So if the government were to shift it and all federal agencies went to 15%, there are ways that universities, can manage that internally. So it's not an all or nothing question, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that, because I understood that the Carnegie thresholds were in flux.
Yes.
But part of this process and today's work is to educate, right? So the reason why I'm asking that question is just so everybody connects the dots to R1, Carnegie requirements, our competitive position, and how we approach the risks going forward, connected to the strategy. So I appreciate that. And thanks, Chris, for your perspective there.
I guess I would remind everybody that every university is going through the same kind of discussion, and it's easy for us to focus on it's just WSU, and that's our job, is to worry about the impacts for us. But Chris and Kim and others mentioned University of Washington and several others, are the magnitude of their issues on this make ours look really small. So the reason that's good is whether it's a red state or a blue state, a modest sized public or a huge public or private, everybody's really dealing with the same set of issues, which helps, meaning that, we're together as a team. And I think that has a chance to mitigate some parts of these. And I think as we have these discussions, we, plan for the worst and, sort of see where things come down. I think we've got to be prepared for the worst, but some of this may wind up being in the middle, which means we still have to make decisions, but maybe not. We're going to present probably a lot of what we consider worst case scenarios today. And I just want the board to be reminded of that. So.
Chair Shower, I see your hand up.
This is really helpful, and that overview is really, really insightful. I have a couple questions, and it's okay if you want to say that we'll talk about those at a later time in the agenda. I will first admit that I just did real quick math. It seems like $20 million is about 5% of our research expenditures. And I'm curious, your comment, Chris, about waiting and seeing. I certainly, in my own business, we've received stop work orders. I don't have $1 billion business with working capital to support a long period of time to wait and see. And so I'm curious, again, I just take my own professional experience. I'm being pushed from one side. We've built the capacity. We're investing in the people to be ready, and we don't know when ready is going to happen. So it's only been a month with this new administration, but I'm curious, 5% is pretty significant. Are we making decisions, and have there been actions taken to be able to right size a different budget number of expenditures, or are we waiting to see what the other alternatives are to help us with our funding scenario relative to research? So I guess my question is, our number one expense is people. So are we carrying folks waiting for alternatives to fund the research at $20 million? Or have there already been actions that have been taken?
So it's a mix. So first off, we haven't lost $20 million today, right? That would be the projection on what would happen if the F&A number stayed at 15% going into next and going forward. I have much more confidence that our current agreements, it's going to be difficult for the federal government to back out of the F&A agreements that we have signed at this point. What we're talking about there then is, if it's all future grants, what would the loss be going into the future? And so there is some time there. I mean, that's not overnight. Now, if we start to find that we're losing F&A on our current grants, that becomes a more immediate cash problem. I think if we look at where the stop work orders are, that gives a real overview of the challenges in this space. There have been some examples of where we've done stop orders, and we've started to, unfortunately, go through the processes of having less staff in those areas. That's not immediate. While it seems like in spaces of the federal government they can let people go overnight, we have obligations specific within HR in spaces. And there's the assumption that people are just solely funded off of a grant, and that's the only thing they do, versus it being intertwined all over the place. And so what's more likely in much of these scenarios is that we either have a contract in place, or they are partially funded off of a grant that stopped, but then funded other places, or could be a tenured faculty member or something of those. So we're certainly starting to go through the process on each grant of saying, okay, here's what we're going to do here. Here's what our possibilities are. But it is inevitable, and I'm sure it is on your projects too with the federal government, that there is going to be money lost in that process. There's nothing that we're going to be able to do. So I want to be careful here about calculating what that would be or what that would look like. But we are absolutely starting on a point-by-point basis. I think some of this stuff, there is a window where we're talking about future activities. And so the question becomes, some of our research is more sustained by funding. Some of it is more funded by internal dollars. The question is what are we going to divest from so that we can free up that money to support those core pieces? We're certainly starting that process. The reason why President Schultz and Incoming President Cantwell thought it was important to send out that email last Monday is we wanted to publicly let everybody know we were going to start the process building teams to decide what we're going to do in area A, B, and C, and rather doing that privately and having it leaked out, we wanted that to be public. So I expect over the course of the next 5-6 weeks, we'll be very focused on that, and President Cantwell will have a number of things at her arsenal to examine when she comes in. But we're certainly, and this is basically all we're doing every day right now.
I appreciate that. Similar to Regent Ramos, I don't want to have folks make some leaps here and connect dots that maybe have not needed to be connected yet. My 7 a.m. this morning was people's jobs are secure right now, and there are a lot of other things that we're looking at beyond just this happened and therefore I no longer have a job. So I just want to make sure that we're all clear that we're having conversations about all of the impacts and then having strategy discussions. It sounds like often and over the weekends to make sure that we're finding ways to continue to move forward with the investments that we've already made.
Before we move to Glenda to put some more federal perspective on this, I would like Matt to briefly tell us the process that we put in place for these grants that have stop work orders, because really in terms of managing working capital, the near term is really critical because we're in arrears on all of our federal grant work and we're billing after the fact. And while there have been several restraining orders on some of these actions, USAID has not paid us yet. And so that one is starting to accumulate a deficit. So Matt, can you talk through that briefly?
Sure. And Kim, please feel free to jump in. We've been working closely with Kim and the Office of Research on this process. So as we're notified, where the Office of Research or sponsored programs is notified of a stop work order, as soon as that's official, we come in and we actually shut down that grant award. So no new expenses can post to that grant. And we continue to be very aggressive to collect any money owed to the university from any federal sponsor, including those that have work stops. We're pulling from those multiple times a week to make sure we're keeping up on any money owed to us. And so at that point, no expenses can hit that grant or the award. And then Leslie, to your point, I think that's where the financial planning piece comes into this, because there are employees still being paid salary and benefits without that support of the grant funds to support that. So right now that's being moved on to departmental accounts. We've asked departments to use departmental accounts that have an existing funding source available to not create deficits in their departmental accounts for this short-term interim period. I do think, though, as we've talked about here, we'll continue to develop a solution if these extend out further. We'll have to come up with alternate plans. We won't have enough fund balance to cover those for an extended period of time.
Because one of our points will be that there is not central fund balance available to absorb these dollars. And so Chris's notification to our campus last Monday did mention that we are looking at ways to pull back unit fund balances, the unit carry forwards, because we're going to need to have some central pool of dollars to be able to be flexible with this.
Just to give you some numbers too, the full right now, employees fully paid on grants is 1,130 that are fully paid on grants.
This email that's being referenced, was that sent to the board? I certainly saw the news coverage, but curious about.
Tracy is accumulating things that I'm sending her right now to send out to you as one packet afterward. We'll add that one.
Great.
All right. How about we go over to Glenda?
Well, Kim mentioned two of the issues that we're dealing with in Washington, D.C. with the 14 executive orders that have come out. The most recent is the COVID vaccine mandate we talked about. We're also dealing with probationary employees across the federal government being laid off. And those are anywhere from 2 to 3 years of service, and they're being laid off with very little notice. And it's happening consistently across the country. Three things we haven't talked about that are also going to have impacts on our situation at WSU and in the state. We are bumping up against the line of a continuing resolution, which funds the federal government. The current continuing resolution that funds all of our federal programs expires on March 14th, and there is not a path right now for that to go forward. There's a lot of discussions in Washington, D.C. about how that might go forward, but that will impact a lot of our direct funding from capacity funds to financial aid that come directly to the institution. The next thing that we haven't talked about that I think could have a big impact on us as well is this budget reconciliation process that Congress is starting. This is a tool that Congress uses to try to fast track legislation dealing with taxes, big policy issues. There's procedures in place to do little checks and balances, but when it is used, it is a process that can move policy that can have impacts across the country that there is not a lot of room to actually influence. One of the big ticket items that is under consideration in the budget reconciliation is how Medicaid comes out to the states. And so that funding right now is block granted to the states. If that funding is cut, that's going to add another layer of impact to us in the state of Washington with the state funding situation that the state has, because they're going to have to figure out how to keep people on Medicaid. And that is a real impact. And then that leads to where we are with state funding, which we all know we're in a $12 billion deficit across the next 4 years. And so it's really turned into the perfect storm of a scenario that we are trying to have to navigate on a very macro level in Washington, D.C., because these decisions are coming out from the administration on a day-to-day basis with no impact or no insight into the elected officials that are having to implement these. And so I think we are starting to see a little bit more noise from some of the red states, as President Schultz noticed earlier, as people are starting to understand what the impacts are to some of these cuts to healthcare in particular, and to some of the real world impacts on research. Saying that, I think it is going to be an uphill battle for us going forward, and the courts are going to have to weigh into this, and they are weighing into this. One point I did wanted to make about NIH and this whole issue, which I think is kind of interesting, is that for at least the past 10 years, Congress has included language in its funding bill prohibiting NIH from readjusting their F&A rates. And so this is basically this administration saying, we're just going to do this. We don't care what Congress says. And so I think that's kind of how these things are coming out from Washington, D.C. And the impacts are going to be real. We're having conversations with our stakeholders on the ground around our core areas already, in particular around agriculture and to some extent aerospace, about how we can start messaging the impacts and have other people be third-party validators for our messaging around this. Our delegation has been very involved in these discussions. We've been keeping them up to speed on this, and they understand the impacts, and there's been concern on both sides of the aisle. But I think the reality is that these things are going to continue to come from this administration. And when decisions have to be made in Congress through the budget reconciliation process, it's going to be a very tough road for us going ahead too. So not to quote the 50th anniversary Saturday Night Live special last night, not to be Debbie Downer, but this is the reality that we're dealing with right now. And as Leslie was saying, her 29 years of doing this kind of work in university, she's never seen anything like this. In my 30 years in Washington, D.C., I've never seen anything like this. And my first year back here was the year with the contract with America. So this is unprecedented times that we're dealing with in Washington, D.C., and the impacts and the conversations that we're having between Leslie, Chris, Kim, myself, Phil. I mean, we're having these conversations to try to figure out the most strategic way we can impact this. But this is going to be a challenge.
I say one thing before clicking over to the board for questions. I have had one point in my career where we had challenges somewhat similar to this in terms of scope, not the exact same, not nationwide, not some of the confusion, but we were looking at upwards of about a 30% budget loss over a period of times at the University of Missouri. The one thing I do keep trying to say to our deans and chairs and faculty senate, really anybody who will listen, that ended up being a really important galvanizing period for the University of Missouri, which put it in a much better situation long-term because of really aggressive strategic decisions that were made. Leslie referred to something that was in the email sent out on Monday in terms of taxing carry forwards and fund balances. The University of Missouri historically had never done that and started doing so in that budgetary crisis because it was the only way to operate. And it ended up putting us in a situation where we could start to make much stronger strategic decisions down the line. There was significant program review that happened. There were a whole range of other things that happened. And so I do think that in the scope of all of the challenges that we're facing, we have to see this as a real opportunity to come out of this a more galvanized, more focused university, really, really driving into our strengths. I'm confident if we do so, on the backside of this, WSU is going to be a much stronger university. So there is a light at the end of the tunnel, but the challenges are stunning, like they were when I experienced them before. So.
Maybe now's the time to pause. And yeah, I see Laura, your hand is up.
Yeah, my question is about the ongoing contracts that were mentioned that we couldn't, just, get out of them. And I understand the sensitivity about graduate students and faculty and so forth. But I'm assuming that any contracts that we have a clause that, if necessary, like a loss funding contingency clause, that we could get out of them if we needed to. Is that correct? I mean, most contracts have some sort of clause in there for breaking the contract.
I don't think we can assume we have clauses of that sort in all of our contracts. I think we certainly do in some, but not in all. The other challenges is that when you have stop orders, et cetera, going on, when the funding is truly stopped is ambiguous at this point. When you raise graduate students as an example, we have unionized graduate students now, and so those contracts are not. They're not written in a way of where we're simply able to stop out of them. I would also say that incoming President Cantwell has made it clear that protecting current graduate students is a number one priority.
Well, I understand
we're not just
that.
going to be able to. So it's really one by one. It depends on where they are. It depends if they're subawards. It depends if, we're talking about the 1,100 fully funded off of them. But no, I don't think it's as linear. Jennifer can get into some of the examples when she talks later on today about the flexibility we have in different spaces. But, we are in a state that has an awful lot of worker protections. And so the direction that the federal government is going here and the direction of the state are quite different and put us in a really difficult situation.
Yeah, thank you.
Regent McDonald, you've had your hand up a couple of times.
I was just going to comment that on the faculty side of things, our short-term contracts typically run 1 to 5 years. And if a contract's ending, it's a different situation than if we're trying to terminate a contract midstream. And there are notice periods that run from 3 months to a year on those contracts that are given to faculty. Even if they're only a 1-year contract, if you want to terminate it early, you have to give fairly significant notice. And so Chris will say, boy, eliminating faculty positions is a long-term saving, but it's definitely not a short-term saving.
Any other comments about the federal side of this? I want to bring up one more thing, but if you have questions about grants specifically, Kim is going to be off and on with us, as is Glenda today, because they are having some other meetings about these very issues. All right, while we're still...
Sorry, just a quick question. Is there any emphasis around maybe groups coming together to try and tackle this, like other universities? Like, what's the coalition building kind of environment right now? Since, as everyone has already mentioned, we are not alone. All the universities are facing the same thing. Could you speak to that a bit?
If you don't mind, I'll speak to that in DC real quick, Chris. And I think everybody's looking out for themselves right now out here. And I think, quite frankly, that's probably the best message, is to have us as an institution in Washington talk to our Washington members, have Clemson talk to their South Carolina members, because that's North Carolina has been out on front on the healthcare side of things, and they have had they've been targeting their Republican members who have voices. Kirk has talked about this. Our University of Alabama has been talking to Senator Katie Britt, who's a very conservative Republican, where she is now publicly saying this is a problem. So I think the fact that we're not coalescing around this nationwide is probably working to our benefit. I think there is opportunities for us to coalesce in the state with our policymakers around this, and that is something we're working on.
I would also say our professional organizations, Linda, you may want to talk about this, APLU, there's certain ones too that are consistent in their messaging, that are pulling like-minded institutions together on some of these things. So I don't want people thinking it's just us. And I think, as a matter of fact, APLU has sued the federal government, which it has never done in its history.
That's right.
And so there's some aggressiveness, not just simply writing letters to the newspaper. Linda, do you want to just maybe briefly mention that? Because some of those coalitions that we're members of are actively engaged in this space.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they're a strong, good voice for us. And I think the fact that APLU engaged in the legal side of things says a lot about the impact this will have, not just on institutions like ours, but they also represent HSIs, HBCUs, and smaller institutions public institutions around the country. They have been a phenomenal resource of information for us. For one thing, they're collecting information, they're sharing information, and we're trying to work very closely with them on the GR side of things to strategically utilize our members and our voices when folks start coming through to Washington, D.C. for their annual meetings. So like our ag folks will be out here in a couple weeks, and we're going to be working with them to get that message out about what the impacts are to ag research with these cuts. They have been leaders on this for us and providing us information and of engaging on the macro level, without a doubt. But I think, going back to my original point, I think that having us have our voice in this discussion is very important, and those 50 other states as well.
Yeah, I think this is going to have to be a mix. And I think Glenda and Kirk have done a good job talking about how in some instances we want individual universities working with their governmental stakeholders. In some instance, we want the combined organizations. I think the one of the pivots we need to make here is the relationship between the federal crises and the state challenges. If you look 4 weeks ago, there is a very specific narrative coming out of Olympia in terms of what we could or could not expect for support. We're starting to spend significant time. We're going to have to reset that narrative with Olympia in a very public manner, and talk about the significant challenges we're experiencing and the risk for the two major state R1s in terms of long-term research productivity, in terms of long-term workforce development, and the really significant economic implications that occur across the state and in the Seattle area in particular. We're starting those conversations. It will be important to have those with UW. While we have different spaces, there are ways that I think WSU is particularly impacted, for example, by the ARS and USDA firings that occurred on Friday. The broad overall implication for the two R1s are significant. So if you looked at what happened out of the University of Wisconsin over the weekend, their system president made a very public overview of what was going on and what his ask to the state would be in that space. And we're going to have to start having some of those conversations. So I just think it's depending on where we have opportunities. Sometimes it's us individually. Sometimes it would be us combined with UW, and then sometimes it's going to be the mix nationally, just different in different places. But we're certainly having conversations with everybody who we believe can be supportive.
Can I ask, are we looking or planning how we take this message to the public? Because it seems that we've got to get out there and tell our story about it, how it's hitting us. I mean, I agree with everything about working with others to, coalesce and things, but we need to tell our own story about this and how it's hitting us and how, all the way around. And we need to jump on that.
Linda, do you want to start with that one since we talked about it on Saturday?
Look at me shaking my head. Yes, Enrique. We had an hour conversation on Saturday about what we need to do with this and pulling the group together to actually start getting our message out there. I think we cannot not have that story be told. And in fact, I just had a conversation with our state ag director this morning who wants to do an op-ed talking about what the impact is on ag research across the board here for us as a third-party validator, which I think is a strong message for WSU, because then somebody else is carrying the importance of this message for us and not just us. But I think we do need to start talking about this. We have had conversations about this, not only a crisis communications reaction conversation to these things as they're coming out, as they continue to come out, but what our long-term strategy is to continue to educate the public about what the impact is. And through educating the public, hopefully addressing and educating our policymakers as well.
Right. And in educating the public, I think we need to make this very people-oriented. What's the impact on your citizens? What's the impact on the farmers, the veterinarians, all these things, that personal impact? That's how you tell this story to really make a difference.
I mean, we were talking about the cost of eggs again this morning because
Right.
of avian flu, right? I mean, people are talking about this. There's been a couple stories on Northwest Public Broadcast this morning that Chris was mentioning, I think, and then there's been another story about the impact on domesticated cats on this in the Oregonian. So people are paying attention to this, and I think this is something where we can step in and lead and not only talk about the leadership that we have, but also the impact these decisions have on our ability to lead.
And from the different campuses, because everybody has, different inputs here, particularly the Tri-Cities with the work that's being done there. So we need to come up with a game plan to do this.
Regents, I agree with you. These are kitchen table kinds of issues, the issues that people individually understand. So if we say, for example, if you think egg prices are high, just wait. If we don't have the ability to control the avian flu, that takes something I think that is fairly difficult to wrap your head around and makes it very real for people. And so Glinda and my team actually just met this morning to talk about, in reference to what Washington Department of Agriculture wants to do, is how can we support that and really make this real and concrete for people so they understand that this is not something that's happening far away to some researcher that they don't understand. It's really going to impact their groceries. It's going to impact their power supply. If the Power Administration loses folks, it's going to impact their ability to fly safely if we don't have adequate numbers of FAA employees. So, I think I completely agree. I think there's a way to make this very, very real. And from the perspective of how do we put some guardrails in place for these federal actions, I think it is going to take citizens saying, wait a second, this is not what I expected that I was voting for. And, I think that I think once members of the public start talking to their elected officials and their members of Congress, that's when I think we're going to hopefully turn the tide a little bit and start putting some protections in place so that we don't have these sort of meat cleaver approaches to issues around fraud, waste, and abuse, for example.
Regent Blankenship, you've had your hand up for a bit.
Hi, I was just responding to the points Enrique was making, but I wanted to thank Glenda for that presentation. But if there's anything the board members can do with the people we're in contact with, we've been out of the loop. It'd be nice to be part of the strategy going forward. Because some of our day-to-day experiences, I'm also on the state committee that manages the USDA farm programs. And we've been trying for 4 years to get enough staff people to administer the programs. But farmers are out here going, yeah, a bunch of lazy people, lay them off. And they don't understand. They don't get any money unless someone does the paperwork at a county office or a state office. And this is a clown show. And they need to know that this is hurting them. And we need to be part of that comprehensive messaging, but we need to be able to talk to our Republican friends. It has to come from them, because when Democrats speak in this environment, it's like the teacher on the old Charlie Brown cartoon. No one's listening. And it's got to be brave Republicans that want to do the act in the public interest, like some of the folks in North Carolina that were mentioned. They're out there. They don't want to be quoted publicly, but perhaps behind the scenes we can have them speak to the right people. And Linda's familiar with that finesse move, but we can.
That's the strategy, Regent Blankenship. We provide the information to our 2 Republican members so they can talk to their chairman, their colleagues, get that information out, because we know our 10 Democratic members in the state of Washington are going to support us.
Well, and just to, Enrique, I know you're talking about a particular public communication strategy. We're also recognizing that we're making news every day, right? When we sent out the full university-wide communication on Monday, I didn't think it would end up in Forbes, X number of days later, but I knew it was going to be publicly reviewed, and it is critical that everybody in the state understands specifically the impact on their land-grant university. I also think communication has to be internal to the state, right? I think we're talking federal, and there are so many levers that we can pull at that. We need to be talking state as well, because the state government is going to have to make a decision on whether it's going to let the 2R1s be severely damaged over the course of the next X amount of time, or whether the massive investment that's been made across the state, which has paid off handsomely in so many ways, is going to be supported and protected by the state. And so we are discussed a number of different pieces. The last piece, Glenda and I were sitting down with the Wheat Commission and growers on late on Monday night, talking very specifically about this. So those communications are happening in every way possible. But I think we all need to get as aggressive as humanly possible at this point, so that every one of our stakeholders understands the stakes and the situations and the implications of their decisions at this time.
When
Jen?
you send out emails like that, just one last thing, can make sure that I didn't see that until I saw it online. So anyway.
Yeah, Tracy has a copy. I've been during this meeting been authorized to go ahead and anytime we send something out, KP will send it to Tracy and she can send it over to you folks.
Can we kind of focus back to the financial context that we're having to deal with, and back to the federal level? We touched on multiple agencies, but one agency we haven't touched on is Department of Education and implications there. Could you just touch on, 1, are they a funding source, or 2, the risks and implications to the institution? Thanks.
Well, thank you for saying that. So this one's chilling to take a look at. This is the dollars that are Title IV funding sources that originate through the Department of Education. And yes, we know that entity is under a great deal of fire right now. In fact, they have taken away positions that are relative to NCHIMS, and NCHIMS is the National Higher Education Data Repository. It's what feeds iPad. So that was significantly reduced in the course of the last week. We haven't heard specifically what is going to happen to the FAFSA, the direct student loans, but there is a lot of dollars that the university receives and our students receive that flow through Department of Education, and whether those get moved to the IRS or wherever else. Any delay or challenge to that, it could have significant financial impact to us. So this chart that you see here is something that Chris Jones was asked to send to our state's Office of Financial Management to put in perspective how much dollars on an annual basis are actually flowing through from the Department of Education. Now, the direct student loans, that's not necessarily all of our tuition. It can be our tuition, it can be room and board, that kind of thing, but it's also students' living expenses, because students may take out loans that then come into their benefit so that they have their living expenses for the academic year. But you'll see even the Pell Grant number. I mean, we received $35 million through our students who have demonstrated need and they meet the Pell requirement. So in total, just for last year, it was about $182 million.
And I will just add on here, Pell Grants have been deemed exempt from any kind of freeze at the Department of Education right now. And incoming Secretary McMahon said that she, in her hearing last week before the Senate Help Committee, that she committed to continue to fund Pell Grants.
Any other questions about that?
I think this is the
We do have a question.
sorry.
Sorry.
So we just want to confirm that the numbers we're looking at on this Title V funding source, this
Title
is
IV.
funds that get paid to students who are students at WSU.
That's correct. These are dollars that our students receive. And some of these are our tuition dollars, our room and board dollars, and some of these are living expenses for our student population.
Thank you.
Chris, I think you were about to say something.
No, I was waiting to see if there's any questions. I mean, these are obviously some of the numbers that when we're looking at that are leading, when I'm talking with faculty senate or chairs or deans, et cetera. I think people, ideally want reassurances about how bad this would get or not get. This gets into really third rail pieces of overall universities. Now, obviously, this is going to impact everywhere. But unlike the space where with F&A, that's impacting the universities the most with lots of NIH and NSF funding, universities that are particularly focused on first-gen students, Pell L students, et cetera, which is our entire focus as a land-grant university, will be differentially much more impacted by this than universities where a significant percentage of their funding is coming from simply private funds. So this is an area that is pretty scary for us.
Can you try to connect the dots to the number of students affected? I can see total dollars, but just in terms of number of people.
Chris Jones, I'm going to ask if your information that you sent to OFM, did it include the number of students?
I don't have a head count, but we can get that information for the board.
We'll get that for you.
Okay, thanks.
I mean, roughly, we talk about our Pell L population being 40% of our students. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that one category is in the range of 40% of our total students. The direct student loans is going to be much larger than that.
And Chancellor Haynes will point out that her significant programs for Gear Up and TRIO are inside these dollars as well.
Yeah, so keeping a close eye on Department of Education and how that evolves is a significant part of our story as well. And any guidance, any back to Regent Blankenship's input, you know, how can the regents or our communities come together and message appropriately? And so we'll need your guidance on what is that appropriate message. Thanks.
I think that we're at the conclusion of the first discussion here about the federal dollars. And if you're ready, Chair Shower, we can shift into the broader discussion of fiscal 26 budget development.
Thank you. Sounds good.
Okay. You have seen this slide before, and I'm not going to just make it, I don't need to make it just that singular slide. What we're really talking about again today is just our core funds, but that is significantly our state appropriation, our tuition and fees, and the portion of this federal grants and contracts wedge that is our indirect cost recovery. While we were talking through that F&A rate and the indirect cost recovery, I want to point out that in our budget document that we've shared with you in detail at the last Regents meeting in Seattle, there is a schedule that shows you where those dollars have been allocated. The tentacles of that are much further, though. In theory, the indirect cost recovery is the overhead for our grants. It's things like payroll or sponsored research or even the research office. But in actuality, anytime we have less dollars in the bank, including from grants and from our indirect cost recovery, we will earn less interest income on those. So we compound the impact of the loss of these dollars or the reduction of these dollars in that way. And Matt's going to talk about that more when we discuss working capital. But wanted to show you again this picture of the university, but then focus on the core funds budget, which is currently $671 million. We talk about this all the time. The piece of the wedge that is the administrative fees, the things that we charge each other. For instance, we charge housing and dining 10% so that we do their payroll and all of their back office activities. We don't charge athletics. We do charge some of our other auxiliaries. The indirect cost recovery, Kim mentioned the amount. It's this we'll say $44.5 million wedge here. While it looks small in comparison to this, it is still significant dollars that may be at stake, more than $23 million if the rate were to drop all the way to 15%. And then this state and tuition piece. I always refer to this piece of the state and tuition as that the general fund is the best money we have, because those are the dollars that come to us without obligation. We are able to operate the university as we need to within our operating budget. While we receive other dollars from the provisos and other state funds, those are specific. They have to be used for detailed things. And I'm going to share with you that list. And then, of course, we have our tuition. The challenge that we have with the way our state funding has been working over the last couple of years is that it has grown, but what's growing the most is the proviso and other funds piece. So when we get to the place where we may be making state reductions, depending on this $12 billion, $15 billion delta that the state has, if we cannot reduce the proviso funds or the other funds, and we have to take more of that out of the general funds piece of that, which again is the operation of the university, that's going to be an even tougher impact on us. Glenda, I don't want to put you on the spot, and I know that Chris Mulick is typically the person who we speak to most about this, but maybe it would help if you give your perspective on the proviso funding versus the general fund funding.
Yeah, proviso funding actually, first year through the state, I've learned is almost like earmarks in the federal side of things. Although with earmarks, they have a much more thorough process to actually vet those provisos. So we've got $215 million worth of provisos that were directed to us by elected officials, which is their right to do. But those aren't necessarily our priorities. And sometimes they're given to us with a fiscal cliff of not being fully funded. And so then you have the instance of stakeholders wanting to support what we've done in these cases, and we have to figure out how to actually continue to fund these because there's political implications or there are stakeholder implications because this project was done for them. And so that is one of the reasons why we in external affairs and government relations are solely focused on our 4 priorities that we have before the legislature in Olympia, because what happens is we'll get some really great ideas that are not our ideas, but we are not able to actually fully implement them in the way that people have asked us to because of the resources that are not coming with those provisos. So is that what you wanted, Leslie? Is that helpful?
It really is. And that's the challenge when we think about the amount that we may be reduced by the state. If it's based on our total amount of dollars, which includes the provisos, and yet we're unable to cut those provisos, the compounded impact of cutting the general part of that is even greater to our units. And this, what you have before you, was also in the budget document, but it's the summary of all of the provisos that we have. And these are fantastic things. I mean, there's very specific things, and there's more general. The college affordability item, for instance, that was from 2015, 2016, when our tuition was reduced and the state backfilled those dollars there. So that's important. That's more of a general item, but there's some very, very specific things that we have to consider. And the question I think really before us is, when the state is considering making reductions, are we going to be allowed or permitted or able to make reductions to some of these things first, or at least in a pro rata way?
Leslie, can I just make 1 or 2 comments on these pieces?
Chris, can I ask a question really fast?
Sure.
I mean, I'm not super familiar with the way that provisos work after, in the following years, are the funding amounts typically renegotiated every year, or how does that work?
Glenda, maybe Chris Jones maybe can answer that a little bit better. I think some of them change, but not much.
That's correct. Typically, they're fixed amounts. They're not renegotiated. Some of these are recurring items. Some of them are one-time in nature. We've seen in the last decade, as Leslie mentioned, a proliferation of these where we see the actual language in the budget bill. Those tend to stay in there, and we keep seeing these year after year.
And so there's an effect too. If these funds funded people, which many of them do, and the people are then subject to the mass salary increases, and we're only getting the funding split of that, we actually make that delta between what they funded and what we're actually paying for these initiatives greater.
Yeah, the point I wanted to dive into here is I think it's easy to look at these as, nice additions that have been put in by the state that pay for everything within that particular unit. We're going to talk about the Spokane campus coming up later today, but you'll see a number of the provisos in there are that space. What's important is every one of these has additional cost, right? The idea that these are fully inclusive and pay for everything misses that it takes the university backbone to support this work. And that means that backbone is effectively being utilized in this space versus other spaces. And in lots of places, there are bits and pieces of the university funding aspects of this that the base of it is from the state. So while these are all good things, and obviously we're excited that the state sees WSU as a powerful engine there, they also put us in compromising situations when it comes time for budgetary cuts, et cetera. If these are all essentially held harmless, then there are deeper cuts in our core academic units in our other locations across campus. So the numbers, on one hand, the percent increase over time that was on a previous slide in this space is exciting. On another hand, it's pretty scary because when we're looking at overall budgetary cuts, these are areas which aren't being hit. I mean, if you go back to 15, 17, the majority of our fund was general funds. I mean, we're getting pretty close to 50% being proviso or being specific. So there's a real challenge here in this space in the way Washington supports. I think they often look at the total figure, not what we actually have to work with for our core operations of teaching, research, and extension.
So I wanted to use that to frame how we're talking about fiscal 26. I mentioned at the beginning that we are shifting our budget hearings. These are the 44 unit meetings from March to April. They are now scheduled to take place April 21st through May the 2nd. That may prove to be challenging for some of our academic units in our campuses, as it's at the very conclusion of the spring academic term, but this better suited the calendar, bringing in President Cantwell and giving us a little bit of time to know a little bit more about what's coming out of the state budget, both the House and the Senate budget, so that we can plan a little bit more concisely versus these parameters of it could be this cut, it could be this cut. So hopefully we'll know that better. Chris Jones and his team will develop a template just as they did in the prior year that includes information at the unit level of where they are for the current year. It will ask that the unit project where they expect to be by June 30. We need to hold units a little bit more accountable to that than we did in the prior years. We had units project and most were pretty significantly off, over or under. Most of them expected that they would be in a far worse situation than they actually were. We will ask units to show us what a 1%, a 3%, a 5%, and a 10% reduction might look like. 1, 3, and 5 are difficult. We did that last year. 10% is pretty significant. There is no unit that has 10% available without significant programmatic reductions at this point. Even a 1% reduction will impact individuals. Because of the balance of our budget. We do have units that we simply are not going to be able to cut. I will tell you, looking at Pullman's law enforcement organization, we are staffing is tight, and we are in a situation where we have a large number of hours being worked in overtime, and that's not sustainable in the long term. It's not going to work with that staffing. So it's an area that may need to be protected. There may be others. We will ask units to project their core funds carry forward and what the impact of a surtax will look like. And Chris has mentioned a surtax. We're going to talk about it a little bit more in the working capital section. He is familiar with that at Missouri. I'm familiar with that both at South Carolina and at the University of Denver. Units were not able to retain 100% of their savings from year to year. There was a portion of that at least that came back, if not fully swept. Early discussions with President Cantwell, she is familiar with that as well, and that will certainly be something that we have to have on the table. And then we will also entertain requests for new funding, knowing that budgets will certainly be tight, but we're in a place where we need to decide what are the strategic things that Washington State University is going to continue to advance. Where are there opportunities to earn additional revenue to grow the total amount of revenue that we're bringing in? And we need to focus on what those might be. Our expectation is still, even with these later meetings, to bring a budget to the Regents on May the 21st. A lot of that may be dependent on where the state is with the budget. It will not be the full budget document at that date. There's simply not enough time to turn that around, but it will at least be the summary at the unit level to show where changes have been requested to start the new fiscal year. And then we would contemplate having that full budget document available by June 30. Any questions about that timing? Okay. We want to share a document that starts looking at scenario planning. That will come up.
Can I ask a quick question while you're pulling that document up, Leslie? I'm curious what the response has been and the expectations around preparation, looking at budgets and being able to provide reductions and recommendations on 1, 3, 5, 10%. That's not a simple, easy, quick task. So what are we asking our team? You mentioned, I think on the slide, it showed 22 hours for the 44 unit meetings. Like, what kind of impact are we looking at in terms of being prepared on the other side of the table for those budget hearings?
Well, I can speak for finance and administration units. We'll be ready. I mean, we are always going to be ready. Chris, you're the academic and academic support side.
Yeah, the colleges are going to make recommendations. They're prepared to do so by moving this to April. It does give them more time to consider what those options will be. We'll get into the academic colleges finances this afternoon. They're not ideal going into these situations, and unfortunately, with the percentage of our budget based in people, many whom are wrapped into long-term contracts. These are going to be very difficult conversations. So we're going to have to start having some significant conversations about stopping doing significant activities broadly across the system, which will, of course, have support in some places, but are a significant cost to the overall. So I think everybody is getting ready for this, but the idea that it's simple to just drop 10% out of a core budget is, we all understand the scenarios that people are in, their situation.
And I will say one of the key things we have to have a discussion about in these meetings, and as we pull the budget together at the conclusion, is the risk that's involved when we make decisions to do or not do something, because we are going to heighten the level of risk that we have in terms of moving forward. Maybe one of the chancellors, I know that several of them are on, maybe you could give your perspective on how you're approaching this kind of reduction.
I can start if that helps, Leslie. So we, as Chris said, we are working with the colleges already on scenario planning for the 1, 3, 5, and 10%. I am asking our leadership team for their units to develop 10 and 15% reductions because of where the Spokane campus and health sciences is. So that's a tidbit I'll touch on later in the day.
So we're working the same way. Excuse me, I just jumped in there. We're working the same way and preparing our team to look at what those 3, 5, and 10% reductions would mean, and in great detail. And we're planning we're looking at where we might be. When I say in great detail, we're looking at where we might be able to take those cuts. The least amount of pain, but there is going to be some pain in some of the cuts. So we're looking strategically at where those cuts might best be taken should they actually come to fruition.
And we're on global, we're doing the same. Pullman, we're doing the same, looking at the 1, 3, 5. Have not looked at a 10%, but we will look at a 10%. I like Daryl's suggestion or approach of looking at higher. That makes sense. On global, we're also looking at alternative revenue sources that, yes, it's going to be a tough time, but we also look to grow the enterprise. It's going to be a heavy lift, but I think that's a conversation we got to engage in as well.
So what you have here is a spreadsheet that we use just to sort of keep track of where we are as we start the budget development process. And these are the things that are changing in our core funds budget. So at the very top, you have tuition. We already know that there's a 3.3% tuition increase. And based on the modeling that Saichi Oba's unit and Stephanie Kane and Institutional Research put together with Chris Jones, we estimate that a 3.3% tuition increase would bring in a little more than $8 million new dollars. Now, the line below that might surprise you. Why are we budgeting a tuition decrease? We don't have to, but what we have seen, even with our first year classes going up for the last 2 falls, we still have been in a situation where the overall enrollment has come down. Part of that is because the classes that have graduated in May have been the larger classes. So there was naturally going to be a pull down in that. But we also have to be very mindful of our retention. That's our freshman to sophomore, sophomore to junior, and junior to senior retention. So we have conservatively estimated a 1% decrease here. Chris, I'm curious if you have any thoughts about that?
I think it's realistic. I mean, we are going to get in, if we continue our enrollment trends, we are going to start to see larger classes replacing smaller graduate classes starting 1 year from now. And so that will be an important, well, partially because of the 5-year numbers. That'll be a nice turning point. Our retention numbers, as we discussed in a previous board meeting, are in the 80% range. We need to get those into the 90% range. You can imagine the significance on the tuition side, and we do have plans to do so. That is in discussion right now with that group. I've talked with incoming President Cantwell about this. This is going to be one of her significant priorities. This is another area, and I think one of the ongoing themes from today is that we're going to have to start doing business differently at WSU to truly survive some of these challenges. When we are in the retention space, when we have a unified vision of how to go about that process, then we're going to be more successful. If we take something right now like accessibility centers, for example, which is a core component of retention, we have one for Pullman Global in Everett. We have one in Spokane, one in Tri-Cities, one in Vancouver. Those approaches, those broken apart approaches, impact retention. They also cost significant money. So there's a lot of examples in this space that both impact the number that we get with students coming back and also impact the cost of our student experience. And are we really getting the best bang for the buck there?
Well, that's our tuition impact. We have not granted any authority for new waivers, new incentives for Saichi's team to take out into the world. They are working under the incentive model with waivers that they've had previously. Our intent has been to look at our waivers overall and try to turn as many of the waivers into real scholarship dollars versus not scholarship dollars to have a greater impact on the institution. But right this year, we have held that flat. Our next line is our state appropriations funding, and Chris has started us with just a 1% reduction. Governor Inslee's budget as he was leaving office was a little bit less than 1% for us. Governor Ferguson had recommended a 3% cut to higher ed without pushing back. I'm sorry, Sandra, did you need something?
No, I'm so sorry.
Okay, we had recommended a 3% reduction. So if we plug that number in here, it will change. And you can see that's a $10 million hit if it is actually a 3% reduction. And again, thinking back to what I showed you previously, if it is only on the core portion of the state appropriations and not on the provisos, we have to spread that across a lot smaller number. So the impact is much greater. F&A reduction, that was what Kim talked about. We just plugged in 5% reduction there. But if we were significantly more, I was playing with this last night. Oh, that doesn't get me there. There's the hit. If we took our F&A from its current negotiated 43, effective a little bit less than that, down to a 15% across all of our grants, it's around $23 million that we would lose. And so we can play with that number and manipulate it. I'm going to take it back up to 5 just because I don't want to look at a 50% reduction at the moment. No matter what happens with these dollars, whether there are less grants coming in or less F&A coming in or less state appropriations coming in, we are going to be utilizing some of the university's fund balances across the units. And what that means is there is less dollars in our bank account at any given time. Interest rates have come down recently. I don't know that I would predict what they're going to do in the future, especially with inflation heating back up in the last couple of weeks. But we will have to expect that there is going to be a reduction to our interest income that we are receiving. It feels like it's a small number, but I'll tell you that number escalates the more we have less dollars in the bank to have leveraged on a monthly basis. We've just left this at 5% right now. And that, of course, can be changed. Down here, we do have some dollars coming in. If there is a state pay package and there is a mass salary increase that is approved, we would receive some dollars, but we would receive the fund split of those dollars. So approximately 65%, leaving us at about 35% needing to cover ourselves. This is the expectation for a 3% increase that was in Governor Inslee's outgoing budget. So with just these numbers right now, my revenue change is hovering at about 1.6 million, but know that these dollars coming in for salaries have an obligation that we're paying them out to our employees, particularly our civil service and classified employees. We must pay whatever the state increase is. What we have done in the last several years is make a different change to our faculty and our AP. Jennifer's going to talk about this at length, but you'll see this in the sources or the uses underneath here. In addition to our revenue changes, if we do any reallocation of existing dollars from our units, this is what those scenarios look like: 1%, 3%, 5%, and 10%. We've just plugged in 1% just for the sake of argument. Last year, we had our units model 1, 3, and 5. We ended up doing slightly more than 1 across the entire system. But that number will then add to that number and show us what is available. Now down here below, there's not a lot of info yet because we haven't gotten to the point of our budget hearings, but one very good piece of information: recurring requests approved from fiscal 25. We did not do that this year. We've respected that we have developed a budget process where our units come to the table and ask for dollars, and we have not made any early approved items for the budget for next year. So that's a good thing. Last year, we started this with a bogey of about $8 million of things that had been approved along the way before we got to the budget development process. So this is at least a good start. Here's the compensation if we were to grant all of our employees the same increase. And again, what we have done in the past is have an increase for our civil service and classified, but some number less for our faculty and AP employees. If we were to give everyone a 3% increase, these are the dollars that come in, the 5.23 million, but these are the dollars that go out. And the effect of the difference there, that is the funding split in play. So we just have this number here just to show you why we have made decisions to have differential increases. We can force that number to be the same as the state increase, but that does mean our faculty and AP employees have a reduced mass salary increase. The next item that you have is our graduate student contract. Last year, we received, for the current year, $2 million from the state, and we reallocated our own $2.33 million to cover the grad students. The contract will go up, and right now that $2 million from the state is not in here. And so that is the delta that will remain to keep that number of graduate students whole. Below that, you have several items that we don't know the effect of yet. We are currently in negotiation with our postdocs who are heading down the path of unionization, and that remains to be seen. Now, the reality with our postdocs, most of them are grant funded. There's only a smaller number that is on core funds, so this impact will not be that significant, but it certainly is an impact that we don't have today. Then I have a series of things that simply change from year to year. Our utilities will go up. They always do. Our software contracts, hopefully this year will be one where we have to see minimal change to our software contracts, because for fiscal 25 in last year's development, every one of our contracts went up. Our Microsoft, our Zoom, a lot of our things went up. Our Workday contract went up. So hopefully we will see minimal changes, if any, in this line this year. The next line, our insurance. This is our tort, property, and casualty, not our employees' benefits, but our insurance on ourselves. There is a delta here. We are going through a process right now of looking at every single physical facility that the campus has and determining whether or not we have the appropriate insurance coverage on that facility. We are underinsured in some cases. It's likely we may be overinsured in others, but we need to be very realistic about what our expectation is for covering our capital facilities. And I can tell you we have gaps in that. I know of some. Unfortunately, what we have done is made that unit level decisions whether or not facilities be covered. And that often has been subject to budget reductions over time. And we have found ourselves to be where we have some facilities that are not covered as they should be. Then these next two lines are TBD because we don't know what the campuses, the units are going to come forward with in terms of needs. And so this will add up, and ultimately what this sheet will do is show you new revenue sources, reallocated revenue sources, netted against what those requests may be to get to a bottom line. So right now, certainly out of balance, but there's so much that's unknown, both in terms of the funding stream coming in, how we will make reallocations, and where these needs are going to need to be. Chris Jones, would you add anything to this? Because this really is in your wheelhouse.
No, you covered it really well, Leslie. Obviously, we've set this up to change these variables. We're going to have multiple scenarios, but probably have one to plan off of as we go into the budget hearings in April. Obviously, the state budget won't be finalized at that point. We're still tracking all these changes at the federal level, but this is really just designed to help us keep track of all these changes since everything's so dynamic right now.
Leslie, would it be accurate to also say that this is very tangible financial scenario planning in a model? It doesn't address or depict any implicit deficits that might be deferred maintenance, for example.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Right. So just in terms of communication and everybody comprehending that, you know, we're scenario planning on what is challenging us today, it's also invisible that implicit deficits, deferred maintenance and such are not in this picture.
Yeah, that's such a good point. This is the incremental change in operating dollars from year to year. But to your point, deferred maintenance is sort of an unknown in here. And this is just the core funds budget. So it's not the entirety of the university's budget. It doesn't include grants, doesn't include athletics or housing and dining. And we always think of deferred maintenance. We need to consider IT deferred maintenance because it's climbing as well. But also, to your point, we do have units that we know that are in structural budget deficits right now. The College of Arts and Sciences, Chris will talk about that later this afternoon. Our Spokane administrative unit, our med school, sometimes med school, not sometimes, depending on how you put the inputs there. But there are units that are not operating in a balanced way today, and this does not show that.
And Leslie, just one other point, you know, some of these are invisible. I will say if we look at our chemistry building on our campus last week, it got very visible as broken pipes were pouring through the building in, you know, an incredibly aged structure that, you know, ideally would be replaced by this point. So while all of these discussions we're having today, we have the backdrop of the constant challenges on our campuses, but really, you know, particularly Pullman, where you have older structures, where you're starting to have failing buildings and not significant resources to be able to figure out exactly what to do.
Yeah, so just, you know, in the spirit of education, when we collectively look at pieces, we also have to keep in mind the whole. And so while we talked about federal and state and grant impacts earlier, so keep that in mind. And then this modeling for core funds, and then the pieces that are not, you know, yet described, right? So I think it's really important to keep that all in mind as we look at our budget and finances going forward. Thank you.
Leslie, I wonder if this might be a good time for a quick break. I know we have breaks built in and we have a lunch break. I do want to keep us on track for the 12:30 lunch break, even if we have to change our schedule around for those that might be managing work as well. Let's go ahead and take maybe a 10-minute break because it takes us a minute to get back together. So I am seeing 11:20 for us to come back. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, according to my clock, it's about 11:20. Hoping folks are coming back from your break. Okay, Leslie, you ready to keep going?
Yes, if Jennifer Klein is on, and she is. Okay. So
Okay.
the next piece that we wanted to talk to you about is the university salaries, wages, and benefits. And obviously, especially in terms of core funds, I mean, that's 80% of what we do. It's really 82 of our core funds budget. And we look at the total institution, it's in the neighborhood of 70% of everything. So I wanted to give Jennifer some space to talk about that overall, the different types of employees and where changes have been affected in terms of the mass salary increase. And Regent Ramos and I had a conversation about this earlier, and we've included a chart that will show you the mass salary increase as it relates to the CPI. And that will, I think, be sort of educational on how our employees are feeling. And it certainly informs some of the morale issues that we have had and continue to have. So Jennifer, if you would take it away, please.
I can't hear you, Jennifer.
Can you hear me now? Thank you. And are you seeing my screen?
Yes.
Excellent. So thank you for having me here today. Like Leslie said, I'm going to talk about salary, wages, and benefits, but one of the things that I'm also going to do is kind of take this down a little bit. We talk a lot about employees, employee types. I'm going to talk a little bit about what that means. Maybe. There we go. We're going to talk about employee compensation. I'm going to talk about how we set salaries at the very beginning, what types of changes happen for our different employee types, salary impact timeline. I'm going to show you how salaries are impacted throughout the calendar year, and talk a little bit about the benefits pool.
And I will say, I've also asked Jennifer to give a little bit of information about notice periods, since that came up in the conversation about the federal funding. She'll work that in at some point.
Thank you. So I just kind of started here with our compensation philosophy, and this is posted on the HRS website. I'm not going to read this to you, but it does talk about our philosophy in terms of providing transparency and looking at market, aligning our total compensation with within our state and within other peers, and establishing a consistent linkage to our markets, especially for our different campuses, allowing them some autonomy there in those salary ranges. And then, of course, utilizing the state of Washington and our bargaining unit contracts for that population of individuals. So for employee types today, I just really want to talk about our big three is where I'm going to focus, and those are faculty, administrative professional, and classified. And then I talk a little bit about our other employee types. So our faculty positions, you know what those are. Those are our academic faculty, our extension, our library faculty across the system. Our administrative professional positions, these are going to be individuals that are working in those administrative, operational, management types of positions, and they are exempt from civil service rules. Then, of course, we have our classified. These are both our represented and our non-represented individuals that are in classified service with the state. And then our other employee types that you're familiar with would be our graduate assistants and maybe our temporary non-permanent. You might have heard that term before, our temporary workforce. They also have their own set of rules. So each one of these employee types has their own set of rules when it comes to salaries, when it comes to leave, when it comes to notice periods. All of those things factor in here. And so these employee types today, like I said, I'm really going to focus on our faculty, our AP, and our classified. So how do we set salaries when we hire someone new into the system? For faculty, this is WSU managed. It really is guided by our philosophy. It's guided by merit, market, competitiveness, and of course, the discipline for our faculty. For AP, we do use our enhanced compensation plan that was introduced in 2021. It is WSU managed. Individuals are assigned to a specific grade, and it's set between the mid and the maximum of that salary grade. And it's also divided by geographical zones to recognize those pay differentials. For our classified staff, this is managed by OFM. They set the salary scales. This is a step and grade system. Positions are assigned typically at step A in the range. There are some allowances to be able to hire someone further along in that step and grade system, but generally hired at step A in the range. And then there are some nuances even within civil service, where we have our nurses are a good example. Our nursing staff, they have their own different salary range because of the work that they do. Take a pause just for a minute and ask Chris or KP if you had anything to add on this slide.
No, I think this does. I think this does a good job. You know, when we get to some of the raised conversations and some of the longer term conversations, I think we'll get to some of the real core challenges in the faculty and the administrative professional and space. No, I think you're doing great.
Well, why don't we just jump right into that, Chris, since you teed that up so nicely on my next slide. So for faculty, for the next 3 slides, I'm really going to talk about how increases are set per policy. And so for faculty increases, this comes straight from the faculty manual and really talks about merit based on the most recent 2 years. There is a break here from allocation, the 30-30-40 split here. And so that is merit on an annual basis. And then there's, of course, the tenure and promotion process. This is where salaries come from. They come 10% from central, and then 2% are provided by the college. And Chris, I think you wanted to talk about merit on this slide.
Yeah. So over the course of the past decade, we've had relatively modest. Well, I don't think relatively. We've had extremely modest room for faculty increases. I think over that time period, it's about 10% over the entire period. Those have been distributed as essentially across the board salary increases. And so it has been a significant amount of time since we've done the faculty manual-based merit approach. We have started to have the internal conversation with deans, chairs, faculty senate, and other faculty stakeholder groups that we are going to start more aggressively moving into whatever funds we have will be differentiated based on merit. There are some challenges with that, but I've always done that at past universities, and I think we'll do that going forward. And I think there's a lot of excitement around that. But the 10% numbers are really is a significant one. When we look at faculty morale, I think we can do the exact same thing with staff. You have seen a lack of raises over time. And what that has led to are a significant amount of one-off raises over the course of a year. So if we look at any given year, you're talking about $500,000 to $1 million in raises that are distributed for individuals who apply out for jobs or have some opportunity or something of that like. Well, it's not atypical for that to occur at universities. The percentage of our raises, which are based on those actions, are way, way higher than anywhere I've ever seen. At my previous institutions, the majority of the raises would have come from either the normal raise pool or promotion, and it would be an exception to be doing in-year raises. Here, in-year raises are really the norm to move the salaries of what are perceived as our higher performing faculty. There are a lot of equity challenges with that approach. In an ideal world, that money would be distributed in a manner where we're looking at it all at once, not based on people who go out and look for other opportunities, et cetera. There's different types of people who are going to do that or not do that, et cetera. So this is a place of where we know we've got a lot of challenges, it's going to get more difficult based on everything that we're talking about. But I think we have to just switch our mentality at how we're looking at faculty raise increases. Back to you, Jennifer.
Administrative professional increases. This also comes from the AP handbook. This is the intention in terms of how salary increases are supposed to go for our administrative professionals. This is also based on the concept of merit. This is not something that we've done with our staff positions in the past, kind of had that same structure, the way that's faculty do, but salary increases are supposed to be determined through that annual leave or that annual review process, and then ad hoc raises are not intended to happen throughout the basis of the year. Moving on to our non-represented classified. So the asterisk there, just making sure that I recognize that represented employees, those are handled by their contract. So on an annual basis, civil service or classified employees receive a two-step increase. That is equivalent to about 5%. And I have the WAC there for you. When we receive salary increase dollars for civil service, we are required to adjust it at the full amount. So if the full amount is 3%, we must adjust their schedules at that 3%. However, the state only provides that funding on the split. And so if I can move on to my next slide, this is how this works for our state funding and compensation. It also applies to benefit increase costs. So our split is 66% from the state roughly, and 34% is from tuition. And so this is the amount of funds that we receive. I have a little example there on understanding for each 1,000 new compensation that we get $660, and we're assumed that $340 split.
This is what I was showing you folks on the scenario sheet, where the dollars coming in from the state are one thing, but if we funded everybody at 3%, it is significantly more. I said 65-35, it really is 66-34.
So there are some assumptions within that split, and the key drivers are tuition rate increases and enrollment. And so if those are lower, then WSU must find these other funding ways in order to increase either whatever we're going to give for an increase for our faculty and AP, or through budget cuts. So I'm going to pause there. Anything else to add on that, Chris Jones or Leslie?
I mean, obviously the expectation is that we do have tuition dollars available, but of course, since COVID, the university has been experiencing a reduction in enrollment, which means that those tuition dollars are less than what they had been expected to be. The other side of this that's so interesting is the state provides these increases, leaves us with the funding split, but they also cap our tuition. And not that we would take our tuition up above where these levels have been, because affordability is certainly a concern, but they are tying our hands on both sides and requiring us to provide salary dollars when they don't provide them and our revenue source is limited.
So this is a little bit about the example that I spoke about just a few minutes ago, and that is when the legislature does provide those funds for the increase. We're appropriated those funds. Our non-represented staff must receive it at the full amount. And then this is what ends up happening again on the split. Faculty and AP receive their percentage based on what's left. This is the chart that Leslie said that I would talk about here. And so what we see are civil service, faculty, and AP increases across the years. You will notice that 2021 is missing. That's COVID, and we try not to report on 21 against CPI.
And so, Regent Ramos, this is the chart that you asked for. You can see for each type of employees that the percentage increases are different. And you can see where they stack up in terms of the CPI. So for the most part, our civil service employees have been closer to keeping pace with the CPI than other employee types, and other employee types have been well below that. The timing of the increases is different as well. So for our civil service, our classified employees, the increase is July 1. For our faculty, oh, thank you, Jennifer, and our faculty and AP, it is not until October 1. And part of that is a workday issue. Part of that is we have so many new faculty coming into the system at the start of the academic term. We need a bit of a runway to be able to affect that change. And so October 1 is the date that we make those changes available. I'm sorry, Jennifer, you have a much more robust discussion about the timeline than I do.
No, no. I just wanted to put that there for
Maybe
visual.
let's go back to that other slide just in case anybody has any questions about it, because I think that is really impactful. That feeling that our employees have that they are not keeping up with inflation. And this is how you see that. This is how it looks to them and how it feels to them.
Yeah, and so thank you for putting that chart together. I think, again, back to the spirit of really understanding how our finances impact people. This is where it really hits home from the various groups that make up the workforce. And so the perspectives are all different. What might be helpful on here is a reminder of what our FTE is by group, so that people could see, we might have 7,000 faculty. I'm making that up. I don't know what the number is.
Not anywhere near that.
So, just whatever those numbers are, that way we know, okay, gosh, there's 2,000 people in civil service that are affected here. So, thank you.
Any other comments about that? Okay.
So this is a timeline. I don't have all of the months on here, as you'll notice, but there are some significant things that happen throughout the calendar year, just for awareness. So the state and local minimum wage increases occur effective January 1st, as well as Labor and Industries makes changes to overtime eligibility. And I'm going to talk about that slide in just a moment and how that's impactful. At WSU, we're having our budget hearings, and Board of Regents are approving our budget between that April and May time frame traditionally. We are reviewing and implementing some of those budget impacts. So we talked a little bit about notice periods and the timing of some of these things. So notice periods vary back to those employee types. For faculty, we have individuals that require as much as a 12-month notice, and we have individuals that require as few as a 3-month notice, for example. We have also in our AP populations, we have individuals that were hired before 2004. You have a 180-day notice period. You might say, Jennifer, that was so long ago. However, interesting fact, we do have 74 inductees into the Quarter Century Club this year, which means that they've provided 25 years of service. How many of those are AP? I haven't dug into, but people come and stay at WSU for long periods of time. And so we do have lots of individuals that have these longer notice periods as a whole. Some of our other notice periods that we have for civil service, for example, is 15-day calendar notice. And then, of course, our bargaining unit employees have their own set of bargained notice periods. So notice periods vary significantly across employee type and across each different situation that we have. And so what happens is, by the time we provide notice, we are running into the next fiscal year, having to pay those salaries the longer we delay those decisions if we have to take cuts in people. In July, we're notified of classified staff increases and other legislative changes that happen as part of the cycle. In August, we begin our fall hiring for this semester, and it's a very busy time as we're getting all of our new faculty hired and onboarded. And then in October is when we have been implementing our faculty and AP increases. One thing that I said that I was going to talk about, or is there any questions on the slide on the timeline before I move on? So the salary threshold changes. So in the state of Washington, overtime eligibility has been shifting quite a bit since 2020, as you can see on this chart. So if you follow along January 1st of 2025, the salary threshold for overtime eligibility is nearly $78,000. So our individuals that are earning that threshold, below that threshold, are eligible for overtime. And this is going to significantly increase until 2028 is the projection, where we will be at $93,340. So that means that anyone earning less than that amount is eligible for overtime. It's something that we're really going to have to think about and consider as we make budget determinations, because this is simply going to continue to increase. This year, we had 364 individuals become overtime eligible. It is not a small number.
And folks, you know, you've probably heard the federal FLSA, Jennifer remind me, that's still in a place where it has been stayed right now, but our state is still moving forward with their version of this. And so overtime certainly will cost more dollars, or we'll have to scale back work. There is a significant issue. You know, I think as this was first starting, units would want to continue to move their folks up to remain overtime exempt. We're not in a place where that is viable any longer. And so we may either be paying overtime or have to do something else. But this is a pretty significant hit. We have not made budget adjustments to any unit to account for this.
The other thing I might call your attention to is you'll notice the state is staggering these. So we have a large jump followed by a small jump and then another large jump. So this year was a rather large jump of $10,000. And that's what created our 364 individuals becoming overtime eligible, is that we're just simply, like Leslie said, not able to keep up with that pace for keeping folks overtime exempt. Benefits pool support, and Chris Jones, you promised you'd help me here. So there's just a little bit of information on our benefits pool. So we do have a central benefits pool, and that is used to cover benefits related to individuals supported or positions on our core funds. If a unit has a position that is not on core funds, though the employer contribution is the responsibility of the unit.
Jennifer, yeah, glad to speak on this. As Jennifer mentioned earlier, the state does provide some appropriations for changes in benefit rates, although they do apply that fund split methodology. These are costs we see escalating year over year. Obviously, you know, cost of medical benefits, especially. For example, this fiscal year, for every employee that receives medical benefits, the university contributes $1,170 monthly. That cost has increased 25% over the last 5 years. Just to give you a sense of scale of our benefits pool for this fiscal year, we estimate that to be $120 million. That's about 18% of our core operating budget. So those are funds we've allocated out to each of our units, colleges, administrative areas to pay for those benefit costs on core funds for our employees.
Thank you, Jennifer. You had pulled that slide down. I think those numbers were important there. And Jennifer mentioned that we use a pooled concept for our benefits. I have been in an institution that did not utilize a pool, and so units were specifically responsible for the benefits that each employee type may have, and that's in terms of what their coverage is, whether it's employee, full family, employee, child, that kind of thing. That gets really, really tough. Units might make decisions to hire employees based on their status and those. And I've seen that at a previous institution, and having a pool avoids that issue entirely.
Chris, Leslie, this is actually a question for you. I'm going to switch roles for 1 second. But when we have people who are mixed, partially paid off of non-core, partially paid off of core, but we have long-term obligations too. So for example, tenured faculty, when those non-core funds roll out, they roll back onto core. And so really it's the double expenses of the salaries and also whatever we were getting covered of their benefits on the non-core, we're losing those advantages as well. So it compounds. Yeah.
Yes, you answered your question. Yes.
You know me.
That is the end of my slides. I don't know if there were any other questions.
You know, before we open up to questions, I think it might be useful, Regent Ramus, you asked about the number of employees, the FTEs. We have some work ongoing right now that sort of will complement the Workday implementation that Matt is leading. It's position control. It's a lot more robust way to look into the units and follow employees through their career at the university. Matt, can you just give a brief overview of that work, please?
Sure. Thanks, Leslie. I'm working closely with Jennifer and Chris. We do have a team that's working really hard to rethink the way that we do position control and position budgeting. To simplify that at the various highest level, we would expect that to start a fiscal year, we could know exactly how many positions are planned for by unit for the upcoming year, which equates to FTE and employee count. And that we can ensure that there's enough salary budgeted in the budget to cover those employees. So that's been happening for a number of years in many different ways from unit to unit, not a lot of common practices there. So we are working along with an outside consultant to try to develop a common framework that can be used for all campuses and units to help us have that plan in place. And then, of course, making sure we have the right approvals in place when a new recruitment is started to ensure that there's adequate budget in the plan before a new recruitment would begin.
So if we had that right now, it would be a lot more comfort. Jennifer will tell me the number. If I asked her today, how many positions are vacant in Workday? The number is astronomical because units have not cleared out their old positions and cleaned stuff up. So we don't have a good way of saying these vacancies equal these dollars, and we can or cannot afford those. And so doing some of this position control work accompanied by the work that will come from the campus works and the doing some different things with Workday, we'll be able to tighten that up so that we understand that. Again, when so much of our budget is tied up in personnel and fringe, we have to know that the budget covers those positions.
And
Leslie, maybe I could just add, Leslie, quickly that this is not a new budget model, not a new budgeting process, just simply a set of tools and techniques that we can use commonly to help us plan around the largest piece of our expense, which is salary and benefits.
Right.
Thanks, Matt. I think for again, communication and education purposes, this is sort of basic capacity management. So when we think about capacity, it's not a capability issue, but the why behind all of this is because you can see all the dynamic precision estimating that has to happen in multiple areas that collectively make up the budget that we all as the Board of Regents have to approve. And so this is a really helpful tool. It's meant to be helpful because you have to clean up the system and then really get to a capacity management forecast that then you can assign dollars to. So I think that why is really important for everybody to understand.
Any questions for Jennifer about our employee types and how salaries are set and changed? Doesn't look like it. Great. All right. Well, why don't we move in? Are you ready for us to move ahead to the working capital? Because that'll, if you want to break at 12:30, I think Matt can do this between now and 12:30. Thank you, Matt. So we asked Matt to talk about working capital. Treasury, our function that monitors how much cash we have in the bank on a daily basis, reports up through Matt. Working capital is a concept that not all of our units really understand. They see their carry forward, they see their retained earnings and their non-core funds, but on the back end of that is our working capital, is how we are managing the university. Typically, you think of financial health as being at least 90 days of operating capital in the bank. And if you think of an institution as large as Washington State University, that's a $1.3 billion entity. 90 days is $325 million. That's a lot of cash to be had. But as you've heard, our federal grants are in arrears, so we're always drawing those. And our cash flow is very cyclical. It is really consolidated around when our students are paying their bills. So the end of August, the 1st of September, we go up, we go down the rest of the year, then we rise again in January as the students are coming into the spring term. There's a little bit of an increase for summer because we have a summer school activity, and that will inflate cash a little bit, especially at June 30. But while we report this on our financial statement annually, and of course it's something that it's a trigger, our friends at Moody's and S&P, our rating agencies, are very clearly aware. They have two different calculations of how they do this. You know, it's something that we have to look at all the time. And as this federal issue started the last couple of weeks, we've been very, very aware of dollars coming in versus dollars being billed, what may be receivable. So there's been a lot of additional push on Matt and his team to be able to provide clarity around what we have and what we don't have. And so we just want to walk you through a few slides and where the challenges are with the working capital.
Thanks, Leslie. So we talk about working capital internally, what that means for departments. We don't often think about cash for the university, but it is the fund balance or the carry forward that units have currently in their budget. That is what makes up this cash investments or working capital of the university. From a investment mix perspective, we have a very conservative portfolio that's governed by state laws around how public funds can be invested, primarily involved in high quality U.S. government bonds, some corporate bonds. You won't see any stock in our portfolio, and that gives us lower returns, but not a lot of fluctuation in the returns like large market risk. So I think that's a positive for us. Treasury Service, in addition to managing the day-to-day liquidity of the university and the money that's in a cash account versus the investment account, we've also built a new forecasting model that we're integrating into everything we do. This is really important for us right now, that as we consider reductions or we consider investment choices or budget allocation choices, we can flow that through our cash forecasting model to try to keep an eye on how we're looking, as Leslie mentioned, in those low points of the year. We want to make sure we have sufficient cash on hand to cover that. See, Leslie, I'm going to jump over here. Did you want to look at these?
I do. So as part of OFM, there is an entity, the Educational Research Data Center of the state of Washington. This is publicly available. You can find it. I actually stumbled across it through our OSPA website and have been really fascinated by the information that they have available, and I've shared it with some of you. But they maintain a dashboard of all the public institutions to inform the legislature on critical things. They're getting this information straight out of our financial statement. This is not anything that they've performed any manipulation to, but you can see each one of the state entities, and Matt has isolated here Washington State University, and they use several of the metrics that Matt shared with you at our last meeting in Seattle. As we concluded our financial statement, we show our viability ratio, we show our return on investment ratio, so income measures there. But this last one here, days cash on hand, is really interesting. So if you go back 2016 to 2017, so 2017, if you draw your cursor down to the low point in 2017, Washington State University had 32.8 days of cash on hand. That is a financial crisis. And I'm not sure that anyone really recognized how discreetly, uniquely that was a financial crisis at that time. That is pre-COVID. That is pre a lot of the challenges. This is before the enrollment rose at the time that it did up to 2019, 2020. I'm not sure that any of us really knew. I wasn't here, but I'm not sure that folks really understood the how significant that was. Now, certainly when President Schultz came in, we started this financial recovery process where Matt and his team were working very closely on what is the run rate of everyone's activity and pulling back to recover from what that was. But that was significant. I will tell you, in today's world, with the uncertainty that we're facing, both in terms of the state budget and in the federal budget, that can't happen, because that is a death sentence right there once we can't meet our capital obligations, our working capital obligations. Now, you'll see that it goes up 21 and 22. 22 is its peak. The reason 22 is its peak
I think Leslie, oh, can you hear me?
I can, but she.
Okay. Yeah, let me, while Leslie's adjusting her network connection, I can jump in there. Leslie, we dropped you there for a minute, right, as you were explaining 2022.
Oh no. Yeah, and I can see my internet connection is unstable, so help me out. The increase there was the higher education emergency relief funds. So that was the 3 tranches of COVID relief dollars that came in for specific things. They came in for student aid, but they also came in for lost revenue from our auxiliaries, housing and dining, and athletics. So that's how we were able to recover some of these cash dollars back. We do have carry forward resources available, not in every unit, but in many of our units do have balances. On our non-core side, we also have some retained earnings in our across our units. One of the challenges is centrally, we're not holding all of these dollars, and that's why we have entertained this concept of taxing back our units to have central dollars so that as things are happening, we are able to cover things from a central space. Chris, do you want to add anything about that carry forward tax, or have you said enough about that previously?
No, I mean, I think we do need to keep talking about it because it's not going to be sustainable to move forward with all of the available resources scattered and not being able to be distributed more effectively. I think this is an area where it's important to realize just how unique WSU is. Very few universities simply allow 100% carry forward practices. I've worked at, prior to WSU, I've worked at more universities that took every single dollar every single year, zero balanced out, than ones that kept the money in place. We did go through the transition of starting to tax carry forwards at Mizzou during when we hit a financial crisis. I will tell you that this is extraordinarily unpopular across units when it occurs. And I think it is inevitable that we go down that path for a variety of reasons. Leslie, incoming President Kent will have talked about some options there, and we'll do that more broadly. But it's going to be critical that we have cash available, both in a time of crises and in all honesty, in times of where there are opportunities to invest in strategic places effectively. So this is something which I think is going to happen. I'm sure the board is going to hear about from constituencies who would prefer that we don't go down this pathway. But I don't believe we have an option, and it's not in the best interest of the university to continue our historical practices.
May I ask you a question?
Of course.
In terms of standard language around tax, I mean,
Yeah.
this is really a management policy decision with regards to reserve management at the institution.
Yes.
Right. And so I think so we just don't confuse the general public with any external tax. This is our internal policy, your management recommendation on preserving core cash on hand for
That's
the
correct.
institution.
Yes.
So just
the reason I use the term tax is because that is what will be used internally when people talk about what we're doing to a unit. Even if we use the appropriate accountancy terms, that's where this will typically go. But yeah, it's critical to note these are university monies, right? The idea that they're in different units because there has been a choice to leave them in those units as an institution. The challenge there is, of course, then at some point in time there is a belief that those are owned by the unit, right? That they're specific unit funds, and that's not accurate technically, but it becomes psychologically a real barrier and a real challenge.
And we don't want to disincentivize units in any way to where folks think that using all of their dollars in a fiscal year is the best thing for them because they'll push through this cash, and we simply can't have that. That's a federal government activity that the month of September get budgets as close to zero as possible because the dollars are swept. So we don't want to be in a place where we're incentivizing that type of behavior. And we need to think about how it works. Is it a percentage of the unit's budget that is actually what receives the review for pulling it back? A previous institution I was at, it was actually a progressive scheme to where the larger you had as a balance as a percent of your budget, the more that you were likely to lose. But there was always a way for the units to try to get those dollars back by showing strategic initiative that supported the university in a way. So these aren't dollars to be pulled and held secretly forever. They're to incentivize the university and to keep us above water in terms of our working capital.
So Leslie, there is a pathway to make that change?
Certainly, this is our budget and our doing it. It will not come without challenge, though, Regent Pika. as Chris noted, units, these are the units dollars. And in most cases, they have resulted, if you think about it, most of our budget is people. They have resulted from vacant positions. That is probably the primary reason how reserve dollars are accumulated in units, is there is either a vacancy or there is a lag time between a vacancy and a filled position. That's mostly how they happen. Now, I will say, I think units are intentional about making sure there are dollars available for a rainy day, for a future need. So we have to be able to honor that. But yeah, not
We
having.
always found that to be true with gift funds that are restricted. And when you have an ownership feeling like these are my dollars,
yeah,
I want to save these for a rainy day, and there's never a rainy day when they need to be spent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what we're talking about with this carry forward is not those funds. This is core funds. This is not restricted funds. Though, as you are aware, and we will talk about at our next Regents meeting, we've been having ongoing discussions with the foundation, and they have approved reinvestment of some of these dollars that have been with the university for longer than 2 years, but not expended for whatever reason, whether they've been storing them for a rainy day or the gift use agreement is such that we've just not been able to utilize the funds.
I guess
we absolutely have to honor the color of money. I mean, not all dollars can be pulled back.
I guess I would also say that this would be a tool that leadership can use to address the overall fiscal challenges that are ahead of us. So this is not something that requires the board approve this specific use of this tool, as much as trying to be open and transparent that is one of the larger levers that we will need to pull moving ahead. I mean, Chris, Leslie, I just want to make that I want to make this clear. We're not going to bring a proposal to the board to say this is what we're going to do. This would be an internal decision that we would make, but the board will hear anything like this that will not be popular with all parties. I think I just don't want anybody to be surprised. Is that Leslie, Chris, Daryl?
That's right. Yes.
All right, Matt, I'm sorry, you want to go back to your slides? I think there's a couple more.
Okay, thanks, Leslie. And as we transition to this, we would let the board know there's a couple different industry standards to look at that liquidity chart. Moody's, when they look at it, and we present this to the board every year, does include some other longer term investments as part of liquidity. So the exact number of days we showed on that chart change, but the trend is still the same, and it all supports the conversation we've been having today, regardless of kind of the formula definition. We wanted to wrap up just giving you a sense for kind of where those cash investments sit. This is as of June 30th, 2024. It's a snapshot and it changes day to day, month to month, where those are at. You'll see in the red there, 32% is cash associated with our core funds budget. So that's tuition revenue, administrative fees and interest, and F&A recoveries on grants. The largest bucket is shown in navy blue there, 35% in what we call local funds. Local funds is essentially activities that doesn't receive any funding support from the state. And so the biggest items there would be our self-sustaining summer operations for education, summer programs, many of our winter session courses out of the global campus, as well as the online and executive MBA programs. They flow through there, and there are sizable cash balances there. We also, Leslie, talked about the Higher Education Recovery Act dollars that we were able to pull down to replenish lost revenues during COVID. We, of course, lost that revenue across lots of different fund colors at the university. We parked those recovery dollars in a single fund, and that's in the local funds here, and that makes up a sizable amount of that balance.
And Matt, I do want to stop you before you move on to the next wedge there. Matt mentioned summer school. So we treat summer school outside of the core. So that accrues to the colleges who are teaching the course. They are able to make decisions of no or no go based on the number of students who may be in that course because they are paying the faculty members for that. This is a little bit overstated because this is June 30, so it's in the summer. The units have not had the ability to expend those dollars yet. So it is high. Those dollars do get spent down throughout the year. So this is a little bit artificially high given this point in time of the year.
Thanks, Leslie. And then, of course, we touched briefly on the gifts. This is the non-endowed spendable gift amount. Does not include cash and investments associated with the university endowment that the foundation manages.
Are you going to speak? Go back. Oh, wait, that's the same piece. The auxiliary piece, I do want to spend just a moment there. We all know that athletics has a $102 million deficit. That is netted against the other auxiliaries there, and that is why that wedge is as small as it is. So that negative balance has traditionally been offsetting our housing and dining positive balance, but that is the impact right there. That's why that wedge is so small.
Thanks, Leslie. And then one other view we wanted to show, just really focus. We've talked a lot about the core funds carry forward balance. This is how those looked as of 6/30/2024 by college, campus, academic support units, administration, and finance and operations.
And so I will say finance and operations is the largest wedge here. So our units are pretty intentional about holding dollars for the what if. And those are the dollars that will be scooped back to Central. And that's a challenging message to tell folks who have been thoughtful about holding dollars aside, whether they come from salaries or not, that these dollars are going to be scooped centrally.
Then I think we just, this is our chance to kind of see working capital is interesting because most of the conversations we've had this morning and most of the conversations we'll have this afternoon all connect in through cash eventually, through our cash and investments. And we are, through those connected conversations, feeling some pressures when we look at our cash. And that includes the discussion about declining net tuition revenue, evolving federal government policy we've talked about today. Concerns about state appropriations. We've covered carry forward management and fund balance and techniques to help us manage those reserves differently than we traditionally had. And then, of course, underneath the surface level of those charts we saw in cash investments are those units that brought forward deficits to start the fiscal year, or those that have a structural budget issue where they are overspending their budget every year. All of those things come together to create some impact or pressure on cash. I think that's all we had for the presentation portion.
Yeah, and I just want to speak to some of the things that we know are happening. So again, we entered fiscal 25 in a positive place. We do have cash on hand, which is a great thing. Again, it would be a whole different story if it were 16, 17, and we were in this situation. But we do have some known reductions to this cash balance that are happening throughout this year. Athletics, if we aren't successful with the business going on with the Mountain West, that's a $10 million delta that we know could happen to us by the end of the year. We have also approved a $2 million allocation to them for this current year. Those are reductions to this cash. Some of our academic units in Pullman are going to be underwater. We know arts and sciences is. If we base our information on what our units told us at the mid-year, the Pullman units are somewhere in the neighborhood of $4 million underwater when we combine them all. Our Spokane campus, our Spokane administrative unit, the continued operation of Range Health / WSU Health, and the medical school, that could be somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 million, under 5 to 6 million. Daryl will talk about that later today. Vancouver has asked for ability to use some of its carry forward, nearly $2 million. Advancement has asked to be able to use some of its carry forward dollars in advance of the changes to the distribution and the change to the reinvestment. That's in the neighborhood of $2 million, that may be less, as reported last week. Then we have a handful of capital projects that are underway where we have had the cash in the bank. Think about Taylor and Champions. Both of those athletics projects, we received the cash and are expending them as the projects are concluded. And frankly, both of those are done now. Those are dollars out the door. And while they're specific to that, they were still dollars in our bank account that we were being able to use on our way. The same thing with the Schweitzer Engineering Building. Half of that is cash, and we are spending the state's portion of that capital project first, but we will start spending down the cash balance of that intentionally so for the facility, but it does does make the balance in the bank account come down. And as we saw from the previous discussion on that scenario sheet, the less dollars we have in the bank, the less interest income we are earning as these dollars go out. So we're not in a dire situation today, but we have to be able to maintain and manage what is going on at the unit level. This institution has been exceptionally decentralized in terms of where decisions are being made, but we have to be thoughtful about how we're utilizing the university's cash so that we're protecting it.
Just a question on that. So first of all, thanks, Matt, and Leslie. Also want to recognize that, there is strong strategic capability across the university in the units to manage their funds well. And so in the spirit of sharing best practices, are there units in your mind that you would consider model leaders in strategic financial management, just for our awareness? And then is there a dynamic way to quantify opportunities and risks at a unit level so we could see cash flow impact?
To answer your question, I may defer to both Matt and Chris, who work with the units a lot more closely than I do. Yes, there are some very good financial folks around the university who we rely on to not only manage their work well, but also help us inform when Matt's doing things like position control or even implementing through mod some of the changes to reporting that we've had. We rely on them to tell us, what do you need to see? What is it going to look like? How can you best utilize it? Because we don't want our units building shadow systems that may or may not be right. So I know that they rely on that expertise around the campus. It is not every unit, but it is some of the key units that we have. Matt and Chris, what would you add to that?
Yeah, I think you're right on. We do have some units that do a really good job with this. We work closely with them and try to share their best practices around. I would switch gears just a bit on kind of the grants management side. We've talked about that a lot, and that grant forecasting tool came about working directly with some colleges that are really good at forecasting those grants with their PIs, and they shared their methodology with us, and we made that the common framework for everybody. That's a good example about leveraging some of that expertise. If I could just add, as far as modeling, I think we're building that muscle memory, if you will. And I think the last needed piece we needed in our planning process was this cash forecasting. So I'm really energized to see us thinking about cash and investments as we're making considering budgetary decisions. I think that's really positive that we recognize the connected nature of the work we do across finance. So that's a positive.
Chris Jones, do you have any thoughts here?
I'll just echo what Leslie and Matt said. We have a great community of area finance officers across the university, represent the various colleges and administrative units. And I know Provost Riley Tillman, later this afternoon, you'll go over some of the results of the December budget meetings. I found those meetings to be very useful. Those area finance officers really know their units in depth, and we learn something from them every time we meet with them.
Any other questions or comments about? Oh, I'm sorry, Kirk. Go ahead.
I'm still here. Yeah, I don't go away yet. I know the tone of the morning session has been negative but I think it was important for the board to sort of see what we see as leaders, as the fiscal realities where we are today, as well as the future. I am glad that we do have the cash on hand that we do have. And I do also just want to remind the board that Leslie, Daryl, Chris, Betsy is our incoming president, and others are engaged in dialogue about solutions to some of these things. So I just don't want everybody going to lunch going, holy shit, the end of the world's coming. we're not prepared for it and we have no clue what we're going to do. I don't think that's the case. And so I just, I want you all to understand the magnitude of the challenges that we're facing, but we have the right people in the right places to also bring solutions to the board around some of these things. So I don't want everybody day drinking at lunch because they feel they have to. That's my, or maybe you have to, but that's, I just want to make a little bit of semi-positive tone there.
Howard, I see your Regent,
Yeah.
right? I see your hand up.
Thank you. I'll just counterpoint to Kirk, but not counterpoint on his content, but counterpoint from the newest arrival to this to the Board of Regents. I just have to say that my first impressions for this very serious subject are really, really high. I'm just blown away by the talent and the expertise and the competence of the presentations and everyone's grasp of the content this morning. This is a really, really impressive first time for me, and I just couldn't be more delighted. So thank you all so much for your excellence in this presentation.
Thank you.
I want to say one thing. I know we have much more to go, but I just want to thank Leslie and everybody else for all of this. I mean, when Jeanette and I met with Leslie earlier in Seattle, we asked her to kind of give us scenarios. I think at that time we didn't think that the scenarios were going to be this dramatic, but I do appreciate everything all the work you've done as far as you know, in informing us and what we have to deal with. And you know, it's a uncertain time, so we just have to roll with it. But I appreciate all that. I just want people to know that.
Thank you. That's really kind. I mean, I would tell you, this is a great team of folks to work with, pulling info together all hours of the day and night.
Are there any other comments or questions before we take a break?
Yeah, my lobster's getting cold, so we got to go to lunch here soon. Okay, maybe not. So, all right.
And do you think there's an opportunity for us to look at how we do some things differently? I'm also reminded, and I say this often, we can only control so much, we can only influence so much. So the key here is how we're going to adapt and be agile, not being in control of a lot of things that in the past, I think we've had a better line of sight visibility on. So I think I'm going to go ahead and allow us to move forward with a lunch break. I'm giving you a little bit more time, so I would like everyone back ready to go 1:30. So appreciate everyone's hard work to get us ready and the framework set for this morning to this afternoon. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. Looks like it's about 1:30. We don't quite have everyone back yet, but I do believe that we have a quorum of the board. So I think we are at the academic optimization and administrative program review. So maybe I will turn the time over to Chris and Leslie to get us started. Hope everyone was able to take a quick break and we're ready to jump in.
Chair Shower, maybe before we launch into this afternoon session, we paused for just a moment and let the Regents speak to anything that they heard this morning that they think they have additional questions about, or just should we pause before we move into the next part of this and unpack any of that?
Sure.
I don't want to have to call on everybody, but I know that some folks expressed, appreciation, and we are grateful for that at the conclusion. But is there anything that you heard or anything that you feel like we need to dive into before we move forward?
I'll just maybe start. Thanks, Leslie. Again, to ground us on the idea that today's session is about education. Could you just speak to the tuition discount, net tuition dollars? So in the charts you showed earlier, you showed a percent increase, the total dollar estimate of that. But there's a large population of our students that have discounted tuition.
Yeah.
So any context for that would be helpful.
Without having some hard numbers to look at, I wouldn't want to speak to that without using actual spreadsheet numbers. Yes, we do discount our tuition. We're fortunate that the state of Washington has grants and has aid available for our resident students, but we also incentivize students. So we provide some waivers, some real scholarships, which are real dollars, but there are waivers. And so maybe some additional information will inform that we can use with dollars. Christian, do you want to add anything there? Because you're much, much closer to this than I am.
Sure, Leslie, and it's a great question, and I'm happy to provide some more specific numbers and follow-up. If we look at history over the last 5 years, we waive around 20% of our gross operating fees. So that's the piece of tuition that's used to fund the operating budget. There's an operating fee and the building fee. So we're also taking out the 4% as required by state law to fund the institutional aid fund. So those dollars are separated out to fund grants for students that have need. But on average, we waive as an institution about 20% of the gross operating fees.
I'll just connect the dot to just a key message, and again, strategic intent, which is the land grant university and access. So we discount tuition dollars to a number of students because it's core to our mission, but it affects our overall financial picture as well.
Yeah. I think in the tuition affordability piece that we talk about when we do the annual tuition increase each year, Saichi Oba and his office always prepare for us the number of students who graduate with debt, what that level is, how that compares to the national average, the number of our students who are able to graduate without any tuition, having to pay tuition, or those that are paying the full freight. So that's information that we update annually and can certainly provide that.
That was one of my big walkaways, was how this new environment is going to impact our enrollment in a very negative way. Is that just a fair assumption based on everything we've heard?
I mean, we've been pretty successful in the last 2 years of bringing in new first-year students. I think any change to the components of financial aid will be a challenge. And that's why I think it was important to show you that Title IV slide of everything that flows through with some sort of a Department of Education impact. Chris, what are your thoughts about that? If you can
Having trouble unmuting. I apologize. I just don't think we know at this stage. I think we're very aggressive in this space. We'll be aggressive in the retention space. I think it's hard to predict what's next going to happen with federal support of student funding and what directions that can go in. I think that's an area where a lot of people would like us to have some sort of answers, but I want to be really careful not being premature in terms of any of the different pieces. The Department of Education came out with a letter yesterday interpreting the relationship of DEI activities and federal funding. We don't know what that letter means or does not mean at this point. And we'll obviously be diving into it immediately, but we really need to understand the state's perspective, the federal perspective, and then what levers we're going to have to pull. But I think in the absence of these specific activities, I remain bullish on our enrollment management approaches, and I think we've got wonderful room in retention. But it's just very hard to predict right now, what is actually going to happen and what those impacts are going to be, and be honest about kind of the lack of answers right now.
Chris, on the and maybe this is a question for Glenda. As far as we're aware at the state level for student support, is there any noise going on about possible cuts to the college fund that so many of the students can rely on, our Washington State College Fund?
The Washington State Needs Grant.
Yes.
I haven't heard any specific cuts to that yet, Regent, or any concept or conversations around cutting that at this point, Regent Powell. But I'm sure it could be under discussion, but I would need to check in with Chris today to make sure on what he's hearing.
Thank you.
Chris Jones, have you heard that? Chris Jones is often on the back end of doing the fiscal notes for anything that has been proposed. Has that one come across your desk as a note?
That has not come across as a note. I do recall seeing Governor Inslee's budget. Of course, Governor Inslee not being governor anymore, but he had prioritized the Washington College grant in his budget. We haven't seen any proposals to cut those dollars at this point.
Are there other questions for the group from Regents? Okay. I'm just going to say it's a lot of information, as it typically is. And so I don't know that I have all of my questions necessarily compiled quite yet. I'm anxious to kind of continue to go through the rest of the agenda, and then I don't want to leap ahead to and tell me about or to leap ahead to any solutions. As Regent Ramos suggested, this is as much for us in terms of education, but also to be at a place where we can ask good questions based on what we have been able to go through today with you.
Right. So with that, maybe we'll start the next section with Chris and the academic unit optimization.
Yep. So talking about some different activities that we're doing right now, we started the program optimization process. The goal of that is to establish academic KPIs that can be utilized for annual review of programs, departments, colleges, units, more broadly campuses. Our hope was to have that available by the end of the semester. I think we are on an aggressive timeline. Obviously, all of the events that are coming up now makes that more pressing. We've concurrently launched a workload policy task force. As we've talked about before, we do not have a established faculty workload policy that results in some real significant challenges. We can talk about some of the different pieces when we get into the colleges. That has been initiated, that group has launched. I think we were hoping we had a period of time to come up with a policy and phase it in I think this will accelerate that timeline. I have talked to faculty senate and the members of the committee that will likely need to be moved up. Before all of this started, the hope was that we could utilize those processes and then really aggressive data-driven annual review to make decisions about what units we invest in or where we divest. We can use things like job placement rates out of degrees or research production out of degrees and bring that in with budgetary information and then make a multi-year transition. I think realistically, we're going to have to be much more aggressive moving forward, which is why I started talking about things like a heavy examination of PhD programs, for example. I think we need a really significant examination of administrative positions and salaries related to them, all of those different pieces. So we had started a process that I think made a lot of sense, that assumed we had more time, that's is evaporating quickly, I would say. Regardless, we'll continue to move forward on those. The one other thing that we've started to shift on an annual basis is how we think about hiring. This is going to get into a deeper conversation about colleges and shifting college budgets. I think there is a thought that you can move those budgets quickly. It's very difficult to do so for a number of reasons. Judy and I've talked about this a good bit. The contracts that we have, which are more variable, are our career track faculty, our graduate students, and individuals who are not on tenured contracts. Unfortunately, in many instances, or fortunately, in some, many of those individuals do critical work of where it's not as simple as saying, okay, we're going to divest from that particular contract. Where you really have to make those decisions is when you have people leaving tenured positions and then having hard conversations about, do we need to replace that tenured position in this particular area? Or should we be looking at a career track faculty member with more of a broader teaching focus? Or do we need to move this into a different location? And so when I got here, I was a little bit disappointed with the hiring information I was getting from deans asking to hire. We are hiring very few faculty this year for a number of reasons, but so it's a relatively limited pool this year. But going forward, we've worked significantly so that those discussions are more strategic and more thoughtful about shifting capacity. Obviously, we're going to have to accelerate that even more. So that's the primary work being done in the academic space right now. Now, that's all going to ramp up dramatically over the next 6 weeks. A month ago, we were not talking about PhD program review. We're going to have to do so. We weren't talking about hiring freezes or travel freezes. Obviously, that's going to have to be a part of the conversation. So I like the previous model a little bit better, but this one is going to accelerate conversations as a result of what's happening nationally. Any questions on those pieces or?
Okay, I'm going to ask a couple. I think it's important for folks to understand this timeline. So you mentioned it may move faster than you had planned. I think there in our WSU community, maybe with some ideas around the academic optimization assessment and that would be done within a period of time. Could you give some idea of what this kind of effort might look like?
The program optimization was to be done in the spring semester. I think we'll keep with that timeline. The goal was to have all of that data available at the end of the semester and moving into the summer, really setting up the incoming president with some tools that can be utilized to make some strategic decisions about different pieces. So I don't think that has to be altered much. But, we might be, instead of a 7 or 8 week version, we might be trying to do that a little bit more quickly. I think the workload policy is one that we're going to have to look at more aggressively. Our plan was for a multi-year transition. where it goes from designing a plan to piloting the plan to getting that into the faculty manual. I think we're going to have to be more aggressive with the piloting components so that we can actually start to have some of the important outcomes related to it. I want to be very careful talking about timelines when we start talking about faculty manual working in that space. That involves a number of stakeholders, and it's not simply a decision I'm going to make in terms of how quickly that goes. But talking with faculty Senate exec this week, there's just, I think, a general understanding we're going to have to move those pieces up. In terms of the other issues that, such as hiring freezes or travel freezes or PhD reviews or so on and so forth, we're all in the stage of trying to design different pieces of those and understand them. I think we do have a little bit of time before the new president starts so that we can get some of that, at least the structure in place. I'm going to really want President Cantwell to be driving the timeline and what are the different priorities that she wants to focus on. But I would expect that all starts rolling out in terms of how we're planning those different pieces in early April. Sandra?
Chancellor, yeah.
You're muted.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to raise my hand, but I could. Sometimes I talk with my hands in anyway. Sorry about that. I apologize. But I could talk about our portfolio review, which has yielded some good results at some point if you wanted to.
I think when we get in the campus section, what Tri-Cities has done with some of their budgetary reviews and divesting from some programs will be a good conversation to have.
If we want to look at the administrative side, so when we started this concept of doing administrative reviews, of course, efficiency is one of the things that we're thinking about, and we started first with human resources. And in the fall, we started a relationship with CampusWorks. CampusWorks is a consulting firm that had done a series of reviews at Western Washington University, and I'd had a conversation with their chief financial officer about how that worked for them and what was uncovered. One of the challenges going into the work with human resources, a leadership change in that division to bring in Jennifer as the interim leader there, is also that they had been operating at a budget level that was above what their budget was. And so we were trying to get them down to the level that got them back into balance. So that was the first consideration. The notion that we might save beyond that is another thing altogether. But as you heard in the interviews that you did with folks before we started the presidential search, there was some discontent around human resources and things related to human resources. One thing I will say is that there has been an expectation on our campus that there are different ways to do the same task. For instance, faculty hiring. I'm pretty sure that each one of our 10 academic units hires a faculty member in a different way. And that causes problems for human resources in trying to respond to that, but also in serving everyone's expectation and managing those so that we are helping our units do the work they need to do by bringing in the personnel they need to bring in. Jennifer has been a trooper in this. She spent a lot of time with CampusWorks. And I think that's one of the real challenges is when you do this type of review, it is a capacity problem because we do have to provide the folks on campus, the leader of that area, but they've interviewed, I can't remember what they told us last week. It was an enormous number of people around the WSU system to get a feel for what happens with human resources. CampusWorks work is over. They met with us last week, Matt, Jennifer, and I, to provide their report. And right now, Jennifer's going through that report and will be providing a summary to the Regents at our Finance and Administration meeting next month. Jennifer, do you want to give just a discussion, not about what the results were from the work, but the work that was actually involved in doing this?
Sure. Thanks, Leslie. So we began our engagement with CampusWorks in September. Some of you might remember during that period of time is when they really started doing the interviewing process. So interviewing individuals as well as stakeholder groups around campus. When they were finished with that, we entered into a review of our processes or our process flows within human resources. That was conducted over about a 6-week period. There were 10 different sessions that were 4 hours each, and that included members of the HR team as well as a large number of stakeholders from around the institution that we invited to participate in those sessions, and they were broken up by topic. Once we finished that work, or alongside of that work, actually, there were 2 surveys that went out, one for faculty and one for staff. And so those surveys will also become part of the final documents from CampusWorks. And just to maybe take one step back, the outcomes that CampusWorks were looking at was an organizational review of the unit as a whole, reviewing all of our processes and reviewing our technology and systems. And there was a little piece carved out also for payroll, which reports up through Matt. And that is, payroll is kind of the nucleus of what we do. HR are the inputs and then finance are the outputs. So we looked at what those inputs were into the payroll system. And so, like Leslie noted, that engagement has now ended and we're reviewing that report. And then I'll provide a summary next month.
But that will say, going through, even though at the highest level we did with the CampusWorks team last week, I can tell you there's a handful of the findings I'm like, yeah, we're not going to do that. I'm convinced one of them would have actually created the need for more FTEs around our campus. It would have been great hands-on service, but it's simply not realistic in terms of adding individuals around the campus who have capacity to do some additional work. Another engagement that we have had underway, and just recently, really since the end of last calendar year, is an IT assessment of the Spokane campus of the health sciences. So the Spokane Administrative Unit, the College of Medicine, Nursing, and Pharmacy. And the reason we brought that one up so quickly is because we do have a financial challenge with the Spokane Health Sciences campuses, and IT is one of those issues where there's a lot of dollars expended and it does not feel that it is terribly coordinated across the units that are doing work up there. This one we did internally. We brought Tony Oppum in and his AFO, Carrie Johnson, to take a deep look of where expenditures are and how the work is organized. The benefit of doing that is that Tony was there at some point. He worked with Daryl in the Spokane campus, setting up a lot of the work, and so had good insight in it. Tony's given us a preliminary report. I think both Daryl and I have asked him for some additional information to dive into that a little bit deeper. But what this sets the stage for is doing IT work across the entire system. So IT is highly decentralized at Washington State University. We have an internal group that is responsible for our enterprise applications like Workday, like Microsoft, like Zoom. We do the security centrally, but a lot of our colleges and campuses have their own IT structures. Over the last year and a half or so, Tony's been working on an IT governance plan to bring these folks together to do some work. But just as Chris mentioned, stepping up some of the academic review work, same here for the IT. This is not one that I'm sure that we can do on our own inside the house. I do think that we may need a consultant to come to the table with us and help us determine efficiencies and risk for IT across the system. I'm not sure that I saw Tony on the screen. If he is, I want to give him a spit. I don't think he is. Daryl, do you want to say anything about the Spokane version of that? I know that we've just received it and it's probably too early to draw any conclusions yet.
Yeah, I don't think, Leslie, we have any conclusions, but it might help folks to know kind of how Tony was thinking about this. And Leslie and I stayed in touch with him fairly closely. So he kind of used the Huron IT readiness model. So he looks at service levels that are provided. He looks at the expenses that are IT related. Then he looks at the infrastructure and life cycle roadmaps. He really plotted this out nicely. He looks at the funding structure, where the funds come from, and then he reviewed the IT kind of risk management. And this is especially relevant to the health sciences as we're trying to launch a practice plan. And then he made some general analyses and recommendations with that. So it's a fairly well put together report that helps us to ask him questions, but he is going to follow up with Leslie and I in terms of looking for efficiencies. And just a reminder, folks, so it's the health sciences admin, the Spokane team, medicine, nursing, and pharmacy. So pretty rigorous, but as Leslie said, Tony has communicated to us that this would be such a huge bite to do at the institutional level. It's probably not feasible. So this gives us some insight into the way to do the analysis, but it may not lead to right away a broader analysis of IT across our system.
And honestly, at the stage we are with the presidential transition, I do want to understand where President Cantwell is in looking at something as broad as IT, which impacts everything we do every day, both administratively and on the academic and research space. So we really need to hear from her on what her perspective is on that and what she's done at other institutions as well. Beyond IT, within the finance and administration world, Matt Skinner and I have talked about some challenges that we may look at in his portfolio. Procurement and contracting, not unlike human resources, touches all of our faculty and staff who are in that space of purchasing things and getting items under contract. We want to take a look at that and see where we can provide greater efficiency and perhaps swiftness to getting to the needs of the campus. That does come with risk. I think that our procurement and contracting unit is very much managing risk to be as minimal as possible. And perhaps we need to open that up and accept a higher level of risk, knowing that that's making things speedier for folks if speed is the intended outcome, but also managing that the dollars are actually there when we are in these situations where we're purchasing. Also in Matt's space, we have looked are beginning to look at our controller's office and maybe even bring in our budget office and look at the work that we are doing in these two units. Traditionally, accounting work and budget work have been two separate silos, not really speaking to each other. That's not a Washington State thing, that's a higher ed thing, that these offices often work completely separate from one another. We've tried to integrate them better so that when the budget office is doing something, the controller's office is aware and vice versa. And that's going to be really important as we manage things like working capital, because budget knows things that our treasury side needs to know, for instance. So a look at that operation, I think, is due, especially considering when we produced the fiscal 24 financial statement, we did have a finding. And that finding, well, findings happen and we will work through a finding and they do make us better. We want to be able to be aware of those because that was one that was brought to our attention. We will resolve it. There could be other things that we have not been made aware of in our work, and it's because we're doing things the way we have always done things and need to make sure that that is both meeting generally accepted accounting principles, conforms with GASB in terms of our financial statement work, but is also making sure that we are operating our financial entity in the most effective way possible. We can talk about other things within finance and administration. I mean, I have facilities in our space too. Facilities is enormous. Frankly, facilities in a space of being very, very reactionary. That was really exposed last week when we had two of our academic units go down at one point for pipes that had burst and caused a lot of consternation. So facilities in a largely reactionary space, particularly in Pullman. I'm sure it's true of the campuses as well, but that is an area that certainly is ripe for a review. I can't really speak outside of finance and administration. We have not talked about the other administrative units, but certainly those could be reviewed as well. And again, I think this will be where having President Cantwell in with her perspective on the university's organization system-wide and all of the administrative units and how those could be more effectively run in a more cost-effective way as well. Kirk or Chris, do you have anything you'd like to add there?
No, I think that's we're going to get into the colleges and but I think your last statement was the key one. In an ideal world, we would have taken time to work through units, and I think it's going to have to be far quickly and far broader, considering the last month. So there will be opportunities there, which is, I think, the plus side. But the pacing of it is going to have to be pretty furious once President Cantwell gets on board and decides which directions to really push in.
And I will say one of the limits to that will be that we are generally minimally staffed in a lot of our administrative areas. We have a lot of issues that are one deep. And when people are one deep, when that person is out for whatever reason, but then that person is also called upon to provide info to help support these reviews, that becomes a challenge.
You know, Leslie, one of the things I've heard in academia is, let's see, what's the saying? Without margin, there's no, there's no future.
No margin, no mission.
No margin, no mission. There you go. And so I can understand the focus on productivity and efficiency, but there's also that top line view, the mindset of innovation for revenue growth. And so as you're, going through all of these units, does the question come out, growth and efficiency at the same time, right?
I think that's fair. I mean, I will say, I can only speak to you from my perspective in finance. I mean, we are not the revenue generators. We are the managers of the revenue that is here. I have to rely on the folks who are producing the revenue across the institution. Then that is our auxiliaries, of course, our academic units, our research units, any of them, the many, many sales and services that happen across the campus, from the vet med hospital to the creamery, you name it, all the work that Connors does. So my units are managing that work. We're not creating the revenue growth there.
And on the academic side, so where we have potential for revenue, but not always, I think there are a number of complexities there. The straight revenue piece is related to student tuition. That we can talk about research and research productivity, but by and large, research costs money. I mean, this is where the difficulty with the F&A conversation comes in. At our current F&A rates, we were losing money on research. And so at an R1, and that was before discussion of slashing them dramatically, it was always something that was on the expense side. So at the most basic level at any major R1, one of the initial cross subsidies which exist is that the teaching enterprise is supportive of the research enterprise, right? That there's that initial piece. And then when you get internally within those units, that compounds more and more and more. And so we are a heavily cross-subsidized academic infrastructure. We have some units that drive significant revenue, and then we have others that are going to be. It's going to be very difficult for them ever to really break even. I'm going to use this example publicly because it won't talk about one of our colleges, but at Mizzou, that was the law school. The law school was always going to lose money at the university. It was going to be very difficult. That was just there's just not enough students. There's not enough tuition. The faculty are pretty expensive, but there was an understanding within the university that the idea of having most of the judges and politicians having graduated from the law school had a particular value. We have that all over our university. I'm not sure that we necessarily talk about it accurately enough or specifically enough. And I think that's a space where we're going to have to get into more specifics about what does it mean when you have this expense, which isn't really accounted for. And so it doesn't look like there's a cost there, but somebody's doing work somewhere else to hold that particular unit up. Or in other instances, you've got monies going back and forth. And so I don't have a problem with the idea of having units support other units, but I think we need to be more direct on those and more thoughtful about how those work out. Sandra's raising her hand, and we never know if that's just the random hand raising of Tri-Cities Camp. Evidently, Tri-Cities IT, I don't know. I think their Zoom, something's happening. It's okay. So that ends up being a really important conversation. And I think we just need to be more transparent and honest about where that's happening. I think that's a difficult thing to do politically. But in the absence of that, I think people make up some narratives of, well, it's this and it's this and it's this, and some are true, some are not true, et cetera. But I think that's a space of where we're going to have to be more accurate, and then decide where those should exist or where do we need to start cutting much more significantly because we cannot afford those subsidies.
Thank you.
Okay, Sandra, you really didn't have anything else to say? No, okay. All right. I was curious, and again, I'm just really hesitant that the agenda is really well laid out, not to jump to another conversation, but when I hear academic optimization and administrative program review, I hear Pullman, and I'm curious how the other campuses are also reviewing that. I think there was a mention of kind of Spokane, and so I'm just eager to understand, is the administrative review for all campuses, all colleges, or was the administrative review limited to what you manage, Leslie?
It's everything. The review of human resources is the Washington State University system. It is everything. The review that Tony has completed of IT for Spokane is the work that we want to now expand across the IT system. So every office that is in my portfolio, except maybe for law enforcement, is a system office. So my expectation would be we touch everyone.
And likewise, I'm system. It's so the program optimization and the workload review are everywhere. There are not different KPIs for one campus versus the other campus, and we have representation across all of them in that process. When we're talking about any sort of large scale program review that occurs out of the colleges, I think. While budgetarily that might look like Pullman, it has significant implications on all of the campuses because those colleges are the academic infrastructure for all of the campuses, right? So if we decide that we have to divest from a particular PhD program as a conversation point, that's going to impact multiple campuses. And so I don't think it's Pullman at all. I think then even beyond that, I do think that there are some important conversations to have about the economic cost of the overall system model. And, particularly in times of when we're in significant challenges, that is a separate category, and it is campus by campus, and there are differences campus by campus that are very important. But there's also just the construct of how we overall approach it and what are the costs there. There's a lot of ways that we save a lot of money. There's other ways where we spend significant money. And so that's it's going to have to be everywhere.
I really appreciate that. I know Sandra has led a review on the Tri-Cities. So I'm just trying to piece all this together. If there's a Tri-Cities admin or Tri-Cities review that might be different than what you're doing, Chris, or different than what Leslie's doing. I'm also curious, Leslie, I appreciate the clarification. That was my understanding as well, but I just wanted to make sure that there was a shared understanding. What about other departments that I would view as admin, whether that be, let's say, strategic planning or marketing and communications? Where do those lie? If you're not directly managing them, are they part of an admin review, or is that a separate initiative?
I have to say, these are not units that report to me, and I can only affect the units right now that report to me, given my capacity. So I think that we need a new president to come in and decide that these are a priority, that we're going to look at these other units.
Okay, not trying to give you any more work, just trying to understand when we say admin review, in my world, that's all the corporate services, not just HR and technology. So just curious where that fit in terms of the overall review. So there may be some additional reviews that help WSU move forward that will be looked at with the new president stepping in.
Regent Shower, if I could also address your question. So Chris is starting the kind of the academic program optimization. We're going to coordinate pretty closely with him. We're different in some ways with the health sciences, but it'll be a system review also. But Leslie and I have talked about it, Chris and I have talked about Kirk, that in Spokane and for the health sciences, we have kind of a rank order of how we're going to do the administrative review. I'll talk about those later, or I can highlight them now. It's up to you, but we're starting a series of waves, and our team is aware of this. And we're underway with the IT, but we're doing other administrative program reviews.
Any other questions or clarifications? And we can move to the next item is the Pullman Academic Unit.
Did you want to, I would be happy to talk about any administrative reviews that I've done, if this is the time. So one of the things that I did early on when I first came, because we were under budget constraints, was to pull all positions centrally. So nobody fills a position without coming through me. And so having a justification for filling that position, no matter what it is. So one of the things that we do is exactly what Chris has suggested needs to be done with faculty is what type of faculty needs to be in a faculty line. And we do focus on where are our strengths and are we build for our tenure line faculty and where are we trying to build that capacity. We also regularly look at and my hand is going up again. We regularly look at our administrative structure. Most recently, we've gone through the administrative assistants to try to make sure that we get done what needs to get done, but in a very effective way. And we have actually decreased our administrative assistants over time because of that. We've been fortunate to hire some really great people in those positions, and they've been able to handle the workload very, very well. Honest to God, I do not know why that happens. I have a call into my IT person for turning off the automatic raise your hand. We're also, when we have vacancies, we look at it strategically, about where we can reinvest, not just how we can reinvest, but where do we reinvest those funds. So it's not an automatic given that because you had a position at one point in time that you will have a position after it gets reviewed centrally. So it's a little hit and miss. It's not as full on as Chris is describing, but it is the process that Chris is describing.
Chris, would you like me to do a brief Pullman Global, or should we wait until the campus conversation?
I think probably the campus conversation, honestly. I don't know. I mean, we're going to get
I want to share one thing, why this feels like it's a Pullman dominated discussion. And I don't mean it to be that, but what I want to show you here, this is the allocation of the university's credit hours for the last couple of years. And the reason it feels like it's a Pullman dominated discussion is because the majority of the credit hours, of course, are coming from the Pullman campus. This is 22, 23, 24, and this current year, the share of those, and Pullman Global is very much related to Pullman because many of the faculty courses are taught by Pullman faculty. So the reason it feels like this is a Pullman dominated conversation about the administrative structure is because the majority of the credit hours that we are generating and what we are serving is focused on the Pullman campus. I hope that helps frame why this is veered into that space. And it's not to diminish the work at the campuses, but this is where the hours are coming from.
Leslie, do we want to start moving into the Pullman Academic Review? And I think a lot of the questions kind of similar go around those areas. Can we pop up the PowerPoint that had some of these pieces in it?
Yeah, I'll do that piece, Chris Jones.
I know, Chris, we've got some worksheets.
Yeah, he has some other thing for you. I think the first thing we wanted to look at was this one, Chris. This is the credit hours, the change over the last couple of years versus the expenditures. Or tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, it was just the next slide in the deck that we were moving into. Okay. I'm going to step through kind of where we are but I'm not seeing the PowerPoint.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at it. I don't know why you're not.
Okay. There we go. Yay.
That one.
Yeah, can we go back one to 10?
That one, the carry forward.
Yeah, so we're going to get through a number of different pieces here. I'm going to show a couple of our college budgets, talk about how we're projecting, and then try to give a sense for where we are at this point. You can see where the vast majority of the carry forward is. It's in Pullman. Vancouver has a pretty significant chunk, and then Tri-Cities, Global, Everett. And then you see the negative numbers on the Spokane side. This is where we're talking about much of our, quote unquote, working capital, or however you want to refer to those dollars. This is just the core number. There's also non-core. And so we have to talk about those two things separately. I'm going to try to stay out of the non-core. It's very hard in the colleges, because when I show you the core numbers in isolation, it looks like all of them are immediately going into receivership, and they're not. But regardless, you can see where a lot of this, where these funds are. So these are funds which have been, for one reason or the other, kept in units, not spent over time and built up. As Leslie said, they're often described as a rainy day fund. They are distributed into literally thousands of accounts all across the university and across system. I probably could say tens of thousands, but that might be getting a little bit too far. And somebody has some sense of ownership over those particular accounts. We have one college right now that is consistently bringing in a percentage of the funds in that college and reinvesting them. That is Vet Med. When we talk about what we're going to want to think about with core funds, I mean, that will be a good college for us to look at. As Dean Borcherson would tell you, when they initially approached that, it was not very popular. It's become more popular. Now, Vet Med has had the advantage that they've been able to take those funds and drive those funds right back into strategic operations in their college. I don't think we're going to have that luxury in the initial versions of this. Ideally, when we would first start utilizing these funds, it would be for strategic planning purposes. I think it's going to be a little bit more in terms of a reactive model at this time. So if you go to the next one, we get the college challenge piece. And this is our core fund expenditures and our drop-in credit hours over the course of a couple of years. And I want to talk through this slide a little bit. Judy, I think it might be important for you to say a couple things about this from a faculty member's perspective as well. In an ideal world, if we were simply doing instruction, and that was our primary area of expense, so the research mission and the engagement mission were not as focused on. And we did not have the significant number of provisos that have us doing operations in many different places that are not directly related in all instances. I mean, a few of them are to degree production and impact on the workforce. You would be able to adjust the college size based on the number of credits. It's challenging for a few reasons. Number one, if a class just goes from 60 to 40, you still have to teach it. I mean, you've lost a massive number. Now, you might be able to decrease sections, and so there are ways to have some sort of savings, but it's not a linear just, okay, I'm going to have X amount of our workforce that we alter and based on the number of students that we have. This is really magnified in arts and sciences in particular. That's a unit that does a massive percentage of our credit generation across all of our colleges and across all of our campuses. It is, technically from a revenue standpoint, a unit which generates a significant amount of revenue and subsidizes the other colleges. There's a lot of research in that unit, but it is, and so I don't want to minimize the research production of arts and sciences. But if you look at the credit generation, it ends up being somewhere in the range of 4 to 5 times the next college. and its research production is about where Voiland is in terms of grant dollars. The other real challenge is that getting into the type of faculty or instructional workforce that we're talking about in each instance. Each of our types of faculty are going to have a different particular primary strategic purpose. And this is where we're getting into a difficult conversation for academia as a whole. When I started in the late 90s, the idea is that almost all faculty should be tenure track, and that tenure track faculty were really a balance of teaching and research and service, and that was how you run a whole university. We have shifted to a model of where you have tenure track faculty, you have career track faculty, and then you have other teaching capacity that exists, in whether it's instructors or postdocs or graduate students. But the specialization of faculty has become more pronounced as time has moved on. And so you start to see more faculty that are primarily focused on instruction, or ones who are primarily focused on research and have less actual instructional overlap. And this isn't, there's no real easy way to describe this. Every individual faculty member is different, but our most expensive faculty by definition are a tenure track faculty. And on a per faculty basis, there will be less actual credit generation for each of those faculty members than either a career track faculty member or another, somebody else in an instructional category. And so when you see this drop in the credits, the idea you'll just cut X number of career track faculty or whatever. And again, I want to be very careful how I talk about this because that sounds incredibly insensitive. But pragmatically, those are the individuals who can hold up the credit generation and are the ones who are subsidizing moving forward. And it's not the one-to-one that we talked about before. So we will work out of this as our student numbers start to recover and we move back up in. That's another reason where it is difficult to simply divest, because your hope is that we get back into the credit generation that we had seen before. But it creates a really significant budgetary challenge, particularly given the way that we do some of our finances. Can we go to the next slide?
So I'm going to jump in and add some to what Chris said. An additional challenge that we have is we scramble at the beginning of the semester to get people in place. So we need to tell our shorter term faculty long enough ahead for them to get another job, because once they commit to us for the semester, we don't want them walking out in October. So we also commit to longer contracts, and that's why you see some of the release time. But one of the challenges for us is that we don't know how many students we're going to have till the first day of class. And so we got to have enough faculty lined up to teach what we think we're going to have. But if we end up having a lot less or a lot more, it's a really difficult situation to manage. And that's also part of why we're somewhat inflexible in downsizing when maybe we should be downsizing.
Well, and it's a great point, and I'm just thinking about math this year as an example. There's also the stage of where the students are, particularly in reference to our core college arts and sciences. While our total student numbers next year will still be down, or our hope is, and our projections are at this point, we will have one of the largest first-year classes that we have seen in the history of WSU. That immediately impacts arts and sciences, right? So day one, the number of gen ed classes that need to be covered is now expanding more quickly than the overall tuition base is expanding, because so much of the core work across all of our campuses is done in arts and sciences in that gen ed space. And then when we get into the year 3s and 4s, you have more of the work happening in the other colleges in those upper level classes. There's obviously a lot of upper level classes in arts and sciences as well. And so what that means is we're not walking into next year with a large tuition piece to push. But we are going to need more sections of Math 101 or whatever the math courses are. Judy can tell me what they are. And so how you balance that out is pretty difficult, to say the least. So it's hard to shift on a dime. And again, the college that this impacts the most severely and where we're seeing the most budgetary challenges are arts and sciences. Judy, you okay if I go to the next slide? Okay. So next slide. All right, so this gives us the enrollment history. You can see the undergrad, the grad, and the professional. I think it is very important that we separate these categories because we need to have different narratives about both our historic land-grant mission, the roles of particular colleges in units, and where we have capacity which can drive revenue and where it is more of a cost. So in the undergraduate space, that gets back to our core base mission. It is incredibly important that we have great education across all of our disciplines in that space. And even with discounted tuition rates or whatever that may be, this is the place that drives a significant amount of actual revenue for the university. In the professional programs, there is a mix there, but that is primarily going to drive some revenue. One area where we've had a real drop and it's caused some challenges is in our MBA program. That is something which historically has really driven revenue for business. We've had some challenges in that space, which our current team is aggressively working with. But that's another category of where you're talking about revenue generation. In that graduate student space, now we're talking about a different narrative fully. This is a space which is going to primarily be an overall university cost. And then we have to have the conversation, does it make sense to have that cost based on either the workforce production out of the degree program, so where are people going after they get their PhD, or what is the specific relationship of those individuals to the research production in the unit? We have had an increase in the number of graduate programs at the PhD level, particularly in the backside of President Floyd's administration. And I think we're going to have to rethink that a bit in terms of does it make sense to have those in every places? Those are extremely difficult conversations to have. These are very, very personal to people, and we're talking about particular places. But that's, graduate programs ends up driving the number of tenure track faculty, drives the amount of research production, and it does not appear to me as of yet we have been making those decisions as strategically based on actual workforce outcomes or actual research production that drives the needle of WSU as a whole. And so that's going to be a space that we're really going to have to work in. Next slide. This gives the core fund expenditures, and you can see you're continuing to go up. I think some people are going to ask, okay, well, why are core fund expenditures going up if credit generation is going down? I've already given some of why we can't react, but we also have to remember things just get more expensive every year. When we talk about different raises or different pieces, the graduate student cost, so on and so forth. The idea that if you have a even budget one year, you're not going to have to make some cuts misses the point, right? As things get more expensive, if you have the exact same amount of money, you're not going to be able to continue doing all of those things. We've been in a period of where we've had less. So 14. All right, this is our sponsored projects award by campus. This is on one hand a really exciting number. We're continuing to see more production in that space. Where this is a challenge is, again, research costs money. The idea that sponsored projects is paying for all of this research, even with the old F&A rates, is not accurate. And so this is an increased strain when it comes to the revenue generating sides and what productivity we have. And again, that's all before the conversation of going from 53% to 15% or effective rate of 30% down into 15%. So this is a really interesting piece that in most days of the week, we would want this to go up and up and up. From a straight budgetary perspective, it is a significant challenge and becoming more of a challenge. And if you put that with the next slide of 15, that's the credit generation piece at the same time. So our more expensive operations are increasing in numbers, while the side that drives some revenue is decreasing. All right, I'm going to stop there for 1 sec. If we want to take the slides down, I want to get into a couple of examples of colleges, but I do want to give an opportunity for discussion just around what I've talked about so far.
I guess I have a question, Chris.
Yes.
With regards to academic investments, what is the connectivity to economic impact and the state of Washington, and stitching this story to demand occupations around the corner, not just the here and now? So the strategic intent of academic investments for Washington impact.
So I think there are two, and I'm going to want Glenda to hop in here. She was smiling there. I think she's got some ideas on this question too. Let's start off with just workforce. We were put here as a land-grant university to create workforce opportunities and build up, really access and opportunity. We want more people engaged in higher ed experience. That creates a better workforce for our state. We are in an interesting state, right? One of the couple of states that has an increasing economy, and the actual number of individuals to fill those roles, we don't come close to meeting the actual demand. And so the workforce productivity piece from WSU, from UW, from Eastern, from Central, from Western, is incredibly important for the engine of this state. One of the narratives is starting to shift. We talked about this a bit in Seattle. You used to be able to import into particularly the Seattle region. That's become more difficult, as everybody on this call knows, and the amount of time you actually can keep people is going down. And so the model of we'll just bring in talent is becoming increasingly costly and increasingly problematic. And so there is, without a doubt, a direct conversation about the importance of WSU, of UW, of Eastern, Central, Western, in terms of creating the workforce that sustains the economic engine of the state. I think we have opportunity to really push that. And I think over the course of the next several months, it's going to be essential that the state understands from a workforce standpoint, if the university starts to have significant challenges, it will impact the economy of the state drastically, which will impact the revenue that the state is getting, and we get through that cycle. So we're talking about in WSU an entity which has a significant positive impact on the economy. The other side is really, it's even more costly. It's, in many ways, it's even more important. Well, it's not more important. I would say it's equally important, is the research and innovation side. If you look around agriculture in the state, if WSU was not here and our relationship with our incredible important stakeholders in industry was not present, we would not have the agricultural system that we have in this state. That economy would be and of course I'm saying this, I work at the university. If you go talk to individuals, and Brett's right here, if you go talk to wheat or potatoes, or if you talk to, they will tell you the tree fruit. They're going to tell you the exact same story. The wine industry started out of Prosser and understanding how we can do these activities. So the research space is going to be some of our more challenging spaces moving forward in the college. Again, these are expensive. They're expensive and they're subsidized. And if you lose the ability to subsidize, and we cannot cut the units or the apparatus which is driving revenue, then the research innovation side is the side that's really, really at risk. And it's going to be incredibly important that we talk about that with the state, and so they understand the potential impacts on the state itself. I also think it's important that we start having a really specific conversation about the impact of the provisos, the impact of the one-offs, the impact of the particular project that makes sense to people in X space. but in the end ends up costing the overall university or the colleges or whomever it is more revenue, putting more pressure on the core missions of research, teaching, and extension and engagement. So I'm sorry, that's a really long answer, but that's what we're facing, and it's not the ideal year to have that conversation in Olympia for a lot of reasons. But the thought of just cutting the universities while the federal cuts are occurring, we need to be very, very aggressive in talking about what that will mean over the course of the next decade for this state if they do so. Glenda, do you have? So we played with this and talked about this.
No, the one thing I was just going to add to this is, and Leslie has been involved in this discussion, as is Chancellor Saleh, but we're looking at doing an economic impact study of WSU's impact around the state. And I think that kind of data-driven information is going to be really important for us when we go back and have these conversations around that information is going to help us inform our communication strategy, I think, as we're talking about the value that WSU brings to the state. So I think that's a really important component of this. And actually, I'd also say there have been emails flying around between the other 5 public presidents through Council of Presidents about doing something statewide and having there be this statewide thing. But the reality is that University of Washington just did their updated economic impact study. We're in the midst of doing ours, which has probably been 10 years since we've done one. And I think all these other institutions are I think we're going to have to just tell this story on our own. And I think it's important for us to do that.
Oh, so just to clarify, is ours underway? Do we have a consolidated impact study?
No, we are working on that right now. What Glenda mentioned, Dave Saleh actually started the conversation because he wanted something for the Pullman campus, and we brought in all of the chancellors at that point. Mike Connell has also been participating because we think there will be some use with that in the campaign as we get towards the public phase of that. We have solicited an RFP, and we actually have the respondents back now, and it's on us to review and score those and get those back. So I expect the work to be taking place over the spring.
So, having studied our WSU archives, the consolidated impact study is quite aged, I'll just say. But in October of last year, University of Washington released their consolidated integrated impact study, and they used a third party. And so to the extent that we can recycle that data, that's all Washington concentrated impact data source, might be, another instance of where we reach out to each other, since we're all trying to work on the same thing. Although it feels a little more competitive at this point in time, since we're all, trying to follow up on our unit interests. But it's a great report. It's out there released. Anybody that is on this call can go access it just for context. Thank you.
Any other?
I'll just add, I think this is awesome. The movement toward an economic impact study. I think the data is going to be really helpful. I think it's going to back up the communication story that we know is so critical. So I just really appreciate hearing that that's moving forward. Thanks for mentioning that.
Let me, Chris, can you pop up the overall just core carry forward across the colleges, not including libraries and honors?
Yeah, you should be able to see that now.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. So we have one of the areas where I think we've got a real strength is our annual budgetary review process. We met in December. We will again meet in April. What we're showing here are the projected numbers. Now, these are our core funds only. So this does not include any of the other funds. And I was going to have Chris put up the all funds The challenges in the all funds is it makes it look like a couple of colleges are going to make like $55 million this year, and they're not going to. It's just that the spend pattern for the initial few months was projecting out, and a number of the expenses hadn't hit. And so the way the formula works. But I do think that this gives at least an initial good overall point for getting a concept for everybody on where our colleges are in terms of their projected gains or losses over the course of the year. If we recenter Connors a bit, it's probably plus maybe in the $700,000 range. There's a little bit of funding there. The 2.0 is too high. Arts and sciences number is actually more, close above 3. And their carry forward ending balance, you can see, of negative $5 million. If you bring all funds into the equation, it gets closer to 0, but it's not like there's a significant amount of money in our core college. And I think that's a conversation we're going to have here. Carson is having some real challenges because of the MBA program. We had I don't want to go too much into those challenges for a number of reasons. But it is a college which is on an annual basis right now actually losing money. We think when that's fixed, that it will settle and be able to move into the positive direction. Murrow, about even. Education is going to make less than that, but it's a little bit. And vet med breaks down even. But generally, the important story here is before we have any cuts, before any of the stuff that we talked about earlier today, our colleges were really falling into 2 groups. We had colleges that were managing their budgets and trying to keep about break even and trying to deal with the cuts, and then one college that was really building up and losing an awful lot of money. The overly simplistic version of why arts and sciences is where they are from just an accountancy standpoint, and Leslie, Chris, please jump in if I get this wrong. There were a number of years of where they were supported by some extra money based on tuition, and that's all gone now. And the college has not altered its size tremendously, particularly in reference to tenure track faculty. And so our current interim dean is working very hard to start to recalibrate that. But that's a significant negative number in a place that's incredibly important for every college and every campus across WSU. When your core arts and sciences, where essentially all of the gen ed is done, is struggling fiscally to this extent, it's going to cause some real impacts all across the overall system. And if you look at the other colleges, it's not like they were sitting on tons of money. So it's not like one college it's just all bananas and great. I don't know what bananas has to do with there, but regardless, but was kind of right in that just kind of okay space. Now Dave is going to talk later. There's been some incredible success in global, and I think that's important. And I think there are some opportunities. But if you look at the actual college fiscals, they're in a kind of an even state. My hope for the first 8 months of my job was that we could utilize optimization to more effectively have better teaching, research, and engagement outcomes over time. So in other words, if we can work on the arts and sciences budget, keep the other ones about the same, that's obviously going to be much more challenging going forward. Simply getting more grants has now become more challenging pragmatically, and running the grants is more challenging pragmatically. The cuts that we're talking about, et cetera, make that more difficult. So do you want to pop that one down? So without getting too much in the weeds of individual colleges, I want to give an opportunity for the board for any questions on those. Okay. Let's pop up one. I want to look at the December arts and sciences numbers that we looked at during our budgetary hearings. Now, Chris, given that you did this 44 times in one sense or the other, do you want to do just a quick overview of what everybody's looking at here when we go through budgetary planning?
Glad to do that. A moment of nostalgia for me. So thank you for the opportunity. We shared a template like this with every college campus and administrative unit when we did the December budget meetings, all in the same format with similar information. So I'll walk through this first tab with you all. In the upper left-hand corner, we're stating what the initial budget was for the unit. In this case, we're looking at College of Arts and Sciences. They had an initial core funds budget of $59.4 million. To the right, we show a history of the budget reductions applied to each unit. For Arts and Sciences, they've had cumulative but permanent budget reductions since FY21 of $4 million. Also listed temporary reductions we applied in FY21 and FY23. Scrolling down to this middle table, we're showing a history of the core funds and non-core funds, sources and uses, and the balance. So whether there was a surplus or deficit, and this is by fund. So looking at the most recent fiscal year that ended for Arts and Sciences, you can see on core funds, they ended with a deficit of $4 million. And on non-core funds, a surplus of $842,000, netting out to an ending deficit of approximately $3.2 million. Scrolling down a little farther, stating the beginning year carry forward balances for both core and non-core funds. If we look back at history, back to FY22, we see the core funds used to have a carry forward of 1.6. It now is at negative $2 million. For non-core, it's actually increased from 20.2 million to 23.2 million for Arts and Sciences.
I think, Chris, can you scroll back down for a second? I do want to point out one of the reasons that we emphasize core versus the non-core. You'll see the largest fund within Arts and Sciences is their donated fund. So those are donor dollars that have come in for scholarships, for endowed chairs, for whatever. They have a gift use agreement behind them. So those dollars are not usable by the college for just anything. It has to meet the terms of the gift use agreement.
Well, and before we jump forward, you know, this was predicting out, if we look at indirect cost recovery, some numbers there that obviously are at risk right now, and that's not a small part of this budget.
And the indirect cost recovery that Provost just mentioned, that is in its own fund. It's listed here under the general fund, so you can see what those balances. This is how they started FY25. So when FY26 rolls, we'll take this FY25 value plus whatever the surplus or deficit is at the end of the year. This last table on this tab is showing a history of the credit hours for Arts and Sciences across all the campuses. Pretty much every unit shows this trend from academic year 21. We're looking at the fall semester, drop in credit hours from 181,000 to 155,000.
All right, Chris.
And I want to mention there's no magic in us using fiscal year 21 as the start of this. The reason is that was when we converted to Workday. And so we're trying to use consistent information out of our system of record and not going back into the legacy system. So that's why it's as if everything started anew in fiscal 21.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Chris.
sure. This next tab is where we are showing year-to-date information for this fiscal year. So at the time, the latest month-end close information we had was October. So we looked at October year-to-date for this current fiscal year. We looked at last fiscal year, and then we attempted to estimate using a pretty simple formula how the unit might end fiscal year 25. And you can see that in column G over here. So for fiscal year 25 for Arts and Sciences, we estimated that their year-end core funds budget would be approximately 61.6 million. Their uses of those funds would be approximately 64.5 million. And you can see we estimate those uses by the spend categorization here, such as salaries and wages and benefits, estimating a year-end deficit of 2.9 million. Scrolling down farther, we also attempted to do the same thing for the non-core funds. As Chris mentioned, this was a little bit more difficult because of the timing of transactions. It can inflate the numbers sometimes, but this projection showed roughly a small deficit of 167,000 on non-core funds.
And understand our estimates that we're doing there, it's just math. It's without knowing anything about what's going on at the unit level. It was taking a point in time, comparing it to the same year point in time, and whatever that change is, applying it to the end of the fiscal year. So in our unit discussions with each of the units, they often said that that formula does not appear to be right for me, and could tell us why it was going to be more or less than that. So it was just a first attempt to apply a mathematical formula to see where we would be at the end of the year.
Thanks, Leslie. And I think a good example of that is if we just look at something like payments to suppliers. Yeah. You know, there was 1.9 million at this point in time for this fiscal year, and 1.2 million. And our area finance officers can explain why that is. You know, we might have had this purchase this year that was unique, and it happened in August, and it didn't happen last year. So really the focus of this information was at the unit, or what we call the cost center hierarchy level, so arts and sciences. But we did want to drill down one more level into a cost center, which is roughly equivalent to a department in a college, showing the budget versus actuals for current year to date. Just scrolling down, you see arts and sciences has a number of different departments, showing that at that point in time, October year to date, roughly a third of the year, and they had expended about a third of their balance year to date. But this shows it, you know, just down to one more level. And then this last tab here, showing again the FY25 beginning year carry forward balances. If it's core funds, we call it carry forward. If it's non-core, it's retained earnings, but it's really the same thing. It's that balance that goes forward into the next fiscal year. They began on core with a deficit of 2 million on core, and then positive of 23.2 on those non-core funds.
I'm going to put a big caveat on the retained earnings here, and we did not talk about this when we were talking about working capital. Retained earnings does not necessarily mean those are cash dollars in the bank. Retained earnings can be receivables. So what Matt's team needs to do is some more work on actually tying out unit level balances to our actual cash on hand. And that's work that is going to be tedious and long and has not been done yet. But these are dollars that should be available to the units, but they may or may not actually be cash.
Is that it, Chris?
That's it. That's the tour.
Why don't you pop this down so we see people's faces? So one of the great parts of going through this process with each college, you really do get an excellent understanding of how they're approaching their budgets, where they understand them. Jen, you had gotten to this before, where there are leaders who seem really talented in that space, versus situations of where there's a little bit more struggling to explain what's going on one way or the other. The reality is that our units are all really different from each other, right? It's nice to think of us as they're colleges, and colleges have a lot of similarities. There's a lot of difference across the different units on what's being done, and what are the driving factors that are costing a lot, and where spaces of where there's some good generation. I do think the budgetary work that Leslie has been doing in this space, we're really fortunate we've been doing that, and so that we're in a place of where we can have really good conversations going into this and have a really solid understanding. I think we have several more years of work to do to keep getting that to be more effective and then utilizing that information more aggressively. But if you look at arts and sciences, I do think it's important to discuss. I think, we talk about athletics, we talk about the Spokane campus. Our core college for the entire university is in a very significant economic challenge, to say the least. And that does, without a doubt, have an impact on our overall ability to have high quality teaching, research in our core missions. And so they have done really nice work internally working on some of this. I think the idea that it's all solved internally in arts and sciences, I've said publicly a number of times, is not accurate. I think this is a unit that will need some funds and also optimize in some spaces. And like I think all units, probably divest from some things. But it's, to me, this is one of the core economic challenges that WSU is facing. And, my hope would be going forward, we talk about Spokane athletics, arts and sciences, all in the same space. They all have, really important now and long-term impacts on the university. And we need to be thinking about what that means. And this was, obviously, we talked about this and designed all of this stuff before the federal transition, which is making it more complicated. Judy, as a member of that particular college and a board member, do you have some thoughts?
Yeah, Judy.
Just that assessing, sort of, as Chris, you've done a nice job of showing, arts and sciences in particular teaches a lot of the foundational courses that all the other colleges build on in the second and third year. So our enrollment is not independent of them. If you took engineering away, math would not have nearly so many credit hours to teach. So it's hard to balance who's doing what, because we're teaching a lot of the foundational courses, but the other colleges are attracting a lot of the majors. But College of Arts and Sciences is really struggling. My department feels like it's hurting with different kinds of cuts we're seeing. We lost all our honors courses this semester. We're not teaching any courses for honors math students. To me, that's incredibly tragic. But yeah, so it's tough to value everything and to sort out how we deal with the budget cuts. I don't have anything more intelligent to say.
Thanks, Judy.
Chris?
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the things that's come out of the budget, these individual meetings that we've had, that maybe you can talk about in a broad sense, is sometimes people are offering up something they feel is politically really difficult to do, or a big ticket item that, they're just not sure about, that may take a little bit longer to do than a month, but has a potential for, major cost savings. As an example, the moving of the press out of Marcom over to the library sort of first came out of some of these where, it was up there as it's an elimination piece. Generally, just as you go through these, I'm not looking for specific items, but talk a little bit about how the budget review also gives our leaders, as we go down organizationally, a chance to put some things up on the table that, they may feel are not core to what they're doing. Anyway, I don't know if I'm articulating myself well, but that's been a bonus. It's not just, here's how I get 1, 3, and 5. Sometimes people at the 5 are putting up big ticket items that this may be that opportunity over the next few months to move on a few things that didn't seem politically palatable a year ago.
Yeah. No, I think that's a great point. The fact that we've got our budgetary meetings coming up in April and we do them the way we do them. Just to give a little context of other universities, at the University of Missouri, I would meet with Leslie at that university. The provost, the president, were not in the room. Okay, so it was simply a conversation between well, actually not Leslie's positions one up at Mizzou, but the identified Columbia CFO. So there are a number of advantages the way we do it. One of them is not time. It's a grueling period to go through all of those meetings, but you do get an exceptionally good understanding of the way the leader and the AFO are thinking about their budget, processing through it. And then honestly, to what extent are the challenges they're facing and the scope of the challenges that they're facing. And then as Kirk pointed out, there are going to be items that are very, very difficult for a dean of a college to be pushing without broader university and ultimately board support. But we can have conversations in those meetings and say, okay, I think there are spaces of where we can do X, Y, and Z. And so I think, to Kirk's point, I think we have a really nice platform to have some of these conversations. I feel lucky that Leslie and Kirk have worked on this and have built this over the past year and a half since Leslie's come. And we're going to have to use it coming forward because, the decisions are going to get tougher than even what we were expecting. But that is a space, I can use the arts and sciences, but we can do this with any of the units. We had a lot of talk about the MBA and the business meeting, for example, and getting a feel for what the direction was and what we thought this would look like and just making sure everybody's on the same page. So, it's a real advantage that we do it the way we do it. Any questions before we switch over to Spokane? Well, I'll take the hot potato and toss it over to Leslie and Daryl.
You want to start us off, Leslie?
Sure. So we asked Chair Shower and Regent Ramos to consider in the fall establishing a new ad hoc committee, not unlike the one that we set up for athletics oversight, to have some insight into the Spokane units, and that's the Spokane Administrative Unit and the 3 colleges that are up there, medicine, of course, pharmacy, and nursing. And we've just had one meeting of that group with Regent Pika, who is leading it. Significant issue that we are all working through, not us on the screen, but Jim Record and his team. The accreditation site visit for medicine is next week. It's this time. It's Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday next week. So they've been gearing up for that forever, it seems. But we wanted to really dive into the finances of these units because they are underwater. The College of Medicine has been since its inception, and that's been known. You may know that my predecessor put a memo into place to essentially absolve the College of Medicine of that debt by agreeing to have the college pay their $22 million debt down over time with a portion of their tuition each year. Now, the length of time that it takes to actually clear that is longer than the rest of my lifetime. So it was at least an attempt to show a good faith effort to remove that debt. And I think that was frankly done for accreditation's sake, did not saddle the college with that. It's not just the College of Medicine, though. The challenges that face the Spokane Administrative Unit, Daryl will talk about that, or that the expenditures have increased. Their budget has been cut, as have all budgets in the last couple of years, and we are in a place where the budget is far exceeding the amount of support that is available. Pharmacy, the challenge is that that is the academic unit that has lost the most students over the last 4 or 5 years. They are down more than 50% in student enrollment since 2019, 2020. And then the College of Nursing, while enrollment is okay with the College of Nursing, they have programs around the state, as do many of our health sciences. The challenge there is that the required student-teacher ratio is very high, and bringing in more students doesn't necessarily solve budget issues, though they've been entrepreneurial, started a D&D program and things like that. But when you take these 3 colleges and the Spokane Administrative Unit combined, we're facing a significant budget shortfall on an annual basis. And that's what we have to address. Daryl, does that set the stage enough for you?
Yes, it does, Leslie. Thank you. So what I'd like to do is cover a little bit of the process. I think you can see some of the data, the information, and give you an opportunity to talk about what we're doing. Let me set the groundwork to say that we're moving toward more of an integrated health sciences, where it's the headquarters for these 3 colleges on the Spokane campus, but the health sciences supports those 3 colleges actively. The core funds budget for the 3 colleges and the Spokane campus, or they emanate from, is about 82 million a year. And you could see that breaks out with about half of that being medicine, and then it's distributed to the others. So Leslie is right. I wanna go through the processes that we're using and then highlight maybe a few of those bigger hills that we're trying to climb at this point. So I'm not going to go into the detail that Chris did, but I wanted to mention a few things that we are doing to try to address some of the budget challenges. So aligning with what Chris and the deans there are doing, we will be doing program optimization, but I'd like to talk about first how we're establishing kind of the runway that we'll use. So we're going to establish KPIs, and we will look at opportunities to increase efficiencies where we work more closely with the colleges and we support them. There are a number of different areas where we could do that. So we're looking at program assessment for, and Leslie and I've already talked about this, for IT. We will look at student affairs. We're going to look at facilities operation and our business and finance units. Later, we will look at communications and marketing. We're actively looking at the EVP Chancellor's office, and we've already made some pretty significant changes there. And then we will look at the college and the health sciences advancement program, and then one that has risen to the top, and this is because of our current environment, is our research support. So we have quite a few that we're going to go through, and we're in process with kind of staging these. We're going to wait somewhat later on the academic program optimization. We will trail Pullman in what we are doing. And the reason we'll do that is because our 3 colleges, they go through a process of accreditation. We'll use some of that base information to help inform the way we do the program optimization process. And again, it will align with what we do in Pullman. So some of the outcomes that we've already had, just so you're aware, is that with our administrative support team, we have projected for FY25 that we would have a $3 million deficit. It's going to be significantly less than that. We're tracking at 2 million or maybe better at this point. We've seen a reduction in staff to achieve that. We're going to get to a point where we'll look at the IT and whether there's some efficiencies that we can build into that we can work with the 3 colleges and with the health sciences, but we'll look across the system too, because IT supports some of the health science activities across the state. I'll go ahead and shift to some of the positions in our office that might be of interest to system personnel. We made a decision to not rehire a vice chancellor of academic affairs, and we're going to hold on that one. We'll probably not immediately hire a vice chancellor of research. And the reason is that we're going to establish probably a little different system with the 3 colleges where we have a council that would be by the associate deans for research, and we'll probably do a rotating appointment with our research leaders with our colleges. We are looking at student affairs in regard to how they service the health sciences, service the colleges. There are some opportunities to integrate what happens in the colleges more closely with what we do in the health sciences. So we are in process. I would mention to you that this is all in context of, we have a 10-year-old medical school. We have a 10-year-old medical school that already is generating over $30 million a year in research expenditures. We have increased our research expenditures. Chris has mentioned this in a couple of forums, but if you take the 3 colleges and the campus, we're well over $50 million in awards for FY24. I'm going to wholeheartedly agree with Chris that this begs the question of how we support that, because research is costly, and we've committed to growing that program, but we may need to think about how we're more efficient in supporting our research activities. So I really would like to provide an opportunity for you to ask questions. Chris and I are working on things pretty closely. Leslie may want to further comment, but I want you to be able to ask questions and for us to stay on a crisp timeline. But are there any questions about the things that I mentioned?
Daryl, this is Doug.
Looks like Doug.
Could you talk a little bit about range, or where that fits?
Yeah, and I wanted to do that. So many of you are aware that we came and we spoke to the Regents in a couple of meetings, and then we had discussions about establishing a faculty practice plan that provides clinical services to both institutional students, potentially employees, and then also to patients outside of our system. Range is a separate 501c3 that was established several years ago. It is connected to, in some ways, the WSU Health Sciences, but let me back up a minute and say, so it is a cross-college, College of Medicine administrative, it will be, unit that will report up to the health sciences. What we are trying to manifest, Doug, is that we would transition range into WSU proper, and that it would be rebranded as WSU Health. Currently, range is expending off of resources that were provided by WSU and through philanthropic sources, but their patient services are not enough to cover the costs of the operation of range. So they are running a deficit. So it's one of the things that we are looking at constantly, working with Dean Record, but how we can transition them from the separate 501c3, but into WSU, going from range to WSU Health, and how we can shorten the time that they arrive at being financially in a stronger position, and that is solvent. So right now there is a deficit spend by range, Doug.
What, I know we talked about this in our first meeting. What would you guesstimate, and Dr. Record mentioned that he's the one who's on first in terms of leadership on this. When would you think that could be done? Like within a year, within 6 months?
We're hoping that the transition would occur around the break point of the financial year. So in the summer is what we're hoping. They are on a different year than we are. So that's one of the things that we're trying to adjust, but we're hoping for a July 1, or that's a goal for us, Doug, that we would get them transitioned over at that point. We're working with them closely to both reduce expenditures and increase revenues, but that is a constant process.
You know, one of the things I learned in that first meeting was the number of students we have is below the number that we anticipated when we first projected out what we thought the demand was or what we could accommodate. I think the number in medical is what, 180? Is that right, Daryl?
So good question. So we started with 60 student classes for the first few years. We then moved to 80 students per class. So we are actually at 320 students. There is a possibility that in the future we can move to 100 or even higher per entering class. And that is a goal. In order to achieve that, we will need to have more faculty on board. We will have to have more experiential learning capability, more clinical affiliations. So we are working on all of those things at this point. Does that answer your question, Doug?
Yeah, so even though there might be a demand, a greater demand, we don't have the capability right now to meet it. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's correct. And partly we have to have folks that can provide the educational requirements for our students, in particular disciplines, and we don't have that yet. We also don't have capacity in terms of clinical sites where those students can go in their third and fourth year. And we are working to meet those needs long term. Our College of Medicine has over 1,000 faculty out across the state. Most of them are on small partial appointments, but that represents the individuals that teach our students out across the state.
Right. I would just add that I'm real excited about this opportunity to help in any way I can in some role here, and just meeting with the group for the first time. I think everyone there is there for they want the very best for health sciences in a very sincere way.
I appreciate that. I think that much like what Chris has done with arts and sciences, and I deeply appreciate the conversation around arts and sciences, because I think we just need to be open about the contribution, the costs of these programs. I would say that Jen, we think about the workforce needs in this state and the needs that we have in nursing and pharmacy, but especially in medicine, and what we are doing institutionally. One thing that I didn't mention that maybe goes under the radar for a lot of folks. So our College of Medicine has already started 3 medical residency programs. And if you just think about the cost of those programs, the fund flow for those, the Everett program that is a partnership between Providence and our College of Medicine, our College of Medicine is a sponsoring institution, but we have 36 of those medical residents, and the yearly run rate for that approaches $10 million a year. If you think about the pediatrics medical residency that is here, the run rate is about 3 million now. When it gets to capacity, it will be almost twice that much. When you look at the family practice residency in Pullman, it is running approaching between $2 and $3 million per year. We don't absorb all of those costs, but we have to find ways to offset those costs. And it's something that our College of Medicine has committed to in order to try to develop a workforce that will stay in state. So, other questions about any programs? Yes, Regent Ramos.
Oh, thanks, Daryl. Just to clarify, we did take action on range as a board earlier last year. And there was a foundation component to this where the original program started sort of as a philanthropic endeavor, which is why it's so closely connected to communities. But I guess, what is the sense of urgency to get the change management resolved inside of the organization? But I know you also have a layer of accreditation activities going on right now. So just in full context, you know, I'm just trying to parse out where we are on the priority.
Yeah, to bring range into the university, and thank you for the specific context of that. To bring it in, we feel like we can support range better. We can help them in terms of budgetary activities. It will align more closely with our faculty being part of the practice plan, whether it's medicine, nursing, or pharmacy. And because we are supporting range institutionally, it seems more prudent for us to have them come into the university and to have the support. That can be in terms of administrative support. It can be through infrastructure. It can be through a number of things, but I'll point this out. IT is a huge issue for range that would become WSU. Regulated data is something that we really have to think about as they're coming inside the institution. So there's a lot of people really leaning into that space. And it's not just HIPAA and FERPA protected, it's beyond that, the way that we operate. We feel like we can support them better, Jen, and we have more of a line of sight and provide the infrastructure and the wraparound services that they need. Laura.
I wanted to just sort of clarify a bit on what would be involved in expanding the number of students in the medical school. And I think you said up to 100 per class. Is that a mixture of accreditation and funding from legislature? And you mentioned the development of some additional clinical sites. So I just wanted to get a feel for what sort of what are the hurdles that we have to overcome to increase the number of students per class?
Yeah, so maybe initially what I'd say, by LCME standards, our medical school is approved to have 80 students per class right now. So that's what we've done in terms of all the accreditation processes. So we would have to engage with LCME in that regard. We would have to find additional resourcing that would support them to support faculty and the clinical experiential learning. So when the college was originally started, some of the early documentation talks about the possibility of moving to that number of students. But right now, we are going through accreditation strictly with 80 students per class. So this is something that would be a future look. Laura, it's not something that we will be doing right away.
Okay, and I was just wondering because it seems like that would really help with the solvency to go to that number of students. And I just sort of wonder what's sort of your projected plan for beginning to tackle that moving forward to larger classes?
That is one thing that we think would help us in terms of helping them with their budget, is to go to 100 or more students in the future.
Yeah, I was just sort of asking, what does future mean? I mean, is it something you're going to, begin the process of looking at, funding from the legislature and other sources, like within the next year, or what's the timeline that you're looking at?
Well, not to put too fine a point on it, but one of the requests that we had for operations, and Gwenda could speak to this, is that we were asking for an additional $1.8 million a year ongoing for the College of Medicine. So we would likely need to look at that in the future also, that we would ask the state for support for the College of Medicine. But I'll remind you that and it's represented in the proviso funding, and it shows up as the $7 million and the $11.4 million for our College of Medicine. That actually took 4 biennial requests to even get to that point. So there was a lot of effort that went into getting those funds. So we have to prioritize it institutionally, and where will that be this year, because it's such a hard budget year for the state. We didn't hear a lot of active support for that. So.
Okay, thank you.
Leslie.
Let me add a couple of things regarding a potentially larger class helping with solvency. That presumes that they're covering their costs within the College of Medicine, and that's unlikely. Each student is probably subsidized in some way. There's a shortfall between their tuition and what the state is providing to cover the full cost of operation, direct cost, and what we are providing in a centralized way. So we do have to manage to that expectation. You know that our top capital request is the team health facility, which is in planning right now, and we're moving towards that. That should provide some of the space. It may actually provide more space than we need, at least initially. But we need to be thinking about how we are operating that facility programmatically, because there is already a shortfall at the Spokane enterprise for health sciences. We need to be very aware of what we're biting into when we build this new facility and what it's going to do. I will say the same thing with some of our statewide initiatives. You know, we have the programs around the state, and that's really how the medical school was founded, is it's going to be a statewide support for rural medical education. But we do have some programs, Yakima being one of them, where we are investing some dollars that do not have a direct revenue source there other than their student income. And we have to look very closely at how we are operating those. Finally, I will say in regard to Range WSU Health, while we may be better support, the real challenge here is that we had a separate 501c3 that was separate only on paper. It was acting as an independent entity, but using the university's dollars, and it continues to do so. And it has to be scoped in a way that our budget can support Range in the way that fits with all of the many initiatives that the university has going on. And so if they were to continue their business today in the way that they have been, that's about a $2 million deficit annually that we would have to fill in, or we need to have them rescope that entity in a way that will fit us in a way going forward.
Okay, Glenda.
Daryl, could you clarify something for me? And
Sure.
I just want to make sure that I heard this correctly. We're not talking about 1,000 WSU employees as faculty around the state. We're talking about our partners that we have that are helping to educate our students, right?
Yeah, so they are not faculty that are paid for the most part.
Oops.
The College of Medicine, they're preceptors, but they do, I think, appropriately assign them a faculty assignment. They're adjunct type of faculty across the state. So we are in process. Go ahead. Question.
We've been around 10 years, and I just wonder if this accreditation, how important this one is coming up this next week, and what we might anticipate, or what are you talking about, thinking about with regard to that and its impact on us?
Yeah, so we have full accreditation, and just making sure everybody knows that, but there were concerns expressed by LCME. I won't go into the details now. The College of Medicine has put a huge amount of effort into preparing for this accreditation process. They submitted a document, a DCI, that's over 5,000 pages of documentation that represents all of their standards that they have to meet. There were concerns expressed before, but Jim Record and his team feel like they have addressed most of those. But it is a wait and see, Doug, when the site visitor is here. So they will come next week, the site visit team, and then we will hear from them several months later, probably in June, because LCME does not provide the immediate feedback. They will gather all the information that is both the written documentation, do the site visit, and then several months later, they will feed back to us whether or not we continue with full accreditation and whether or not they have relaxed their findings for some of those standards. Does that help?
Yeah, that does. Thanks. That's helpful.
Yeah, Jen.
Daryl, my neighbor is a WSU pharmacy alum, and we're in active discussions around what is going on with the industry. Why is WSU so significantly impacted in terms of enrollment? Could you please give us some context on, I think the data point I recall is a greater than 50% reduction in enrollment at WSU Pharmacy. I would appreciate the context. Thanks.
Sure. So Regent Ramos is asking specifically about the PharmD program that is offered by our College of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences. The high water mark for the enrollment in Spokane and Yakima was over 600 students. And we are, as Wesley's pointed out, we have lost 50% of the enrollment. I think, to borrow from a medical term, we've hit the nadir, and we will go back up in terms of the number of pharmacy students. It's a nationwide trend that has honestly perplexed me, because our students do very well. They usually have multiple offers, and they're compensated well when they come out of our program. There's not as much interest in society right now to be a pharmacist as there was several years ago. But again, these are eminently employable people. They have a lot of different opportunities. So we are out there. As we call it, the CPPS team is actively recruiting. We're trying to put more scholarship money in play for the students so that they can make the decision to come here. But Jen, it's confounding to me personally why there's been such a drop off, because it is a good career, but nationwide we have been hit pretty hard because our College of Pharmacy does try to recruit quite a bit from local. It's been pretty hard to recruit from, especially the underserved populations. And there's more effort being put into that right now than I've ever seen before. But I don't have a good answer for you. It's something that really is mind-bending for me. But we are hoping that we're back on the track to recovery. What I would say to you is that it's unlikely that we will go back to the highest levels that we were with pharmacy. So we're making some adjustments with the college actively.
There we go.
Daryl, where are we with the leadership status on pharmacy?
So I have done listening sessions with the College of Pharmacy student, faculty, and staff groups, because Mark Lead is transitioning this summer. And I've indicated to them that we will almost certainly move with an interim appointment, that we want to think carefully and cautiously about how we move forward with the college, and that probably an internal interim appointment is a better way to go for now. I'm hoping within the next month or so to complete a process where I do name and then also publicize the interim appointment for the College of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences.
Thanks.
Thank you for your time, and thanks for the discussion and the questions.
Other comments or questions on the Spokane Campus Health Sciences? I know it's a lot. Regent Peak, I really appreciate you being involved in this ad hoc committee. Thank you for your work and for continuing to be committed to the work as we move forward. I think this is such a game changer for WSU in the way in which it's being put together, and we want to continue to see it successful. So appreciate the time and effort. Leslie, I'm gonna just check in with you. I have on our agenda a break. Does this seem like the right time for a break? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. We're going to come back and we're going to tackle system campuses, and then we'll do a bit of a wrap up. I know this is a long day. I know it's a lot of information, so really appreciate everyone sticking with us. So let's go ahead and take a break to 3:50. So a 15-minute break. Thanks all.
Hey, Laura, it's Howard. I have too many buttons to push.
Yeah, me too.
Your trip was good. It's good to.
Whoops.
Your trip was good. It's good to see you.
It was good. And actually, we had fantastic weather. It's the dry season over in Thailand, but we also went to Cambodia, saw the temples at, in the Siem Reap area. And a very sobering thing was going to visit the memorial for the killing fields, which was just a travesty. Oh, we're being live streamed, so I need to. I thought we were on break.
We're still on break.
Yes, but we're being live streamed, so.
I'll hold my questions for later.
Okay. Looks like several folks back. Let's go ahead and get started again. Systems campuses And then we do have time at the end for any wrap up and questions. So I want to just kind of keep us moving forward so that we can get to that time period where we can follow up. So Leslie, are you ready? Is there anything else that you want to try and cover
No, I
first?
think you're great. Thank you. And thanks for your patience and attention and great questions throughout the day. So this last section before we wrap up is focused on system campuses. And again, I want to be clear, I did not ask the chancellors to prepare anything. I know that Mel and Paul have not been here. But we do have Dave, who has been participating, and Sandra, who has also been participating. And it might be the time for them to talk about their campus-specific information. We certainly have information just like the academic units, the credit hour generation, the use of their budget dollars, their carry forward, all of that is available as information items, but it would probably be good to hear from the campuses. And then I think that we want to have a little bit of a contextual discussion about the campus's pro rata share of central expenditures. This is something that I introduced to the campuses via a workbook back in I'm going to say it was the summer, because I think Chris had not started yet. But then we revisited it in the Seattle meeting in a chancellor's retreat, and I think it's something that is ripe for discussion.
Sandra, would you like to go first? Or do you want me? Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna speak in the context of the conversation we had today. So just kind of talk about some of the things that are happening on the Pullman and Global Chancellor's office. I'll start with Pullman. Looking at where the Pullman Chancellor's operation was back in May of 2024 and where we're at now, it's in a completely different space. So we've really reorganized that operation, where we're focusing primarily on partnerships with the Provost Office, Finance and Administration, Marcom, the Foundation, to partner for those services that the Chancellor's Office needs, rather than hiring our own folks and duplicating that effort. So I think the Pullman Chancellor's Office is a good space in terms of the operation and the financial footprint of those activities. On the global campus side, there are a couple of things I want to touch on. I'm going to try and focus on the opportunities and some of the positive things. So we've partnered with the Provost Office, with Chris and Leslie, to think about a new or a different model for launching some programs on the global campus. It's going to be a pilot. It has really interesting opportunities, not just to generate revenue for the universities, but to get more money back to the colleges and money back to Central. So I think that's a good positive opportunity for revenue growth moving forward on global. In terms of the carry forward, actually, Leslie and I have been working on a year to right size the global carry forward. And so this summer we came up with a plan where global would transfer $5 million every year for the next 5 years back to Central. We think that's where we're at in terms of the liquid carry forward that we'd have out of global. Given the current budget situation, we've talked about making that a one-time payment over the year rather than extending it out over 5 years. So we're working to figure out. So as Leslie mentioned previously, a lot of the money in our carry forward reserve is more of a holding for money that goes out to the colleges. We've got our professional education unit that does conferencing and online non-credit courses where they're holding money for our client, and then that needs to go back out. So what we're doing is we're trying to figure out that exact dollar amount and then looking at how we might get that back to Central as a one-time gift. So or transfer, not gift, because it is the university's money anyway. So I think there's some things there that are positive. One thing on the downside, we had our outgoing vice chancellor of student affairs, who was responsible for enrollment management, student affairs, and marketing. And we had some glitches with a third-party a marketing firm that we use. And so we did not update our campaign. And that has resulted in lower enrollments for the spring semester, and we're optimistic we'll rebound for fall. It just shows the importance for us, especially how noisy it is out there in this online learning world, how we need to be able to invest in those type of things to grow those enrollments and get our brand in front of folks competing with multi-million-dollar budgeting bills. On the personnel side in global, we've really reorganized the operation as well. So reducing expenditures in terms for our administration, in terms of the administrative review, we did not renew that vice chancellor position. Instead, we elevated individuals within the organization to take on enrollment management, marketing, and student affairs individually. These folks are already in place and they've stepped up and are doing actually a fantastic job. So we feel like we're right-sized in terms of the administrative structure in global. So I know it's been a long day and we're approaching 4 o'clock, so I'll stop there. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. If not, I'll turn it over to Sandra.
Can I add something though first? Dave, thank you for the discussion around your carry forward. It's really, in your case, it's non-core retained earnings. I want everyone to understand though, while we're made this agreement to pull these dollars out of global, it is not giving us new expenditure capacity.
Right.
It is only covering some of the current deficits that we have. I don't want anyone to think all of a sudden we have additional capacity. We do not.
Good point. Thanks, Leslie.
Dave, I just have a quick question for you.
Sure.
Global has been hugely successful in areas at WSU where I think we've struggled a bit, and consistently Global has just done a great job. In my opinion, there's a lot of future in terms of our land grant mission and access for Global to continue to expand. While I very much appreciate the willingness to move the carry forward in the reserve, will that in any way inhibit your ability to continue to move Global forward as one of the areas of great strength at WSU as we think about how we deliver education in a different way? Because the competition's so great right now. I just want to make sure that we're not taking from one area that needs us to continue to invest in another area, although that will be the conversation for all of us as we move forward, because there's trade-offs. So can you speak a little bit to kind of what this impact may have on Global moving forward?
Yeah, no, I don't think, I mean, it's as Leslie pointed out, it's just one pot of money, and it's not as if we can spend with impunity anyway. I mean, I think we still would have to make the case that here's an opportunity, here's the investment, and here's the ROI. And I think it's going to be the case moving forward, whether that money is in a global reserve or if it's in a central reserve. I think if it's a good idea, we should fund it. And if we can move forward, that opportunity in global forward, at least I'm optimistic we'll still have that flexibility to operate well. And honestly, I'm anticipating that we're going to continue to grow Global's reserves, that as we move forward, we're going to still have additional money that's going to come into play during each year as we grow global enrollments, that will have those new dollars for flexible investment.
I think what you also just said was really important too, that it is one pot of money and that we should be looking at ROI on all our initiatives. I think that thinking is what's going to have to really be how we move forward across all, not just campuses and colleges and admin, but the whole system. So thanks, Dave. Appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you.
So this could be a little bit of a preview for the Board of Regents meeting in March, because some of the things I'll say here, I will probably repeat again in March. I think a couple of points that I want to make. First off, we've been increasing in enrollment over the past 3 years now, and that has been extremely helpful to us. But we've also been increasing and I think this is part of it, we've been increasing in the student credit hour production, which is actually the way I prefer to measure things. So our head count's been going up, but so has our credit hours been going up. Because if you think about credit hours increasing, that's when you're making the money because students are paying through by credit hours. So that's a good measure of whether you're operating well or not. In my mind, my simple chancellor's mind. The other thing that we've seen though is that we've seen a decline in our students taking global courses. I'll just bounce off of what Dave said there, which I think is actually a good thing for our campus in many ways. As you know, we've been working on an academic program plan for 3 years now, and I think these are what you're seeing as the results. So what we've seen is the number of classes that we're offering or the number of sections that we're offering is decreasing, but the student credit hour is increasing and the number of global classes are also decreasing. So what that means is that we've been scheduling much more effectively so that students know when to take a class, when classes are being offered in a more proactive way. They can look ahead and say, this class is only offered in the spring, I better take it now or not take it, so they're not surprised that the class isn't offered. And we're also not offering classes that are low enrolled, because if you offer a low enrolled class, you're not necessarily offsetting your cost to offer that class. So we have fewer classes that are low enrolled. We have fewer students having to resort to global or video conferencing classes to get their requirements met. And all of this is because of our academic program review and all the data that we've collected from our program review. So that has actually helped us increase our budget or free up some money that was otherwise going not being used efficiently in offering classes. The other thing that we've done because of our program review, and I probably won't get into too much detail, but there are 3 programs that we're looking at, 2 for sure, that we are either rethinking and integrating into current majors. And what that really means is we are discontinuing to offer a couple of majors. So one of those, for example, is our hospitality program. We will no longer offer that as a major. However, we will be offering some courses in our Bachelor's of Arts in Business Administration, or BA will be offering some courses in hospitality management in those courses. So if students are interested in hospitality as a business major, they can still get the courses they need to go into management, into hospitality, but we save by not offering the major, and we save in many ways by not offering the major. The same is true in English. We're offering only an integrated major instead of 2 majors in English, 1 in literature and 1 in composition. Our literature courses in particular were very low enrolled once they hit the upper division courses. So that's going to be a boon for us. And there's probably a couple of other programs that we're going to restructure in order to offer things more efficiently and effectively. It also allows us to take advantage of some retirements, to reorganize when people have quit, and to put our resources into things that are a greater priority for us. I'd like to say something else about our carry forward or our fund balances. Leslie alluded to this earlier in the conversation today, that our carry forward on a campus is different than those carry forward balances within a college, because on a campus we're using our carry forward to pay for things like our boiler that just went out in one of our buildings, and the flooding that caused when it froze, and all of those kinds of things that happen in facilities, any kind of remodel that needs to be done, any kind of emergency service that needs to be done. We also don't have a benefit pool, so we pay for all that on our campus as well. So our carry forward is different than in a college because we are really running a campus. Our carry forward is more like a carry forward that would be on the Pullman campus in their central reserves. So, I'm sorry, Leslie, central fund balances. So that's just a little bit of a difference there. So I think that's all I need to say about the Tri-Cities campus right now. Leslie just raised her hand. She may have something else to say. Oh, no. Okay.
No, I did not gesture to raise my hand, but thank you.
Okay. So I'm happy to take a question and to have a more organized conversation in March. Yes.
May I ask a question? The business, the major for hospitality, that's not to be confused with the School for Hospitality and Business Management. Is that correct?
So all of our majors on our campus, most of our majors on our campus, I should say, are affiliated with the college. So our hospitality major was affiliated with the School of Hospitality Management. Absolutely. We've been working on that for about a year and a half, maybe a little bit more, and they are fully aware and fully support our discontinuation of that program.
Okay. Thank you.
It's not a major that works well here in the Tri-Cities. So one of the things that we know about the Tri-Cities and the hospitality industry in the Tri-Cities is that most of the jobs in hospitality here are lower level than a baccalaureate degree. The ones that require a business degree or a hospitality management degree are decreasing in number and are largely filled. So
Okay.
just don't have the job demand for a baccalaureate degree. There are programs that offer those lower level skills that are available to the industry here in the Tri-Cities.
Thank you.
Sandra, this might be unique to Tri-Cities, but you know, the headlines today are PNNL are being hit significantly, as well as Hanford and other places in your region. Maybe too early to assess, but how do you comprehend those impacts to the campus there?
So most of these are DOE, Department of Energy hits that the PNNL and the Hanford side are taking. If you think of Hanford, you have to think of it in two different ways. One is that it's a DOE organization, but it's run primarily by multinational corporations. So we haven't seen any layoffs in the multinational corporations, which is most of the workforce. All of the layoffs have come from the Department of Energy. I know that DOE is working as we are, that PNNL is working as we are working to try to anticipate what's coming and to plan for it in the best way that they can. I haven't heard, other than the impact to the individuals, I haven't yet heard of anything catastrophic happening around those layoffs. So but I keep my ear to the ground and my phone and my turned on, and I ask lots of questions of those people around me. There's a lot of hits that could happen in the Tri-Cities right now.
Yeah. Well, thank you. One other quick question. I just appreciate the analysis and the decision-making around which programs to actually stop, which programs to continue. Is that a scalable process? Is that a process that, can the analysis at Pullman or any other campus?
So, and also, Jen, I want to say, because we've got a little doom and gloom in there, we've also added 2 programs, but that was based on data as well and based on need. And so we'll see as they are developing out, they will be under the scrutiny that we have put the other ones on under as we move forward. It is a replicable process. In fact, we look at our data every year to make sure we're on track and to see what the trends are. It could be scaled to Pullman or to other campuses. I will say, and I think you've heard me say this several times, we think of Tri-Cities as sort of the test kitchen because we're smaller and we can do things a little more quickly, maybe a little more nimbly. All the things that we did are things that Chris Riley Tillman, I have to, lots of Chris's here. Chris Riley Tillman has talked about doing in Pullman, but it would have to be it would be a little bit different in Pullman in that it would probably be college by college doing those things. One of the things that's very important in the work that we're doing, or that I think is very important in the work that we've done, is we didn't do any of this in isolation. We collected data, we analyzed it, we looked at it with faculty. And the decisions about what to keep going and what to stop really were driven by the faculty saying, this doesn't look so good. And this does look so good. So I think it's really important to involve the faculty in that change management process. And of course, Pullman being larger and more complex, it would take a lot more work, but it's scalable.
Thank you.
A couple of caveats. Sandra's DCAA is in the process to develop KPIs. I think a lot of the data management part is similar. I do want to have everybody be careful. I think Howard's question is a really important, his question was the question we're going to get to. If we close a program out of the Pullman colleges, they're closed everywhere, right? So you're talking about ending a particular program of a particular type at WSU. That will have a different political narrative than ending it at a site. It's going to be a different conversation. I would love to believe that we're going to be able to get people together and agree on what to close and what not to close. I've seen this too many times. When it comes down to, okay, we're not going to do this PhD anymore. We can get Judy's opinion on how this is going to work with faculty. I think we can have an overall understanding of the importance of that for WSU that will be existential for the individuals that are related to that particular program, right? So I think from the data analytics standpoint, from the faculty inclusion standpoint, we strategically put people from Tri-Cities on the committee because that is the campus that has done this work the most aggressively and effectively, and I think Sandra's leadership in that space is going to be important. But I think there are some fundamental differences when you start talking about closing the entirety of a particular program across all of WSU. The scope is going to be quite different. Regardless, that's where we're going to go. Judy, do you have any thoughts on that? Okay.
I agree with that, Chris. And I would say that I think that that's exactly right. We kind of are a test kitchen. Did we do everything perfectly? No. And did we do everything what we did? Will that translate specifically to everything else? No. Or everyone else? No. And the conversations are hard. This is really hard work that we're doing. And they're not sometimes they're just not fun, but I think they're worth having. Any other questions?
Thanks, Sandra. Leslie, we have, let's see, Mel and Paul are both not here. Daryl, was there anything else you wanted to add from Spokane that maybe wasn't already covered, or?
Oh, thank you, Lisa, for asking, but I think that we covered unless people thought of additional questions that they want to ask.
I have a question. Actually, it's for Sandra. Just, I mean, with all the chaos that's going on, you have a large number of Latino students at the Tri-Cities. Are you hearing anything or getting any sense of the students there? I know that there's got to be a lot of fear within the community, but of the students, you know, thinking of not coming back to school or going to school, that could impact, you know, your student population.
So, yes, I think there, I mean, I know that there is some fear, and there are some people who, or some students who have gone into our student affairs office and have said, I don't know whether I'm going to continue my education or not. I am fearful. We have gotten those messages. What I do have on campus is an extremely good student services support crew. And they've been able to address those questions. We are also going out and we're talking to students and kind of measuring what the mood is, what it is that they need and want to hear from us. I think that interestingly enough, I haven't heard a ton of chatter in the community, but I think it hasn't settled in yet what the consequences may be, or maybe it has. I think, you know, I think we're not dealing with a population of students, no matter what race they are or ethnicity they are, that's a monolith, and it makes it interesting to deal with. But I have had a monitoring team in place since the beginning of December to make sure that we are looking at the situation, that we are watching what the mood is in the community and on campus, that we are out there talking to students and faculty and staff, that we are watching what is coming out of Washington, D.C., and that we are trying to communicate at the right level, at the right time, about what we cannot, should, and should not be doing. So we have been watching this for a long time. We meet weekly. The team is made up of my vice chancellors, so we talk about the research side as well as the student affairs side. So it's vice chancellors and a faculty member and a student affairs person who are on the front lines of that discussion. So we continue to monitor, we continue to keep our ears to the ground, we continue to offer support and resources. And I think, you know, one of the messages that I think is really important is it's important to continue your education, our message to students. When they say, I may not come back, or I don't know if it's worth coming back, I always think the message is, there's nothing better that you could do but continue your education, because that's something that stays with you forever regardless.
Thanks.
So another thing that we need to consider when we're talking about the campuses is this concept of the pro rata share of centrally provided support. And as I mentioned at the top of this discussion, we built a workbook that recognizes all of the costs that are charged out to our campuses, because currently, because Tri-Cities and Vancouver operate on their own tuition, they are assessed 11% of that tuition value back to Central to cover the centralized costs. They also are required to pay for some of their IT site licenses, some other specific things that they do. They don't receive 100% of the F&A for their grants back. We retain a portion of that in the big F&A pool to cover centralized costs. But we built a workbook to consider all of the central costs, what the campuses are currently paying, to go through a systematic process of trying to decide who is responsible for central costs in a pro rata way, whether that be based on the number of credit hours generated, the number of faculty and staff, FTE. Sometimes square footage is used. That's not really a valid indicator for us when we're talking about the campuses, but we do need to systematically look at that. My inclination is to say, and Sandra knows that I will say this, is that 11% is a light fee for the centralized services that are provided. But I can't say that without really looking at what the costs are, what the expenditures are across the university, and deciding what portion of those may or may not be allocable out to the campuses. I'm sure that Sandra will want to chime in here, but I'm sure that Chris Tillman will also.
You first or me first, Sandra? Okay. This I think is a really interesting overall conversation. Mizzou, when we were approaching an RCM model, colleges within the university structure, which as Sandra I think correctly said, it's not the exact same, would expect to get somewhere in the range of about 60 to 65% of each tuition dollar back. Now that doesn't apply directly over to campuses because the boiler example is the perfect example. So understanding where the cost is, and the way our system works, I'm for example, or deans, for example, or whomever are working X percentage of time for the overall system by definition of the supporting the individual unit. And so this is going to be, this ends up being a really challenging conversation. I see Daryl's nodding his head. He probably should weigh in here too, in that, obviously from a campus perspective, keeping that number as low as possible makes sense. At some point, it does end up being essentially a subsidy of support from the campuses when it is not covered in one sense or the other. I don't know the right number. I think we'd have to go through some sort of process to get it. The 10% and 11% numbers, I think we'll just put there as a placeholder, not a placeholder, but just as I haven't seen why that was a specific logical number for the amount of work. But, this is going to end up being, when we start talking on campus is a challenging part of the overall conversation.
Yeah, I think I think Chris is right, is that we don't really have data to support what that cost is, that we should be, or what that tax, for lack of a better word, is. What we're getting in services versus what we're paying into the system needs to be evaluated. And I think once we have the data, I think it'll be a much easier conversation.
Yeah, I'll just add to it also that I think this is a very important conversation to have. And Leslie was able with her team to develop a spreadsheet that we can look at. And there's a lot of different functional areas that Pullman supports the entire system in. So we are actively looking at that. But some of the ones that are especially interesting to us right now and revolve around the discussion today is research. And how is that supported and connected? Another one is IT, human resource services. So we'll look at this. It's hard to define kind of what that pro rata share should be. But as we've had this discussion, it's come out like with the responsibilities of the deans and the department chairs across the system for the whole WSU system is how do we assign that value? So this will be something that the chancellors have talked about and will be front of mind for us. But I think it's something we've got to push into. And even if it's imperfect, we need to do the process.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I think this is not just a campus discussion to be had. I think that there's duplication around the system. I think that, so I don't think it's just a campus to the system discussion. It's how do we find efficiencies of scale across colleges and across the campuses, and where do those make the most sense? You know, I just use the example of we've got a really great team here on campus for student support. We absolutely need to have that. It would make no sense whatsoever to centralize all of our student services. Compliance, yes, but the rest of it, we really need to have those boots on the ground. I would say the same thing for admissions. Our admissions and our enrollment has gone up because of the personalized service that we're able to give to the people who are applying to us, and by people who know their region and they know the campus. So again, compliance thing is centralized, absolutely, but how do you ferret out? I think we have to have the discussion about how do you ferret out what should be in at a campus and or in a college, and what could be a central service.
I will say, and I think Sandra's absolutely right. We're going to need some percent of individual services on campus and colleges. I will say right now, from my perspective, it's generally 100% in both places. And I find it very hard to see any continuity across the system in terms of the student life experience. If I take it, you know, just looking at disability services, having 4 separate divisions across WSU, I mean, this is actually my legal profession is terrifying. And so, you know, this is going to be a really difficult question. Are we one university with multiple locations, or are we multiple effectively separate entities? And we function much more as the latter than the former. And it's really expensive. It's you know, the argument is always local specificity, but we just have one-off after one-off after one-off. And this is going to be a really difficult conversation, because I think everybody has a feel that they want something in a particular place. And we literally can't afford it. And, you know, to be blunt, if we look at our retention numbers, for example, I don't see any particular college or campus with retention numbers anywhere near where we ought to be as an overall university right now. And so, I mean, this is going to be one of the many difficult conversations we're going to have. And
I think you're right. One of many difficult conversations. And I think this might be a good time to also set expectations for what will be accomplished in this budget cycle and what will be accomplished in future budget cycles. So I think we've covered a lot of details, and we've covered a lot of specifics relative to areas where we need to study, where we need to gather data. That's not, to the best of my knowledge, going to be done by May 21st. So you're already seeing a pretty significant increase in workload that this team is managing in terms of what's coming at us federally, and then what we already had planned was going to be a tight budget year. So maybe I'll just pause for a minute. We have about 30 minutes left in our meeting. I don't know, Regent Ramos, if you have anything else you want to share, and then I know Leslie we'll want to wrap up with kind of next steps, but I do want to make sure there's enough time if regents have questions. It's been a really long day with a lot of information. I don't want to leave here with expectations of what the regents are going to see moving forward, or what information the team is going to collect, given the time frame between February 17th and May 21st. And what we can all accomplish in terms of our ability to be ready to make that decision in May. So, Regent Ramos, do you have any wise thoughts you want to share?
Well, that's setting up.
Everything you say, Regent Ramos, is wise.
Well, first of all, I just want to express gratitude, because the team here on a holiday, spent all day on this very difficult subject. And as you can tell, it's all very interrelated. And while pieces of the data come at us, you have to actually look at it as a whole. And so it may feel like we're juggling, you know, 3 12-sided Rubik's cubes at the same time, right? Can you visualize that complexity? And so then it feels murky, but it's not intended to be. And this has been a real, genuine, I'll just say exercise of transparency. And so there's one thing that we might consider just to go, you know how you say slow down to go faster? Just the working together principles that Washington State University is going to employ in this transition or in this bridge budget. Transparency, inclusion, empowerment, whatever those principles are, so that we're consistent with it across the university. That's just a suggestion because we come at this sort of as a, you know, as just work when the work should be centered on our principles and our strategy. And the goal is to have students have access to quality education so that we can continue to promote the social economic health of Washington. So just, it might be helpful to always center up on, while the work is really hard, we're doing it for a reason and why it's so important. So I just want to also recognize that we couldn't even have this discussion a couple of years ago when we were trying to just get through workday. So Washington State University, through its proactive investment in just as recent as a couple of years ago, to really exercise workday, and I'll just, you know, give credit to Leslie's team and Matt, you know, as a nationally recognized program to get us trustworthy data. That's a real big deal and a reason to celebrate in this sort of difficult time. And I guess I've just conclude there. Really appreciate this team. It's an amazing team, but we've got a lot of work to do ahead of us.
Thanks, Regent Ramos. You didn't disappoint. Really helps to continue to center us. I'm just going to maybe just give space for each regent if there's anything that you want to add, and then Leslie, I'll pass it back to you. Regent Pika, you started in that room with a couple other regents, and I know they all had other scheduling challenges. So anything that you might want to share? Okay, but I don't think we can hear you, or maybe I just can't hear you. Sorry.
No.
Is that good?
Yes, yes.
Yep.
Any questions, thoughts, feedback?
I liked what Howard said. Howard, Regent Wright, your fresh lens, commenting on this team and what a great job you've done preparing for today, but just the talent and the commitment shines through, and I just appreciate that.
Thank you, Regent Pika. Regent Blankenship, you've been quiet. You've been on this whole time. Just want to check in with you, see if you have any comments, questions, feedback you want to share.
Two things. One to the subject at hand, and the other before we close. Now, a little more levity, but I think the challenge that I see is a lot of the chaos caused by the things happening at the federal level. And yet we don't know how much of that will stick long term, since the subject seems to be, or the technique seems to be shoot now, aim later. and start with a scorched earth approach, we don't know if we can persuade politically some backing off. But yeah, we have to plan for the scorched earth. And I think that's our biggest challenge of that flexibility. On the lighter side, it would be, we have while I have everyone on, we have a basketball game coming up, and we were having hallway conversations among the regents during the presidential search. And believe it or not, there are 3 people on the board that once attended WSU Cougar Cage Camp when we were young kids in basketball, and hopefully 3 of us will be at the ball game Wednesday. That would be Regent Pika, Regent Serna, and myself, if we can all get there. So that's a little fun thing to think about. And that's all I have.
Thanks, Regent Blankenship. How about Regent Powell?
Well, I would like to sort of echo the kudos for our team and putting together great presentations. I'm particularly glad to hear so much emphasis on having decisions being made data-based, as well as an emphasis on conversations with those impacted. You know, it is a rough time ahead, and I think we all recognize that. And it's also going to be a very unpredictable time ahead. So we won't have the level of advanced planning on some things that we have anticipated. But I do appreciate the path forward that has been expressed today, and really looking at different contingencies, and so that we are you know, able to, whether we have to go to an extreme or somewhere in between, that, you know, we're gathering the data and plans so that we can be reactive in as quick a time frame as we need to be. So I have a great appreciation for that as well, and just appreciate all the discussions and the planning that's going on, and look forward to further discussions.
Thanks, Laura. Regent Serna?
Just again, thank you to everybody for giving up this day. For one thing, it was supposed to be a holiday, but also I know that you did a lot of work coming up to this day so that we could you know, consider everything. And as much as the challenges we face ahead, you know, everything's so unpredictable. But I guess the other part of this is that we would have been facing some of this anyway that we really had to look into. So it's just kind of an added thing that we've got to deal with now, and the unpredictability of all that. But I just really want to thank you know, Leslie and her team and everybody, and Chris, for everything you're doing to try to prepare as best as we can. And as one of the Cougar Cage Camp guys, yes, I will be at the Gonzaga game. I'll plow through the snow to get there. Hopefully there won't be any snow when I drive over. All right. No telling. Okay.
Thanks, Regent Serna. Regent Wright? I can't hear you. Still can't.
Sorry about that. That sounded really good.
Perfect.
So I start again. Just to reiterate this morning, my message of the talent, the expertise, and the competencies at the table and on the team. It's a pleasure to work with everyone. These are challenging topics and difficult decisions, and I don't think that we could be better equipped than the team with which we are working now. So thank you for this opportunity.
It looks to me like Regent McDonald, you might be calling in. I want to make sure you have space if you have anything that you want to add. Also don't want to put you on the spot if you're not in a place where you can. All right. In terms of kind of next steps and anything that was discussed today that requires a level of work or action items, I want to check in with you, Leslie. I've been taking notes throughout. Were there things that you heard that the Regents asked for so that we can all get clear before we close the meeting?
You know, I did not keep notes on that. I trust that Ginger and others were in the background doing so, so I'll rely on them. And if you have notes, you can certainly send them to me. I will say that I was more engaged and not taking notes this time.
I didn't take notes of key elements that the Regents needed additional information. So I want to check in, Tracy, if there was anything specific that you're hearing before I keep moving forward. Tracy?
Finding the buttons is hard. What I had written down was, of course, I'll have the slide decks from everyone that presented today. And then there was a request for speaking points on funding impacts and messaging that the Regents should be helping to promote. And I've got some information from Glenda that I'll include in the follow-up. And we'll see, as things develop, we'll share more as that goes on. And there was just a few questions about student numbers impacted, like the Title IV funding and FTE impact when Jennifer was presenting. So just some small details that I can follow up with before we send the information over.
That'd be great. If you'll send those to me, that would be awesome,
Yep.
Tracy.
Happy to.
My conclusion was really, I didn't hear anything major, very, very minor, just quick clarification. So I didn't want to leave the meeting with what feels like a lot of work that needs to be done. There was a ton of work to get to this point, and there has been every single meeting that we've had. And I really want to make sure that we're recognizing that. I also want to be cautious of what is achievable between now and our adoption of this budget May 21st. So if there is something significant that you felt like you needed more clarification or you had additional questions, I would just ask that you route those through Tracy. I'm going to be really cautious about asking our senior leadership team to divert from what is the most important mission right now beyond educating our students and our research goals, but also adapting to continual changes in our federal landscape. So I just want to make sure that, Leslie, you're not leaving feeling like I have 20 more initiatives now that we need to take on because the Regents had a question. So that's what we were hoping to avoid, but really just be able to use the time for learning and education and preparation. So anything you might want to add, Leslie or Chris, Daryl, before we wrap up?
I'm grateful for not having additional assignments. I mean, I will tell you, Chris and I would say this, Kim would say this, Matt certainly will say this. Our day changes every day right now. We are waiting for whatever the next thing is come forward and see how we're going to address that. So it is very much a live by the moment and see what has come up and how we need to respond and react to it. I want to say thanks to my team too. Chris Jones, Matt Skinner, and Jennifer have been on here all day today with us, and thank you. They've did a lot of work to get us here and a lot of iterative things that we've changed over time. They have lots of things underway that you will see the benefit of in the future. Jennifer will be talking to us at the FNA meeting in March about the Campus Works engagement and what we have taken from their recommendations and what we can move forward and advance. Matt, of course, will be updating along the way of position control. That frankly involves a lot of people across the institution. Most of my team that's not here today has some input in that. And then Chris, of course, is getting ready to prep all of the unit workbooks for the fiscal 26 budget development cycle. Our March meeting, we were intentionally trying to focus on the student fees because we want the students to have the opportunity to speak with you. They were cut off when we were in Seattle. They expected to be on Zoom, but we were going to have a lot of them in person with us in Tri-Cities in a couple of weeks. And I think that's important to focus there with them. There are some other items on the agenda, including the WSU Foundation, change in distribution, and the reinvestment of the dollars that have been in the university that have been unspent for more than 2 years. And that's an important one. But then in April, we will be up at the Spokane campus, and we will still be before our budget hearings. It's in fact the week before. Our new president will just be here for a couple of weeks. But frankly, I think Chris would say this. He was only in his position for a couple of months when we had the December budget meetings. It is an incredibly opportunity for her to hear from the units that early in her tenure, to have them present and to see how they manage their finances in terms of what the university is doing next, especially in this place of what feels like a financial crisis. So I think that's going to be really beneficial. It's a huge impact to her schedule in the very early days, but I think it'll be really helpful. But at the April meeting too, since we're in Spokane, we are going to talk more about the health science campuses, the issues with each of those units. Hopefully, Regent Pico will have had at least one more, if not two more meetings of your committee before then, and be able to lay out some planning and thought around how to manage these budgets better, including the new team health building. We also will have Ramondo Nash available to talk about housing and dining, because this discussion today was not about housing and dining, but we know everything is related, and we have to consider that housing and dining in Pullman does have an impact on our student enrollment and how that can help us moving forward or not. So that'll be a good addition. And we will have, of course, an athletics discussion then as well. So just wanted to lay out the next couple of meetings up to our budget hearings. Glenda will, of course, speak at each of these so that she can give you the latest update on whatever's happening in the federal side, but also as the state budget starts to work its way through and become real for us, she'll be available to fill in the gaps there. Chris?
I don't think I have anything specific. I guess, today was obviously more challenging than we had hoped a month or two ago because of the federal transition. And so it ended up being a merged overview of core funding and then also that general area. So just, on that note, we'll keep the board up to date with what we're doing. If there's any questions, please feel free to reach out. I think given that this is a public meeting and there's obviously a broader audience, what I'd like to say to everybody is, the two thoughts that I keep having going through my head is, there is a lot of pressure right now to have answers, particularly in reference to whatever is particularly important to individual people. And, I hope people understand we are being as aggressive as we can with this, but so much of the landscape right now is diffuse that we don't really know what we're dealing with. And so asking for patience is a hard thing to do in this space. I know people want answers, but I think that's a key. And then the other is just going to be a general, at universities in general, we often hold up into our silos and protect our silos. And we're not going to survive if we go down that pathway. I think that's a long budgetary conversation we're having. This is all accelerating that tremendously. And so I do hope that, broadly speaking, while everybody has things which are particularly near and dear to them, that we're going to have to focus on the health of the overall university, and those are going to result in us having different types of conversations than honestly I've seen in my first 8 months here. So, yeah.
I do want to call out a couple of other people. I've mentioned my team, but Christina Peterson-Wilson, huge rock star, helping us with everything that goes through the provost's office. And I know she's been in the background here all day, but also Glenda and her team, very responsive and working. Every time we ask them a question, they come up with information quickly for us. And also Kim Christian, who is new in her permanent VP role for research, but really filling in and doing just a fantastic job.
Thank you, Leslie. It's been a really long day, and we have a lot left to accomplish over the next several months. I felt like it was important on President's Day to maybe end with a quote from a president. So John F. Kennedy said, "Every challenge contains the seeds of opportunity." And we are in a moment where WSU is so special. We are doing things differently, and we need to continue to think about from these challenges, where is there opportunity? So that's my positive spin for the day, a link to President's Day, and just a wish for all of us to continue to see each other as partners in this work. And I think on behalf of the board, I just want to continue to express my gratitude for all of the work and the ability for us to lean in this space and work with you as much as we possibly can. So thank you for all of the work, and go Cougs.
Go Cougs.
Thank you.